What's up, everybody? Late start today, but it's for a good reason if you ask me. Hello. So for DLC, haven't beat regular game yet? You got time. I mean, I am personally doing the slowest possible playthrough of this game right now. I don't think you'd possibly play it slower than me, and I intend to get through quite a few. I want to get through all the Dark Souls games and everything. Oh my god. Remember so much about lore, to be honest. It's more about like how much I forget. Like I forget so much about lore. Like I love it, but it's like I keep realizing things that I knew or thought about but then forgot, because like the Nino thing for Godwin, like there is a myth about a mermaid-like figure called a Ningyo. I'm probably not saying it right. Ningyo in Japan, that if you eat its flesh, it gives you immortality, right? Like I knew that, and then I saw Godwin, and I'm like, oh, and then eventually I was like, oh, what if it's a Nino? And then I forgot that I thought of that, you know? That's what bothers me the most, when I remember something and then I forget, and it's like, oh. So like each game at the same time. Oh my god, Volpine, can you imagine the confusion? Also, hi everybody. Rob, Amanda, Volpine, Duer, Narm, what's up? Butcher my native language sometimes? What's your native language? Don't tell me you're Welsh. Oh, if you're Welsh, I apologize.
Why don't skeletons get into fights?
Oh,
Because they don't have the guts to.
they literally don't. That's just anatomically true, bro. French? Yeah. I'm Canadian, so, and I only learned French in school, in elementary school, and you know, they taught us la pizza, um uh je suis canadienne, and that's about it.
Name a more iconic duo than Raph and Forgoring Raph disrespect.
Je m'appelle, wait. Yeah, je m'appelle Raph. Je ne comprends pas. Nailed it. That means my name is Raph and I don't understand. Very important. Pass by, say hello, hello. Justin. Dobless, Walter, Fang Panda also. Josh, what's up? People arrive, what's up, Turtle? That's all right. Yeah, no, I apologize. I try, but a lot of the time I don't know. Especially like the really funny one for me is Lanciax, because Lanciax is Lanciax, but I read it as like the EAUX masculine suffix, like bull with the EAUX. So I forgot that there's supposed to be a U in there, and I was like, oh, Lanso. So I called her Lanso for a very long time, and I finally broke that habit recently. But it's like, because I completely misunderstood, you know? Like, sometimes you just read things wrong, you know what I mean? Connect that to the blue fairy? With the Nino? I feel like I should do Ningyo versus Ning. Like I do ing, but ing is not a thing like that in Japanese. I gotta get better. Honestly, my first language technically was Polish, and I still get made fun of by my family for not speaking good Polish. And it's like, brother, and then I speak English, and everyone in chat makes fun of my English. You just can't win. Gerber, thank you so much for the tier 3. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for 37 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the support. Also, Cheesemaster and Volpine, thank you for the 100 bits as well. What's wrong with your English? I joke. I'm making a joke. Mostly, I just sometimes say words bad in chat. So like, oh, English degree, by the way. And it's just a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. My English is fine. Relatively. They have our regional family dialects that work their way out. Yeah, exactly. French is done with all the silent letters anyway. Yeah, I don't know French very well. I really did my best. in school. But you know, the thing is, okay, so as someone who grew up speaking another language, the way that they taught French is just no good. But there's only so much you can do when most of the people there that you're teaching are largely dealing with not knowing French. And like, you know, I don't know, it's sort of weird. It's just what you do, right? Polish have a ton of silent letters as well. Actually, Polish has 0 silent letters. It's just knowing how to pronounce them. It's really, really neat with Polish. Is there's, as far as I can remember, like going through my mind here, there are no silent letters. It's just knowing how to say them, right? So what's really interesting is once you get the phonetics, it's very simple. Like I know we were joking a few streams ago about Polish pronunciations, and I look at a bunch of consonants and I know exactly what they mean. I don't find them intimidating. So I see C, Z, or S, Z, C, Z, E, and then an R, Z, and then an I, and then an N. And I'm like, that's just a word, bro. That's fine. Absolutely 0 problem pronouncing that. But if you, as someone who doesn't speak Polish, look at that word, you're going to be like, also, I don't know. I think I didn't spell anything there. That was just an example off the top of my head. You know, like it's just, you know.
English has no silent letters if you pronounce words wrong. Rafdab.
I mean, that's just true, isn't it? Now you mention it. Rap puts the fun in phonetics. Fun. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Also, what's up, Rancidino? How's it going? Hit Barista, hello. Fatos, I love Virgil, also hello. Southern drawl works its way out. I'm sometimes Canadian, but Bamco. Oh, Jesus. It's not even the Bamco screen. This is just what happens when you open Elden Ring on your computer. It's cursed. There's gonna be another one. Listen, I already have a headache. Stop. Bamco, just get it over with. Get it. I know it's coming. Don't try to trick me. Yeah, there it is. I hate the light. Okay, we're good now. Can you pronounce Krzewski? Tak. But it might be okay, is it a Z? Or is it a Z with a kreseczka on top? Because if it's got something else on it, it alters the pronunciation. So Polish has several different versions of A's and E's and Z's. And yes, Z, I'm Canadian. Also, you try saying SZ, SC, CZ all the time. It just gets weird. I'm very used to saying Z because it helps to differentiate when you're spelling Polish words. Anyway, Naked Z, Krzewski. I do have an accent when I speak Polish. I'm not very practiced, so some of it's going to come out, especially, okay. I'm going to speak Polish here for a second to get warmed up, so give me a second. Jak mówię lepiej po polsku i mówię cały wyraz i potem powie Krzewski, to jest trochę łatwiejsze dla mnie i to jest łatwiejsze. But still, I do get a little caught. But the thing is, I look at that word and I know how to say it. I just might butcher it a little, right? Because I still have an accent and like it's still a lot to say at once. But most people look at that word and they're like, that's a bunch of consonants. I don't know how to say that. You know? So, I don't know. It's just, if you don't know, you know, unless you're a native speaker or know the language, you don't know if someone has an accent. Yeah, the thing is, I can tell I have an accent. And when I hear other English speakers speak Polish, I can hear an accent too. I can tell. Because I hear enough people without accents that I can parse that there's an accent, but I can't necessarily point to it, right? So if I listen to, for example, a góralski Polish person speaking, I'll be like, their Polish is quite different, but I won't be able, like, that's pretty clear. But when I hear, like, one of my cousins was born in Canada and then now lives full-time in Poland. And when I hear him talk, his Polish is phenomenal, but occasionally on a couple words, I hear the same thing that I can tell I do. That's how I can tell. So anyway, it's just, you know, I'm not like an expert. I can't like point and be like, oh, or I met this one woman who had an accent and I couldn't put my finger on it. And then I asked while I was in Poland, and I asked my family, I was with my family, and they were like, oh, I think she was from the Ukraine. Because she had a slight accent and I could pick it. I was like, oh, I could hear it a little. Phenomenal Polish, but it's just you can hear it, you know? Same thing. What language do you speak? Really just Polish, English, comfortably. honestly. French and French Canadian. French Canadian is very different though. It's almost a dialect. So French Canada, funny story. I'm gonna nerd out about languages a little bit. So, however, this Elden Ring track is just a little too spicy at this time, so we're gonna get into the game. So, Canada was made up initially of English people from England and people from France, which is why we still maintain both languages as our official languages. But the French were a lot more, they were basically overwhelmed by the English speakers around them, and they were very protective of their language. Like French Canadians were like, nah, we're not letting you crazy English people change our language. So they resisted language change and were very, very like exclusionary of, you know, when areas, if you look at history, if you live in an area where people conquer other people, or there's a lot of trade from different cultures, languages will naturally change because of the sort of mismatch that you encounter there. But French Canada rejected it. So French Canadian is a lot more similar to Old French. But when a French speaker, a current modern French speaker in France hears it, it sounds rough and harsh and bad to them. But it's more like Old French, right? They just sound different, but it's really interesting to look to why, you know? Yeah, Quebec. It eventually just became Quebec, and then some minor pockets of French Canadian speakers. I think Winnipeg actually has a really high population of French Canadian French speakers. People from France hate Canadian French. They do, yeah. It's just, but it's interesting as to why, because if anything, like, I'm not saying this is true, I'm just kind of laughing. Like, technically the French Canadians are the more OG. You know, like, they're the original. They didn't change it, you know? I'm just saying, no, I'm not trying to start a French war here. I'm just, like, joking around a little bit. But they just sound very different. Icelandic is actually a perfect example. No, like, yeah. So Iceland is very isolated. Ice. Not a lot of trade, not a lot of cultural, like other cultures, you know, rolling in and interacting. And as a result, their language has hardly changed at all because it hasn't been influenced by other things. Things that influence language change are trade and war. Those are the big two. It's not always just those two, but those are the big ones. So for example, the reason that English is so weird is because it has a lot of French words, but they're like, you know, into English, so they're like kind of weird now. Like cavalier, it's a straight up just a French word, but we just took it, you know. Make a dink donk emote. I'm really liking them. Is the thing. So interesting to know. Yeah, like I have like a sort of slight. I just really like languages and phonetics and language change and stuff. And I know a little bit about language change in English. And it's really interesting because so much of it is a change. So the Norman French conquered England. And because they were the rulers and the English were like the peasants, English wasn't well regarded. But to suck up to like the rulers, you would learn some French. And then eventually French kind of Norman French went into English, which is why English has so many. Rendezvous, great example. Yeah. Another one. I believe actually that's an example of why we have like beef and pork versus pig or something like that. I can't think of an example. I think there's something about why we have poultry. Poultry, I think the term comes from French, but we also have chicken, and chicken and poultry have taken on different meanings. Touche and déjà vu. Those are a little different because they're just okay. English does straight up steal too, so that I would describe as more of a theft straight up. But like cavalier and rendezvous are considered just straight up English words, even though they're absolute borrowings. Right for their pockets for new vocabulary, and that's actually why English has super like people complain about the rules and why it makes very little sense. It's actually because of massive amounts of influence from different languages. And there's a lot that they tried to put into English, but some of it stuck and some of it didn't. So it's pretty neat. Rendezvous, like phonetic English. Oh, that's so funny. New Orleans with the Creole. So that's the thing. Actually, okay. I was thinking about that. Okay, so the Creole in New Orleans, they very similar because there was a lot of French speakers there, and they invented basically Creole is a new language. It's not a dialect. It's like a special thing. It's like a mix of languages. But they largely, unlike French Canada, weren't as language protective, right? They weren't like, we must keep the naughty English speakers away, like French Canada was, which is why French Canadian is so different. Because if they hadn't had this language protective attitude, they probably would have created a Creole. Same thing. So that's the thing too. It's so interesting to compare. Yeah. Bottom line, blame the nobles. Yeah, the thing about English is at that time they were actually conquered by the Norman French, so a lot of that wasn't their fault for once. It was more like another stronger language being forced upon them that they needed to acquire in order to fit in or whatever. The French in Louisiana is Cajun French. All people who fled Quebec because they didn't want to be ruled by the English were integrated with the economy until the 20th century. Was it really all folks who fled Quebec? Because I didn't know that. How do you say Worcestershire? Just like Worcestershire. I met a girl from Worcestershire though. I had her test me, and she said I did okay. I met her at in DC at KatsuCon. So I met someone from Worcestershire in America as a Canadian. New Orleans is a total melting pot. I really want to visit New Orleans. I want to try Cajun food so bad. Worcestershire. Yeah, that's how you say it. Wasn't their fault for being invaded. It was their fault for later additions in language as a form of posh speech. However, you have to remember why they started doing that. So English in the Middle English period, where a lot of this was happening, was still trying to get its identity as a valid language. So, now we have English as a lingua franca, which is really funny because, that's basically like a reference to French, but it's a lingua franca, but it wasn't always. At the time, people kind of looked down on English. It was a peasant's language. It was a poor person's language. It was no good art was in English. So in order to create an identity, a bunch of writers literally were like, okay, let's borrow from Latin, because Latin is this high regarded language. So let's just straight up take Latin and toss it into our works and see what sticks. And a lot of it sticks. Pronounce French city? Rouen? Rouen, the capital of Normandy. I don't know if I did good. Stupid non-rules of English grammar? Yeah, and then of course, when they started doing that, a bunch of people were like, yo, y'all is dumb. Why are you doing this? Blame Shakespeare? Shakespeare's era, so that was more the early modern period, but yeah, it started around Middle English and then continued up until the early modern period. And then, yeah. Concierge is a French word? Exactly. Mm-hmm. Stealing from us since forever, pizza included? Who's stealing from pizza? Anyway, just me nerding out about language again. R is much more aggressive. Rouen. Do you roll it? Do you roll in French? Why does Discord say you mentioned me? Because I added everyone. And if you're in the Discord, you're everyone. Wish I could hear what English sounds like for a person who doesn't know how to speak it. I think English's closest relative is like... No, wait, Old English's closest relative is Flemish. English is very odd, I will say. Yeah, you can turn that off in your settings. But obviously, I want you to keep it on so that you can know when I go live on Discord. But, that's also your choice. You can differentiate your settings. What is it, Kat? So, I was meeting with an artist. I was working with Carson Druitt today to make an emote. I talked about this emote before, but I'm getting Messmer. Yeah, Marlo's really meowing really hard. I'm getting a Messmer emote that is meant to mimic Raft Squid. Carson's great. I've never worked with him before, but when I wanted an animated emo, I was like, yeah, I gotta get him to do it. Frisian and then Dutch. I may have gotten Flemish and Frisian confused. That might have been a my brain incident. I think you're right, Nola. Um, Replace Raft Squid? No, it's not going to replace Raft Squid. It's going to be a supplement. I'm going to have two. I'm going to have both. Raffin Messmer Drapes emote? I don't understand. But yeah, so I was like, why not have both? So I had this idea in my head of him wiggling the snakes, and we were working on that. Carson very kindly, it's a really weird, complicated concept. So I just, oh my God, I'm like, he's being very patient with me, trying to figure it out. But yeah, no, so I'm really excited about it, but it's not done yet because obviously, it's a weird concept with a lot of moving parts. But it looks so great. I want to show you, but I don't yet. I want it to be like a full surprise when it's live. So we're going to continue working on it this week. Should cosplay as Messmer? I think I'd rather do Melina at this point. I'm kind of over helmets. Have you ever tried Portuguese? No, I don't unfortunately speak any, like, really, a lot of the languages that I'm exposed to are just the one, like, okay, both my parents are Polish, my entire family's Polish. I grew up speaking Polish. I learned English when I went to school. Like when I went to school for the okay, to be fair, it was daycare. It was preschool because my parents had to work. So it wasn't school, but it was preschool. Is where I learned English. I literally showed up there and I was like, all these children talk weird. Why don't they understand me? And then I learned it really quick. But anyway, the point is that that's my exposure to Polish. That comes from, you know, whatever. English is because I'm Canadian, and then French comes from learning French in school, and that's it. I unfortunately haven't had exposure to other languages, which is a bit of a pity. Much Polish immigrants here in Brazil. Yeah, you know what? Canada has a fair number of Polish folks. US and Canadian schools pretty good at this compared to other places in the world. English or US, I heard that they often teach Spanish because it's borderline an official language at this point. Learn French before English? No. I learned Polish before English. But yeah, no, it's just, you know. Polish was pretty much my first language. Now, keep in mind, I was a child, so I spoke that fun version. I had a few words that I was convinced were Polish words until my mom told me when I was nearly an adult that they were actually my own made-up child words. So, you know, I'm not saying I was like fluent. I was a child. But, you know, my first language to communicate with my family was Polish. Family's from Poland. My whole family's from Poland. Yeah, everyone. But yeah, no, English schools in Canada are required to teach French. I'm glad they do. Do you still speak Polish? I sure do. I'm pretty fluent. Like, you know, obviously, am I like perfect? No, but it's tough when you don't get to practice. Pretty much every time I'm with my family now, I speak Polish, and it's helped me get it better. But the problem is, like, most of my talking is on stream, and I'm not speaking Polish here. English as kids from similar schools in the US or Canada? Wait, you mean teaching... Oh, like teaching English as a second language. Oh yeah, I was way too young for it to be considered English as a second language. So like for me, I basically like, okay, here's how my parents tell the story. I went to daycare, preschool, And the first couple days, I was really annoyed because I told my parents that the kids could not understand me. And I was like, why do they talk funny? Even though all of them could understand each other and I was the odd one out. But then within a week, apparently I was fluent in English, as fluent as a small child can be. So that's how they tell the story. Of course, they're taking some liberties here, but if I really learned it in a week, then, you know, you have to wonder. Oh yeah, Toronto, a lot. I think there's like there's a massive population of Polish speakers. I know Polish for sure in the Toronto area, and then I think again Winnipeg. I remember seeing like a whole chunk of them. Or I was a genius? No, it's just most of my communication was probably like, I want toy, I don't want toy. Kids are absolutely amazing at learning languages for sure, but I'm just saying like, at that point my communication was probably minimalistic at the same time. What was your major in preschool? I can't even think of a good bit because I have no memories from that era. Literally none. Anyway, it's a little late today, gamers, because I started late because of the emote meeting. Carson very kindly gave me extra time because he really wanted to get it right, which I appreciate. Eating glue? I have actually one memory from this era, and it is the people who work at the daycare giving me broccoli and me crying. So maybe my major was avoiding vegetables? I don't know if I cried or if I wanted to cry, but you know how it is when you're that. I have one memory of looking at broccoli and being driven to tears. So pretty accepting of ESL speakers while in Paris and not even try to understand my French. Yeah, that scares me a little bit because I'd really like to go to France, you know, do the usual touristy stuff. But I just know. Do you think that it would be better if I pretend that I don't speak English in France and simply speak Polish and just do my best with a couple of French words? I think that might be better. I feel like if they know I'm Canadian, they might be worse. But no, like, yeah, Canada I think is pretty accepting. Would work better? I think so too. Art? I was a hella good finger painter? Wow, gaming. Parisians are really mean. Just go somewhere else in France. Yeah, that's the thing. I really want to go to the south of France. But the thing is, I want to go to the Louvre. So naturally, that's going to necessitate a visit to Paris. The thing is, Paris does scare me a little bit. So improve my French and people would just swap to English. That was my problem in Poland. That was my problem. I went to Poland and I would, you know, talk and I'd miss a word or I'd just go like, actually, like kind of to myself because I was like, okay, wait. And then I'd say, wait, because I'm trying to think of the right word. And they would immediately swap to English. And I'm like, no, I just accidentally stuttered my way into English. Please speak Polish to me. Like, I speak, I don't remember every word at the top of my head, you know? Musée d'Orsay. Okay. No issues in Paris as long as I made an effort in French. I will say that when I visited Quebec, I got treated real rude every time I spoke English. Like, real rude. Like, they would actively grimace at me. Like, I just feel like, hello, and they were just like, and I'm like, oh my god, like I've never felt like that before. It was really awful. Je ne suis pas américaine would probably be useful. Yeah, I normally just say je suis canadienne. Je suis canadienne. That's about it. Mikhail Ghetto, mostly English. No, okay, it's just, it happened every time I went out to eat anywhere, but every time, like there was this one guy who was very, very friendly at a jam store, but everyone else was, like the moment I'm like, hello, because I'd shyly say it because I'm like terrified of them now, they'd go, ugh. I've never seen someone grimace when they look at me like that. I expect Canadians some more French. Should I swap to Polish then and see how they do? Jesus Christus mój, no. No, it would be better if I literally just started speaking Polish and go, bonjour, ja mówię tylko po polsku, możemy coś tutaj zobaczyć? Masz może jakieś menu po polsku? To by było najlepsze dla mnie. And then they'd be like, and then we can see. And then we can see. How you doing? I'm doing great. I'm on my rant stuff today. Rest of Quebec people are so real with English speaker. The thing is, like, I totally understand. It's just the main issue that I have is that every time I've been in Quebec, I've visited with someone else who speaks even less French than I do. And like I said, my French consists of hello, thank you, I am Canadian, and I don't understand. They know even less than me. So what am I gonna do? Mainly inspires more respect, go with it? I think I will just pretend to be an exclusive Polish speaker when I go to Europe. I'm kidding, no. Don't Ontario and Quebec not like each other? Listen, I'm just gonna put this out there. I don't think Quebec likes anybody else. And I mean that with affection. There's a history there, but they genuinely, I think they just hate the rest of Canada. You know how like Texas in the States is always like, we're gonna become our own country. That's our Quebec. Quebec is like that for us. They're constantly like, whatever you guys want, fuck all y'all. Genuinely. Always. I don't understand and I am Canadian are the same sentence. That's stupid. I like it. No, I don't have any Jewish ancestry. I'm just run-of-the-mill. There's a massive Jewish population in Poland, but no, my family's not Jewish. I'm Canadian, by the way. That's why it's funny. All the US states have a state that they hate. I'm not even saying that we hate Quebec. It's just Quebec is very much like we're leaving the country. We're becoming our own country all the time. And they keep voting too. There's been several votes that I remember of them asking if they're going to become an independent country and they end up voting no. So it's like, you know, I'm not sure Quebec feels the same. Yeah, fair. I'm just trying to relate it to the Americans, you know, so they can understand. Similarities of the room before Riker's teleported has the same spiral columns as the DLC. We haven't quite talked about that yet. Thank you for bringing it to Elden Ring because I've just been sitting here on my horse for a long time. More from Warsaw or Krakow? My family... So it's a little complicated because my family actually is from... Like, in terms of my grandparents, they are more from an area that is now Ukraine, but they were forced out post-war. So they were forced west. So they are pretty much on the western edge of Poland now. Closest to, yeah, so yeah, like that area, more the west. So like the thing is, like, my family doesn't really have like roots in that traditional way. Like my grandparents live in the same place for like since that era, but you know, like it's, you know, there's been a lot more uproar in Poland than other European countries, I guess. Yeah, sorry, Elden Ring. So we haven't talked directly about that, but what I will say is based on what I recall of Volcano Manor, I'm pretty sure that Rykard is effectively a squatter. I think he discovered things there and adapted them to his purpose. But I think Messmer might have come a lot sooner than him, and I wonder if he's not the origin of a lot of that unusual architecture in the area. I don't know. But what I'm saying is it makes sense that things at the Volcano Manor, including the winged serpents, are very notable with what we have seen from the DLC. Paris, many people don't speak English. The thing about Paris that I've heard is that they do speak English, they just don't want to. They have this sort of attitude that they only want to speak to French speakers, but only other Parisian French speakers, and they don't like French Canadians either. And they will pretend they can't understand French Canadians, even though effectively the difference is, well, they can understand each other. You know what I mean? Parisians also famously despise tourists? Yes. Yeah, I have heard. Canadian French is pretty different from Parisian French. They can understand. I promise you they can understand. It's okay. I can almost understand Czech. I've heard Czech spoken. It's eerie how similar it is to Polish. I can literally understand. I heard a Czech speaker and I could literally parse every word. They are so similar. But also very different. But I could still understand. But if I was having an attitude, I would pretend I couldn't. I would make fun of how their Polish sounds funny, but that's not the case. Do you know what I mean? It's not that different. Trust me. It really isn't. Immigrated there and he couldn't understand shit. I really wonder though, because like it's harsh, but it's not that different. Old French is not that different from modern French compared to English with Old English. If we had Old English speakers in here, you would not be able to understand them. But French has not changed that much, not compared to English, for example. They're still mutually, what do you call it? There's a word when you can understand it, but I can't think of what it is. Part of the same culture group? Yeah, but the difference is, I haven't heard Slovak spoken, but I can't understand Ukrainian and I can't understand Russian. I can pick up maybe a word and I'm like, that sounds similar. But Czech is like 1-to-1. They are very close. It's really interesting. People in the south of France have an easier time conversing with Cajun French speakers than Parisians do. It could also be within France. There's different, I don't know. Notice that Quebecois has some intensely harsh accents? Yeah, but then again, okay, think about an English speaker with a severe accent. You might have to work on it a little bit, but you can understand. Either group having trouble communicating with Parisian French? Listen, if they speak English but they pretend not to understand you, then I'm gonna kind of take it like that, personally. As a French who immigrated to Quebec, it's actually pretty easy to understand. It's basically the same language. I feel it's more the French who don't want to make any effort. Ooh, thank you for confirming. No, because really, I've heard of French Canadians going to France and having an absolutely horrific time there because they're just treated well. Okay, I should say I've heard largely it's from Paris, which famously it has its issues with tourists and such. So, sorry, I gotta move the mouse. There we go. Beautiful. New Brunswick French sounds different from Quebec to me. I don't know about New Brunswick French. I can believe it. I do my best with French, but it's really hard when I've never in my entire life had a conversation with French. The only time that I've heard, that I've listened to French and spoken French has been in disjointed sentences with other Canadian children who don't speak French. You know, like, j'adore la pizza. That's it. I love pizza. Like, what are you gonna do, man? Also, yeah, sorry. I know we're talking about other languages and such, but please English only for chat, for moderation purposes. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know we're literally talking about it right now, but, you know. Funny story. One time some guy in French came in here and said something about show your tits or whatever, and it's like, well, this is why we have that rule. And no French! No, just kidding. Nah, I literally... I've had, like, I have a collection of languages that people have come in and said nasty things. And they're always, like, you know, trolling or whatever. But it's always... that's why the rule exists, you know what I mean? Reichert, he's in charge of the judicial system, got sent to Volcano Manor by Radahn, seems specifically because there was some anti-Erdtree ideology going on there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. The architecture of the Volcano Manor is quite distinct from other things. And it was lovely. Oh, dude, Montreal is great. Listen, I'm not trying to roast Montreal. I had a fantastic time. I've been there 3 times now. And I went to Quebec City once as a school trip. I had great times, great experiences in all times. But every time I went to a restaurant, I got a little bit of like literally I'd be like, hello. Was the reaction of like the waiter every time. So... You know, maybe next time I'll just say, a cześć, szukam jakieś dobre jedzenie, proszę? And then we'll see. I'm actually going to test that. I want to know what happens if I try Polish. Is TOS? Yeah, yeah. Alright, in all seriousness though, please English only. No more French. Thank you. Or we're gonna start timing out. Sorry, it's not personal. It's just... I know you guys are talking and you're not, like, being rude, but, you know. Okay, so we're gonna progress Yura's questline, because we can. So we're gonna do that. Old Tide, what's up? Why does the Round Table hold architecture in Landell look so different than everything else? That's a very good question. Let's take a look at the Round Table hold. Is it really that different from the things around it? Let's take a look. Oh, get freaking blood, nerd! Okay, so this is a Raven Mount Assassin, and also a Bloody Finger. I personally think it might be a little reference to Bloodborne, considering there is the Canehurst Crow, who is a combination of the... Canehurst is basically Dracula's castle, with all of the Canehurst knights operating as vampiric thralls, seeking blood from others to give to their queen. That's like a really short description of Canehurst. The Bloody Fingers are very reminiscent of them in this game, except there's a little bit more. They got possessed by the blood and thus are controlled by it. And in Bloodborne, there's one figure colloquially known as the Canehurst Crow, because he has a Canehurst mask and uses a Canehurst weapon, but wears the crow armor associated with the Hunter of Hunters. Part of one of the NPC quest lines is to take down this NPC. He is a massive threat.
Wretched worms, leave me be.
I actually forgot that brother, like, huffs and puffs like he's gonna blow the house down there. He's starting to crack a little bit, that's for sure. He's my favorite. He's very hard. Makes noise to make sure you didn't forget to talk to him. That would explain a lot, yeah. I feel like you might have always said that. I don't know. Canehurst Crow is one of the toughest fights, period. In like any game, in my opinion, in terms of PvE 1v1, like an NPC fight. I love it, but it is very challenging. With there being a lot of ways to cheese the Canehurst Crow. Anyway, the reason I'm bringing up the Canehurst Crow is because he has multiple affiliations. Now, as to why he's considered a traitor, someone who went bad, he was likely a Hunter of Hunters, and then either by choice or by force became a vile blood is the term, a vampire in Bloodborne, just to put it very, very simply. It's not one-to-one, but just roll with me. So the Ravenmount assassins come from the land of Ravenmount. They worship the death birds and dress themselves like death birds. Their claws are meant to mimic birds of prey. They're Ash of War, Raptor of the Mists. Raptor, right? As in bird. Like a predatory bird. Raptor the Mist, duck into a low stance, momentarily vanishing. If an enemy attack connects, avian wings will allow for a quick escape into the air. So this, similarly, has the same crow motif as their garb does. So I don't know what's going on necessarily with the with this particular guy. I don't know if he chose the Cessblood via Moog, or if it was sort of given to him and it took him over. Based on Vare and Vare's other war surgeons, as well as Eleonora and other figures, it looks like it's kind of mixed. Sometimes Moog blesses you with his blood to turn you into a thrall and you lose your mind, and sometimes apparently people make deals with him to agree to this status. So I don't know what's up with this particular Ravenmount assassin, but the fact that he's affiliated with two different groups, although they both involve killing and assassinations, and invasions, so they're maybe not opposed. I'm just saying he's a part of two groups. That's why I think of the Canehurst Crow. Unfortunately, his only role is to hunt Yura and to, you know, get killed by us. Yura's starting to get a little bit worn down at this point, though. He is an old guy, an old fighter, and I mean, you can even see it his face, gray hair. You know, he's an older guy, and he's starting to tear at the seams with the constant invasions that he's dealing with because he is opposed to the Bloody Fingers.
Oh, it's you. Thanks for your help there. That bloody finger was a thorn in my side. And now I'm finally rid of him. Here's a token of thanks. Please, take it. I may not have much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet Bloodyfinger.
Why Violet? Why Violet? I'm so intrigued. Seriously though, the Violet really stuck in my head, and I'm not necessarily sure. So yeah, Eleonora. Eleonora is a woman that we encounter later. She invades us. She uses dragon communion incantations, but also a blood-based weapon. She is, and based on what we hear about Yura, from Yura, about how consuming dragon hearts drives you mad with hunger, and then he also despises those afflicted with cess blood, the Bloody Fingers. She's got both. Now, which came first, we can't be sure, but personally, I think that she started consuming dragon hearts first. And because of this, she gained a power, but also at a cost. She started to develop the hunger that Yura describes. In order to break the curse that she would, because she drank enough dragon blood, ate enough dragon hearts to start to transform into a magma worm, she clearly wanted to subvert this fate, so she joined Mohg, apparently by choice. But we don't know like what that entailed. We don't know if she was sane by the time we meet her. We don't know if she had been driven insane. Based on Yura, she was apparently insane by this point, but we just don't know because we don't get to talk to her. We just get invaded by her and we take her out. Also, she takes out Yura as a part of his quest line. I'm dying to see you. Yeah, he sure does. Shabriri equals Yura because reasons. So Shabriri is not currently Yura. Shabriri takes over Yura's corpse. There is a little bit of cut content I'm tangentially familiar with where it was a little bit more blatant that Shabriri almost acted like a parasite and would start to take over. This is not in the current game, so we can't take that as fact because it was cut for a reason. But either way, next time after Yura is killed, Shabriri, he is Shabriri now, and he introduces himself as Shabriri. And this is where we get the idea of frenzied-based demons or creatures being able to ride corpses. It's something they do. Now, why Yura? I don't know. Because in the current game, there isn't any straight up, like, he was afflicted by frenzy stuff going on. But I don't know, effectively. Next step on the quest, yes, yeah. You go to the church in Altus. You get invaded by a finger guy. I forget what they're called, the Bloody Finger Priest or whatever. But if you have this quest line, Yura will be there and Eleanor will be there. Just like with Irina. But the thing with Irina is that Irina, there's implications that she was already infected by the time we talk to her, even when she is simply the maiden. Like just Irina, the poor maiden who's sad and asking you to deliver a message to her father. There's hints that there was already frenzy present. The Ailing village is in the Weeping Peninsula. There's already frenzy infections there. So the difference is that it looks like Irina was infected and then became Hyetta. But the thing about Hyetta that's really unusual is she doesn't ever drop the act. She doesn't ever go, oh, you must remember me from when I was alive. It's almost like she isn't aware that she is a being controlling a corpse. It's very unusual with those two, actually. that's why you can see some relation, but you can't be certain of what it means, because with Shabriri and Yura, there is no presence in the game of him saying, hello, I have chosen to become frenzied, or I got infected with frenzy. There's none of that that remains. So that's kind of the issue, is we can't be sure it's the same thing. I'm trying to get a peek at his eyes. I'm sure there's better images of his face, like via like Zuli. But to be honest with you, his eyes look... Is that gold? They're not frenzied either way. Yeah, that's the thing. Shabriri has a very distinctive pose where he covers his eyes and he talks with a different cadence. He talks very much like this. Ah, yes, you knew who I was when this body was alive, didn't you? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's very noticeable. So that's what's weird about Hayata, is she seems very earnest in her goal. It almost seems like she doesn't know. Perhaps it's a Japanese concept we aren't aware of. The thing is, Shabriri is a name taken straight out of Judaism. I'm not too aware of this, but I've had folks in chat inform me of this. So it could be something with that, but already the influence with frenzy comes from different cultures. Yeah, Shabriri is a blind demon, which is why he covers his eyes in this game, right? So it's possible. It's definitely possible. But yeah, Demon of Sleep? I don't remember. Yura is dying and chooses to surrender the influence of Shabriri, doesn't he? There is nothing in the game that makes that super clear. A lot of that you're talking about is apparently from cut content, where there's a little bit more of a process of Shabriri taking over. But we don't actually, like, have that currently. You know what I mean? Where are you? Never seen him here? This is right by the main academy gate at Lucaria. There's a red sign. You have to help him from an invasion, and then he's here.
Yes, I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all bloody fingers. She's felled many an old hand already, but in spite of her cessblood zealotry, Eleonora is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again, if fate permits. Be on your... Perhaps we will meet...
One more.
Be on your way. Perhaps we...
Oops. Concepts that are imbibed by mortal beings? Interesting. Yeah. Don't think there are things where they mix? Seems like Miyazaki was more interested in the contrast. I don't know. I think there's enough stuff. Like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head blatantly, but generally we use multiple concepts. Like, for example, I mean, I guess there's nothing inherently like Western myth when it comes to Godwin, but the concepts of undead beings exist. Like, the idea of like living dead or zombies exists in pretty much every culture. I don't like know off the top of my head, but generally that idea of like a zombie or like a necromantic being, it exists. But then with the mermaid stuff, that's pretty clearly Eastern. Like, that's the Ningyo. Violet related to deadliest types of warriors. Ooh. What do you mean? Were Violet? Do you mean the mound makers? There's only two other direct mentions of the color violet in the game, the gray violet and the violet iris of the beast eye that Garant gives you. Yeah, so yeah, I actually wanted to talk about that. When I hear violet, I immediately think of the gray violet. However, violet, I also wonder if it isn't like a term for glomide, right? Because I don't know. I don't want to jump to conclusions here, but she is affiliated with multiple different things. Grey Violet is also connected to the Glomide Queen. So it's the hue of Ghost Flame. I don't know. Like, Ghostflame might have some links, but I always thought that Ghostflame was more linked to figures like roses and the deathbirds. That's not to say that the Glowmite Queen can't be related, especially since the color purple is so, you know, gently used, right? But no, if you're talking about the violet invaders in Dark Souls 3, I think you're talking about the mound makers there. They aren't violet, and they aren't the, well, they could be violet. I personally see them as like a pinky purple, but whatever. But they're not the strongest invaders, they're just the craziest. You know what I mean? Eleanor is called Violet too. Yeah, that's actually why we're talking about it. What is the significance of her calling, of him calling her the Violet Bloody Finger? The other is also related to the Glowmite Queen, if I'm not mistaken. The thing is, I can't remember something that straight up says that, because I always associated the Deathbirds and things linked to them as distinct from the Glowmite Queen. Now, there's a lot of crossover. Do you know what I mean? There could be a link that I'm forgetting. Like, I'm totally open to that. It's just I always thought they were portrayed as distinct. However, both have a link to death. Could be just as easy as that, right? Glowmite Queen is definitively Melina. Why do we know that though? Like, I think there's some strong suggestions here, but we can't be sure. We have to be careful with assumptions. That's all I'm saying. That's like the main point of this run is to find lore. The second point is to question all of our previous assumptions. Mound makers are magenta. I agree. Magenta is a hue of pink, and I think they're magenta. I'm biased though because I kept saying pink phantom, pink phantom, pink phantom, and everyone's like, they're not pink, they're purple. And I'm like, no, they're pink. They're magenta. They're pink. I already grabbed this, didn't I? I think I did. Hue of Ghost Flame. All Ghost Flame sees black plus white, maybe a bit of blue. Yeah, apparently it's just like a slight mistranslation, but the violet presence is still important. The color probably refers to Eleanor's eye color. Ah, that's really interesting though. Deathbirds and Glowmite Queen. If you find something, please let me know. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just like I know everybody in this game uses a flame. There's a frenzy flame. There's a blood flame. There's the giant's flame. There's black flame. Like, I know there's a lot of flames. Ghost flame. And there could be a ton of crossover, but the Deathbirds were very much associated with different imagery. I don't remember much direct crossover between the Godskins and Deathbirds, personally. So that Ghost Flame lost its color for some reason. See, I had the assumption. This is my assumption. Now, I'm not saying this is true, but I want to present this thought. I thought that the Glowmite Queen's flame used to be purple, but it got its color drained when it got when the Rune of Death got stolen. But there's no super blatant evidence for this. It's just one of those things. That's why it looks so similar to other flames we have. I thought Ghost Flame was always white. Placidusax and Elden Beast use golden flames. Yeah, the curse of the omen, when they use it, is depicted like a yellow black flame, very similar to Deathblight, but not quite. Oh, thanks, Eleanor's face. Let's take a look. I picture Gloam as purplish black white. Definitely, it's the color of Twilight. I could personally see that as like a purple or a dark blue, and I think purple is more evocative of what they're going for here. Okay, sorry, I got some pings in the lore discussion channel today, which is great. I wasn't able to see everything though, because I was working on the emote. Wait, that's Eleanor's face? That's not violet at all. That is straight up blue. Let me see. Ah, right. No, that's blue, fam. That is freaking blue. Interesting. Even more suggestion as to why she's violet then. Is the Glowmite Queen because Shabriri is ending the fact that by the point in the game we already liberate the Rune of Death by killing Malekith, she appears with her. Okay. So if Melina is a Glowmite Queen, then how can she also be Marika's daughter? When the Glowmite Queen was a rival, back in the era of Marika's reign. And apparently the Glowmite Queen was an Empyrean. So how can you do both? I will say, those do look like birds, eh? Those are birds in the Rea Lucaria Academy crest. And there is a lattice. We talked a bit about lattices in relation to Radahn. But it looks like Rea Lucaria may have had its own lattice, because this looks different than Radagon's. Cuckoo birds? Yeah, they are associated with the Cuckoo Knights. There's also bird cages everywhere in Rea Lucaria, which we're going to go to. Image editor looks more purpley to me. I'm bad at naming colors. I'll take a look, but like I see that, I see like sky blue. Like a cloudy sky blue. Just more complicated than that? Yeah, I'm just saying we can't... I just don't want to say something like definitively. I think that's too far. Mel doesn't know what a mother is? What do you mean? She says she's looking for her mother. To get the purpose of her existence. I love this shot, by the way. I wish there was a little bit more time spent outside Rea Lucaria. Well, we'd spend a lot, but... It's so easy to just forget this. When they showed this in the trailer, the way I was screaming... So yeah, bird cages, absolutely everywhere. In fact, a lot of them do have birds in them. We see bird cages like this in the trailer in that shot of that one figure. So what birds are these then? Listen, I don't know what a cuckoo bird looks like. I'm gonna be real with you. Does it have like growths on its face? Why is it red there? It's got like blisters. Curse mark on Melina's eyes. Oh, do you mean the seal? As I often call it? It looks like a dragon claw, at least to me. I cannot get a better angle of this bird. Maybe this side? There we go, it looks better. I'm sorry, is its face covered with red wax so its eyes are sealed? That looks like red wax to blind the birds. I never noticed this before. I'm gonna be real, these don't look like cuckoo birds to me. They look like, I don't know what a cuckoo looks like. Don't they kind of look like, do cuckoos have the almost like falcon-like claws and stuff? I guess every bird has claws like that. Sounds like a hood on falcons. Yeah, but this is like applied to their feathers. This is like a permanent blinding. It's not a blind head. If you look at the head, it's fine, but then each eye is covered with this red stuff, so it's blinded. The rest of the body looks fine. There's no damage. It doesn't... It looks to me like wax. It wouldn't be scarring if it looked like that. They are very falcon-like, but not quite falcon-like either. Interesting. Being born of a mother mean one behaves in such a manner? Yeah, so... That doesn't mean that Melina doesn't know what a mother is. I think... Oh my god, why did I do that? I wanted to get a better vantage point, and I kind of whiffed it. Nah, but it just means that she wasn't born in a traditional way, which conveys the further idea that she's sort of like Millicent. Non-traditional motherhood. Glowmite Queen possessed Melina. It's possible, but so far the only beings we see like possessing others in a direct sense are really Moog with his blood, but that's kind of the Formless Mother's blood, and Shabriri and the Frenzy Demons. Reinforces that her memories of her birth origin are shady at best. Yeah, I really think she's spirit tuned, dog. The more and more I see. Mikla and Messmer. God, no. Honestly, real talk though. If Melina... Okay, I know people want Mikola to have a child, but like I simply cannot get over that every aspect of the lore says, oh, he's a kid. He looks like a child. He's eternally youthful. This is a great shot. Look. Yeah, that's wax, dog. Someone coated every single one of these birds' eyes in red wax. No, wait. You can see their eye. No, wait. You can see an eye under there. Exactly what the heck are they doing here? These look like predatory birds. I don't think these are cuckoos. What is it then? Scarring? It's a North American cedar waxwing? Is that a real thing? Do you want Mikola to have a child? Yeah, like, but I mean, the thing is, he's still a kid. You know? So, like, the whole thing is he canonically cannot reach maturity. Method of procreation that cursed Mikola and Melania? But we already knew that they're born of a rebus. How old is Saint Trina, though? Also depicted as a child. And the one time that she is depicted as an adult, it's called unnerving, which means it's unusual. Yeah, it's part of the reason that Moog is creepy. Yeah. Also, this isn't the wax wing. This is a wax face. Before the people cover their eyes so they don't trigger their predatory instincts. And to help keep them calm, but like this isn't... This, like, not with wax. You can't take that off. The point of covering the eyes is for basically their safety, and it's like a hood that you remove. Okay, it isn't their eyes. Their eyes are visible. Do you see? Right where the edge of the beak is? Of course, it gets kind of transparent if I get too far or too close here. No, the eye is okay, it looks like. Demon Souls Maiden had her eyes covered with wax too? Sure did. Dark Souls 3 has a function where you can dip your head in wax to avoid, well, cursed ghost hands. Red plumage or a waddle? The thing is, it looks asymmetrical. Plumage, I guess, could be asymmetrical, but it doesn't look natural attached to the bird to me. Okay, like, I think it's most likely a cuckoo, but like, what's with the redness though? Like, look, it's asymmetrical. We talk about the imagery of blindness used everywhere throughout the game. We've been dipping into that for a bit. Saint Trina and Halig Tree might mean the same thing. I mean, Saint Trina with the Holy Tree, I think there's a link. Like, Mikola and Trina are for sure linked. It's just we don't know the nature of that link. We don't know the origin. We don't know what it entails yet. We don't know their relationship. Given their poor birds are complex about their appearance. Yeah. You're asymmetrical. Meh. Oh, the statues. Yeah, someone asked about these gargoyle statues. They're definitely gargoyles. But otherwise, I mean, gargoyles are largely protective. They're meant to scare away bad things. They really had a lot of bad things to scare away here, huh? Interesting that this place is also lined with birds, too. Does it have 4 wings? I don't think so. Nope, just looks like normal, weird, kind of folded wings. Doesn't even know what a nail clipper is, let alone a moral compass. Yeah, listen, Moog is a problematic figure, but like, I don't know. It's just it does weird me out a little bit. I mean, people are like, oh, Mikola like is like an adult now, and it's like, but like the whole point of the canon is that he's a kiddo and he looks eternally like a kiddo and is largely depicted as very, very cherubic, like a young kid. And the whole point is that he can't break that, you know? It'd be like, people are like, oh yeah, Mikola will have a kid and break the curse, and it's like, bro, Melania couldn't get that done. It'd be like, Melania is rotted. She is of the accursed rot. She is rotted and has the rot infected since birth. And, blah. And then you see her and she's got no rot. You know, it's like the same thing. Like, you can't just off-screen that. Why do the Deathbirds have Tweety Bird skull? I don't know. I've actually talked about why the heck they're Tweety Bird quite a bit. Gorgeous shot. Very secret hidden wall that leads to coffins. These coffins are nearly the same. Okay, take this coffin, remove the statue of the lady, replace it with a headless corpse, and you have what's locked in the Wandering Mausoleums. With this like crown depiction on top here, probably because they're demigod. Like, to represent their, like, demigod status. Exactly the same as the mausoleum coffins, interestingly. These same statues are all over Carian Manor. I can't really... This iconography doesn't have too much significance to me personally. But the same figures holding these, like, tablets. Never seen that secret wall? This is a very, very oft non-discovered hidden wall because it's just random and it leads to a rune arc, and that's really it. Don't adventure much at night. I had the same problem, Virgil, yeah. Alright, so, funny detail, Zeph pointed this out. While searching for lattice within the game files to look further at Radahn, Zeph realized that one of the only other uses of lattice is on the body of these figures. This is like their body is described as a lattice. I will say, their bodies look very reminiscent to the seal of Rhea Lucaria Academy. So I really wonder who started that. I personally wonder if Radahn wasn't inspired by the things he saw here in the creation of his rune. Then we have this figure. So this is similar. I gotta look at the one we get from Ronnie, but it's a little different. But it's pretty similar to the statue we get that inverts the tower to get to Ronnie's true body. Also looks quite a bit like that figure depicted in the DLC trailer, the seated, I believe, woman in the throne in a room that also has these cages everywhere. Is that a shortcut staircase or ladder? I totally forgot about. Did I ever use this ladder in my life? Oh, neat. Dude from the DLC. Yeah, a lot of people think that's a dude. I personally saw a lady. I don't know. I'm not sure because the problem is the hat is the important part and it's largely like concealed, but I can definitely see it. Say that's a woman in DLC because to me she looks like a woman. Just an old woman and not a cutesy Ronnie doll. Finally, someone allowed to get old. Not the same hat though? Let's compare. That's the wrong button. I don't know. It looks like the same hat to me. Sorry. Oh. Let's compare. Two people with the same hat are the same people. It's still pretty significant considering that figure has remained a mystery, and then we have someone with very similar garb. It might not be the same individual, but I think it's pretty important to compare. Because we might finally know... Okay. Two people wearing a crown, one in statue form and one not in statue form, aren't necessarily the same people, but we can be like, oh, there's some sort of ruler. You know, same idea. Okay, so I'm popping open the trailer right now. I will say the key part of the outfit is, oops, is the popped collar, the very regal popped collar. This figure lacks it. So I don't think they're the same, but the hat is similar. Let me pop it open. Woman age, what's next? I know, dude. Like, listen, I honestly at this point hope that's a lady. She looks so regal, dog. She looks queenly. All right, sorry, one sec. Let me pop this open so everyone can see. There we go. All right, so I just wanted to see what we could see of her, their front, but obviously it's very, very hard to spot any details. Okay, so I think the key part of the hat is this front bit that looks like there's a gap. We don't get to see the hat or the garb from the front, I think for a pretty good reason. I don't think this is the same figure or the same armor, but look at the locale that this figure is sitting in. Tell me this doesn't look very similar to the Raya Lucaria area we're in right now. Of course, destroyed, not quite a chapel. And then what's very different is these glowing glintstones, these purple glintstones. Now, we see a lot of these purple glintstones underground in caves. One of the most notable locations that we see exactly this type of I'm calling it glintstone. I'm not even sure if it has a different name, but we see it in the place where Lusat is hidden. And I wonder if it isn't something about his presence. The reason he needs to be locked away is because of this forbidden glintstone. Also, white candles. But look at these bird cages everywhere. They're the same ones. So this is definitely supposed to evoke some images of Raya Lucaria, in my opinion. We don't know who this figure is, but there's something here where we like, hang on, isn't that Raya Lucaria? But not quite, you know? Dancer boss fight place in DS3? Very similar, actually. I think I made a joke that this is Emma from Dark Souls 3. Emma is a very interesting but kind of forgettable NPC, unfortunately. So in Dark Souls 3, when you start the game, one of the first areas you enter, one of the first areas you go to, there is a cathedral with a woman sitting in a chair. Her name is Emma. And I don't even remember what she tells you, but there's a little bit of a secret with her. If you kill her, you will activate a very endgame boss that you can do like at the very start of the game if you really want to. So when I see woman seated, I really wonder if there isn't some big secret hidden behind her. I'm not saying it's Emma, but immediately the image was evoked to me. So it's pretty cool. What if it's Rennala? The thing is, it doesn't look anything like Rennala's, like the garb that Ranni has created. Oh, that annoying woman? I mean, how's she annoying? She gives you a covenant and then says, be on your way. What's annoying about her? Like, genuinely. Recessed passages behind the side. Yeah, like, we can't see what's back here. I'm not saying that there's going to be some big secret with her, but I thought of Emma. I can't help it. It is interesting, though, because I don't think we see braziers like this anywhere in Raya Lucaria. We'll have to keep an eye out, though. Okay, that's it. Generally, I can see the link here. Oops, sorry, I forgot to switch scenes. Generally, I can see the link here with this, but it's not the same. Someone see that face being female? We'll find out. We'll find out. But it's just like, I don't know how to tell you this, chat, but like, ladies be getting old, actually. So like, you know. Especially, you gotta remember too, no benefit of hair framing. You literally have the hair pulled back and an older face. You know what I mean? No makeup. I'm just saying, you know. Look at these sad little FP suckers. Getting old in this economy? Yeah. Oh my god, I forget how fast they are. So these horrifying creatures drain you of FP. And they grab you very quickly is what they like to do. Look at how much they took from me there. These particular zombies, I believe, are unique. They do not exist anywhere else. I really wonder if it isn't sort of... So FP relates to your intelligence, but also your... what stat is it in this game? Sorry, one sec. Your mind. The amount of FP you have relates to your mind. Or wait, which one is it? Hang on. I'm getting goofed up. Oop, that's not it. Determines FP. So the amount of FP you have versus intelligence boosts the power of them. So this is like, it's like in, I always relate to Oblivion. Mind equals wisdom, and then intelligence equals intelligence. So they're basically taking your mind out, and they hunger for it. It's pretty interesting that in this place where potentially these were scholars. Now, they're not those who live in death either. They simply die when they are killed. But even in this existence of theirs, they crave your mind. It's pretty neat. Energy vampires, yeah. Other zombies like this don't drain your mind. It's pretty interesting. But the other things that drain your mind are sleep and frenzy. Both of not your mind. Your FP. I should say. But I read it as draining your mind. But yeah, no, those things drain your FP when you get afflicted by them. Just an interesting note. Oh no! Ooh.
Wait, women are affected by the passage of time.
Goodness me.
Raf loading nah, I don't believe you. Raf disrespect.
Also, like, I feel like this game, you look at Melania and she's like perfectly gorgeous, even with all the rot. And then you look at freaking Radahn, and he's just kind of like this giant oversized dingus. Do you know what I mean? It's like the Overwatch problem. Every lady in this game is hot AF, with pretty much no exception. Now, there are absolutely really hot dudes, like Radahn. I hate it, but he is. And, you know, like, there's, like, attractive dudes. But all the ladies are attractive. And I'm just saying that when I see that figure in the chair, I'm like, that's a lady. She just isn't young and hot. Vare. Raph just wants hot boys? Who doesn't? The thing is, oh my god, this place is... There's something going on in Ray Lucaria. It keeps freezing. The game is just scaring me. Enya, thanks for the comment. Yeah, dude, Enya. Perfect example. Radahn is just armor? I don't know. Have you seen his face? He ain't cute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you love Radahn, this isn't even me on my I hate Radahn shit. It's just literally... He ain't cute, dog. Pure Corpse is also in Mogan's Palace? Yeah, these ones are different, though. We also see them afflicted by rot, both in the Halig tree and in Caelid. But these particular ones with the blue glowing eyes are unique. Come back here. I don't remember where you go around to get that... Stop. To get those guys who were shooting you over there. I don't remember where that is. Or the Karian Night Garb. It's been a minute. I'm not even talking about post-rot Radahn. I'm talking about Radahn before he got rotted, bro. Ain't cute, dog. I'm sorry if that's your type, but like, he's not mine. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to shame you or anything if you're into the Radahn types, I guess. Get out of here. Why is there a Trina's Lily here? I'm gonna be honest, I really wonder... I know some people have been like, every place where there is a Trina's / Miquella's Lily is a place where Miquella or Trina were. I mean, it's possible, but it's also possible that they just like trees. Or they just like flowers, they just like grow. Because there's also blood roses. Blood roses grow in blood. Pretty simple. And arteria leaves. Actually, did I read arteria leaves? Leaves? A faint pulse can be felt in the veins, stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. I don't know who who or what Arteria leaves are related to. If there is some intended link with them and something else. Personally. Could be blood because of the pulsing. Could be something else. This, I think, is Carian Knight. And they're worshipping at this grave where apparently Carian Knight was buried. Also, they're in dismay. Even in the status they are in, they show signs of, like, sobbing, sadness, dismay. Arterias are very rare, too. Like, I'm not saying that... I don't know, I just really wonder if every Trina's Lily is supposed to mean, hey, Trina was here. Because as far as we know, Trina only exists in dreams. So how could Trina have been here? That's too high. Too high. Locations that are meaningful are the recipe books. So the recipe books are literally folks... So that's actually how we know that Trina... Fivor searched for Trina in his dreams. How do I get the heck out of here? I don't think I can make that. Hang on, let's take a look here. It's been a very long time since I was this thorough in Ray Lucaria, I'm not gonna lie to you. People sleep everywhere, therefore Trina is everywhere. Yeah, that would make some sense. Trina's Lily and Milla's Lily appear on connected places. Like what? Like some? For sure. But also, some I'm like, you know? So because Mikkela's and Trina's lilies appear in some areas that are for sure connected, people assume that every location they appear is connected, and I just don't know if we can go that far. I also seriously don't know how to GTFO out of this spot. I guess we just teleport. I don't believe Quince is in the game. Okay, so someone told me that there's a link with the Halig tree and the temple quarter, and Castle Sol giving a gift to the temple quarter in Rea Lucaria, and they would not elaborate. And I'm really curious if anyone knows what the heck that might be about. Okay, I can't teleport. How do I leave? Cut quest on collecting sleep. Yeah, so because it was cut, we can't take it as canon. We can talk about it. Wait, say that again? Yeah, I can't open my map right now. You know what? Fuck it. I just realized, who gives a shit? I don't need 26k souls. Cave side wall? Nah, I'm over it. I'm over it. Freaking trap me. Anyway. So this is what confused me. The temple quarter has an item. It's the axe. The Hoarfrost Stomp axe. This one. Ice Rind Hatchet. Not quite an axe. It's an axe though. Several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. Now this was found in the temple quarter. Right here. And someone said, ah, that's why the Halig tree has a link there. And I'm like, what? And I don't understand. I want to know what they meant, because maybe there's an insight I'm missing. It's just they didn't elaborate. So does anyone know what that could mean? The other thing is that there is a couple of Mikkela's lilies here at the temple quarter. But like, does that mean Mikkela was here? Do you know what I mean? Like, what does it mean? It's a scale. Yeah, that part. But they said that the Halig tree has a link here. And I'm like, but what is it? Other than the link between Halig tree and Castle Sol, that's true. Castle Sol giving a gift. Yep. But Halig tree to temple quarter, that's where I'm like, you know? Lost 90k souls in the sewers in one of the last episodes. That hurt to watch. It did, until you realize that it's like, eh. At that point, the reason I was running around with so many souls was because I didn't want to level up that much anymore. So that's why I did that. The Albinarics mourning the female Albinarics? What does that have to do with Castle Sol, though? Yeah, I got the Forbidden Souls, exactly. Okay, Chat, how do I get to these nerds again? Except, like, it's really frustrating because there's like 500 freaking billion gosh darn doggerinos as well. Albinarchs mourning the female Albinarchs, but like that doesn't have anything to do with Temple Quarter. No holarayasna! I'm like a freaking pincushion. Drop down by the bridge. Thank you. Can't believe I found that on my own, my first playthrough. Drop at start of bridge. Okay. Très bon. So the thing about the flowers, though... Older defunct area no longer affiliated with the academy, though. It's sunken into the ground, like, a lot. Hello. Old culture of the academy is probably quite different before all the sinking. Yeah, they had a tie with Castle Soul. And Temple Quarter suggests religion. Marionette soldier ashes. Spirits of marionette soldiers created to serve a sorcerer. These marionettes are archers, each equipped with a pair of bows. On the verge of falling apart, they are ill-disciplined and attack without warning. Perhaps a temple dedicated to Mikola. So, the thing about Raya Lucaria is it heavily predates the existence of Mikola. Like, Raya Lucaria, the Karin royal family, everything, that's way before Mikola was even alive. And considering when we see it, it's also sunken into the freaking ground. You gotta wonder what was going on there. Castle Soul, the one with all the eclipse banners. Yes. So Castle Soul gave the Ice Rind Hatchet as a gift to the Temple Quarter. Hey, what up? Also, I realized I made a mistake. I thought that Radahn was trained by an Onyx Lord. He was trained by an Alabaster Lord. And to be honest, I don't know the difference between them, but they had a difference. Also, look at that. Look, it looks like Nebula when he casts. Once again, another link between space magic and gravity. It looks so different from the other gravity magic spells. It must be his means of summoning it, though. Do it again. It has a very nebula-ish glow. Yeah, definitely gravity magic, but the cast method is so unique. Gravity well. Like, when we cast Gravity Well, it doesn't have that glow from what I remember. I just see the purple. Might have the Space War. Space glow, I mean. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Fires a projectile of condensed gravitational force. Those struck by it will be pulled towards the caster. A gravitational technique studied by the young Radahn. His master was an Alabaster Lord with skin of stone. In the same category. Building a castle over a sinkhole isn't the smartest? Yeah. It's one of those they have high int but low wisdom, presumably. Connection between gravity magic and space. Estelle uses waves of darkness. Oh yeah, gravity magic is inherently space magic. Space magic is sort of the overarching term I'm using for anything that is associated with space. But the interesting thing is that the Explodey Nebula, the Ash of War Nebula, which is exclusively used on the Wing of Estelle and the Bastard Stars, both associated directly with Estelle, are the only ones that have that sort of glow and explodiness that you see in the pink in the trailer. The spell, the Faith Incantation casted by that figure who's dressed like a blue Roderica in the trailer is literally Nebula with the same effect, the same sound, and the same like damaging explosion looking thing as Nebula, but it's pink. but also butterflies. So I'm very curious as to who that's linked with, because so far none of the folks linked with butterflies have a direct connection to space magic or even intelligence, really. Like Trina, yeah, but Trina's color is very different. Skin of Stone is interesting, maybe a sign of immortality or connection to dragons. So the Alabaster and Onyx Lords, they apparently just emerged when a meteor fell. So they apparently were born of that meteor. I can't remember where that item description is. If anyone knows, feel free to tell me so we can try to find it together. Are you going to let the Virgin eat me? Not today, because I don't want to get to Altus that way, but we will do that at some point, yeah. But definitely similar to the dragons, interestingly. Okay, so here we get that purple glintstone, but it looks more like drained glintstone. It looks like it was used for something and then is empty. It doesn't have a glow any longer. Nascent butterflies down the ancient underground areas and eternal cities, which have very nebulous false sky, and they're connected to arcane thematically. What's the arcane thematic link? An arcane butterfly. That's it right there. Arcane. Okay, I have come to the conclusion that arcane equals space magic. The stat, I mean. Because of lots of things, but one of them is that Sellen, who studies the primeval current, her mask raises arcane and int. So for sure. But I really wonder. The thing, too, about Mikola is he's not pink. Nothing about him is pink. Still, I'm just excited. I'm just excited to be here, fam. Blood Flame is Arc. Yes, yes. And the Formless Mother as an outer god and the Blood Star links directly to, like, arcane stars. There's a link there, too. It said the difference between Alabaster and Onyx Lords is one has the power to attract, the other has the power to repel. Which is which, if you remember? Because, you know what? Now that I think about it, Alabaster Lord is come here. It's pull. So if Alabaster equals pull and Onyx equals push, okay, it's a little weird now that I think about it, because it says that Radahn uses a lot of pull sorceries. His gravity sorcery are all pull. So how is he holding back the stars? SL might be an evolution of the Falling Star Beast. Oh yeah, that's like, for sure. Yeah. From different meteors? Likely. I think that's definitely likely. Gold Curved Greatsword is a push ash? So, wait. From an Alabaster Lord? Are you sure it's not Onyx? Because that's interesting. Conspectus, not conspicuous. Conspicuous scroll. And Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. I think we've gotten one of those. Let's read it just in case. We've gotten quite a few, actually. Now, boss is called Alabaster Lord, but it's holding the Onyx Lord's sword. Even more intriguing. Radahn is actually the biggest homie of a demigod because he's holding the stars, so more annoying ass falling star beasts don't show up. I actually personally think that's BS. I wonder if that's really what his purpose was. Because, okay, here's the thing. If we look at the spells associated with Radahn, the ones that I have, now keep in mind, I have all of them. Collapsing Stars has the highest int for any of the spells used by Radahn. 36. That's a fair bit of int, but it's not really that high. However, this particular spell, Collapsing Stars, says a gravitational technique mastered by the young Radahn. And it says, thank you, I thank you for your tutelage. For now, I can challenge the stars. This was his final spell before he left the tutelage of his master, because it's the highest int that he uses. It also has the subtext, not subtext, but like text, direct quote of him saying thank you for your tutelage. Normally when you say I thank you for your tutelage and now I'm gonna go do this, that means you're done, you know? So every implication here is that upon learning gravity sorcery, he went to challenge the stars. And it involves pulling stars in? I wonder if this son of a bitch didn't pull the stars in the first place and then made this whole thing. Oh yeah, I'm like actually holding all the stars up. So, yeah, I'm actually preventing more of those scary beasts from coming. It's not, I didn't call them in or anything. I didn't summon them or anything. That wasn't me at all. Do you know what I mean? It sounds like he freaking started it. And he won. And then he froze the stars. He definitely has frozen them. But did he pull them in first? Now, we know that the Eternal Cities summoned in a cell by accident. There's some implication that he, wait, hang on, what was I saying? Oh no, I lost my train of thought. My brain's collapsing. Like the stars. When he dies, the stars do fall. Only one falls. One. The others simply move. Yeah. And I wonder if that star isn't the one directly associated with Ronnie, considering where it ends up and considering that, you know, it's literally right outside of her fated place. I'm not saying he's I'm not saying he's a liar. I'm not saying any of this. I'm just saying that I wonder. Okay. I know. Get your shot glasses out because I'm going to talk about Dark Souls 2 again. In Dark Souls 2, Vendrick challenges the giants to a war. He basically starts fighting them because he wants their treasure. They are, as far as we can tell, peaceful, not interested in fighting, but he engages in a war with them, and because they started it, they roll up into Drang Lake and they start attacking Drang Lake, right? But if he had never started the fight, they wouldn't have come. And I wonder if that isn't similar to what's happening here, where he's like, I'm gonna go fight the stars, and then he summons a freaking star, because that's what these spells do. They call in things, they pull them in, and then he beat the stars. And it's like, you know what I mean? Might fall in other places which we cannot explore, but I get your point. Still, from a gameplay perspective, the stars simply go to where they always were going. Only one falls. I just wonder if him... Okay, one of the main plot points of Dark Souls 2 is that Vendrick starts a war so that he can attempt to strengthen himself. He otherwise engages in an aggressive war against otherwise peaceful people. And I'm not saying the stars are peaceful. They seem pretty nasty from the ones we've seen. But I kind of get this vibe that he pulled something in that he maybe shouldn't have. I don't know. It's rather interesting, actually. Also, this, we noticed this while talking about, was it a sword? I think I picked it up. 1 second, please. Let me try to find it. That's not it. Oh no. I don't remember which one of his weapons had it. We might just have to go to Enya. Basically, the reason he started to learn gravity magic was so he could ride his horse. That's it. That was his motivation. I want to ride my horse Leonard. So he started learning gravity magic. But then, by the end of it, he says, thank you, now I can challenge the stars. It's as if during his tutelage, his plan changed. And you have to wonder why. Did he get the idea? Did the Alabaster Lord give him the idea and suggest he should do it? What happened here exactly? Do you know what I mean? What about Nishandra's influence? Nishandra is a shadow. She is the dark to his light. She said to an existing warlord who already conquered a realm, by the way, because before Nishandra rolled up, Vendrick conquered Drang Lake. He was not born there. He was not a king there. He conquered it and became its king by force. Then Nashandra shows up and says, hey, you should do some more war. And he goes, okay. Whose fault is it? Do you know what I mean? If I tell you to jump off a bridge, will you? If you jump off a bridge and I told you to, it's not my fault you jumped off the freaking bridge. You chose to do it. Don't jump off any bridges. It's just an example. Anyway, I just think this is actually pretty interesting because so far I've generally just listened to the game and been like, yeah, the stars attacked for some freaking reason and Radahn fought him back. But now I wonder if he maybe didn't start that fight. Possibly lying about him just wanting to learn gravity magic to ride his horse. It's possible. That's also possible. If you told me to, absolutely, I want to fight the lore at the bottom. Nah, but it's like, I totally get that Nashandra was an influence, but I feel like when people talk about Dark Souls 2, this really does my head in, by the way. I'm very passionate about this topic. They talk about how the evil queens influenced their king, but they don't talk about how the evil kings influenced their queen. It's always nasty evil woman whispering in ear. And I'm like, brother, these kings were nasty pieces of work, with the exception of the Old Ivory King, by the way. And what happened to the Old Ivory King's queen? Oh, she turned heroic and faced her fear? It's almost as if it's a mutual relationship where they both strengthen each other based on their already existing traits. Especially the queens who literally feed off their kings. They are way more influenced by their nasty evil kings than the reverse, that's for sure. This is like my favorite lore topic. Okay, so looking at these as well. Do these have a glow? There's light in the area. Chat, do these have a glow? What do you think? I'm leaning toward these don't have a glow. Like right here. Not on this playthrough yet? No. Every Empyrean had their own vision for the world. Wonder what Radahn wanted. Radahn was not an Empyrean. It's possible that he wasn't listed as one because Ronnie, by the time we talked to Ronnie, he's dead. But he was not an Empyrean as far as we can tell because he never had a Shadow Beast. The only one we know of for sure, Miquella, Malenia, Ronnie. And Ronnie was the first chosen, almost guaranteed. Because Miquella and Malenia are younger than her. And she had Blythe since childhood. Okay, let's read some lore actually before I get too freaking distracted again. Let's read this cute helmet that we got. The Olivinus glints, or Olivinus, I think.
Vendrick, sitting enthroned, bored after conquering Vendrick. What should I do now? Slash, Nashandra, you should go do an invasion. Vendrick, oh dang, you right.
That's the thing, you know what I mean? A lot of what happened before the founding of Drang Lake is really hidden, so I don't blame people for missing it. But the fact is, Vendrick was a conqueror before anything. You know? Volpine, thank you for the 100 bits. That was a great one. Oh, dang, you're right. Oh, hang on, sorry. When I scroll chat, it also scrolls the video game. Do you know what exactly constitutes an Empyrean? We don't know. Saint Trina could be Miquella's shadow. Every shadow so far has been a wolf. I don't think Trina is the shadow beast created by the two fingers for Miquella. That doesn't mean that Trina isn't linked to Miquella. I'm just saying that I don't think, unless suddenly she turns into a Vicar Amelia and grows some fur, I don't think they're the same. You know what I mean? Looks cherubic? Too hairy to be cherubic, but I feel you. Told you can look up to see the underside of the castle from the Lake of Rot and see the bottom of the glintstone deposit. Yeah, I remember that. We did that once. That was like a year ago. But that's what Miquella did? Sorry, what did Miquella do? A world free of Scarlet. So Miquella wants to free everyone from the influence of any outer god as far as we can tell. I'm curious if the Greater Will is using him to hold the star in place or something, because they know the falling star will wield the Finger Slayer blade, which is obviously not good for them at all. So definitely, I think you're onto something there. But what I will say is the Greater Will seems to be very far away. So it sent the Elden Beast, and the Elden Beast can be used to basically personify the Greater Will's will. However, the two fingers has been cut off from the Elden Beast and are basically operating on their own now, and they're not the greatest at doing that. So I don't know if Radahn got a message from someone associated with the Greater Will or the Golden Order and was told, hey, can you freeze the stars? Because it looks like it came from his own ideas. I think also some of his knowledge of the Carian royal family and how their fate is guided by the stars. I wonder if he wasn't also trying to freeze his own fate. I don't know necessarily what that would entail, because he is a member of the Carian royal family as well, so maybe he was trying to prevent a fate himself, and hubristically ended up causing it anyway. Maybe Messmer is an Empyrean. Possible. We just don't know yet. Yeah, anyway, yeah, I definitely think you have an idea there, Flex. It's just like, I think the Greater Will isn't making day-to-day decisions anymore. Think of them like the president of the company that doesn't show up and plays golf all the time, and you can't even get them on the phone. And the Elden Beast is like the local manager who runs things day to day. And then the middle managers are the two fingers, and the thing they most like to do is to flex their power. Perfect. Okay. You think the eyes of this Olivinous crown resemble the eyes of Lion Dancer boss in the DLC trailer? Yeah, but I don't think that the ones that are in... I don't think they're glintstones. Like, these ones are. But I don't think the ones in the trailer were glintstones. I think they're a slightly different hue. But could be. Fingerslide Blade reads, cannot be willed by those without a fate, is said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals. Yeah, the thing with the Greater Will is very far away. So it's not at direct risk. But its vassals, such as the fingers, absolutely. Seems like there's an int cutoff to be Empyrean. In all seriousness, though, I think the one of the requirements for being an Empyrean is understanding the essence of life, and I think it relates to the ability to create life or to create in general, to be a craftsperson, which is why Mikola creates these needles. I also think he gets that from his mother, personally. But anyway, I've been looking at this crown for a minute, so let's read this. Okay. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Rea Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy increases intelligence to the detriment of HP. The lineage of the Olivinous Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continue his study of meteors. So Lusat is the one sealed in the tunnel. Technically, lore-wise, should we not be able to kill Elden Beasts with a plus 25 or plus 10 weapon? So I think that the way they get around that is the fact that if you look at the Elden Beast, it has a very visible, it has a crack in its flesh. And I think it's A, because of the shattering, or B, because Marika literally thwacked it with her hammer. Could be a bit of both. It's clearly linked to the Elden Ring. So the reason that it has that damage, think of it like Smaug in The Hobbit, you know? Everyone's like, oh, you know, you can't get his scales are like armor, but because he got hit with this super cool weapon, he's got a weak spot. And if you hit him there, you take damage. I think that's the vibe we're supposed to get from that. Is that the reason we are able to defeat the Elden Beast with whatever weapon or whatever plus leveling is because Marika already did a number on it. Didn't see the crack? Yeah, it's really neat.
Marika is a single mom who works 2 jobs, who loves her kids and never stops. With gentle hands and the heart of a fighter, she's a survivor.
Is that song lyrics? Most people do have fully upgraded weapons. They do. It's from Reba? That's cute. Yeah, the TTS likes Marika. But to be fair, when I first saw Marika, I said it like Marika too. You want to know why? And I'm shading just a little bit, but please understand. George R. R. Martin writes names and then says that they're pronounced in ways that absolutely they are not pronounced. I'm sorry. He does this all the time. I went to a talk by the guy who created the languages in Game of Thrones, like the guy who made the languages. And he basically says how George R. R. Martin is not a language guy, and it was really annoying to get the words that he made up already to fit in. So he was like, yeah, like, you know, like Dracarys and Khaleesi, like I had to get them to fit into an existing framework, but they made no sense otherwise. And I'm just like, that tracks. So when I hear Marika and it's actually Marika, I'm like, come on. I'm sorry, you can't have Melania and it's an Ia and then go, it's not Marika though. Like, get your shit together. He is an anti-Tolkien. It's true. Speaking of which, the guy, I forget his name. I always forget his name, but if you just look up guy who did Game of Thrones languages, he was very funny. Great speaker. It was a really cool talk I went to at my university because I still am a little into languages. So these guys are Olivinus Conspectus, I believe. I keep saying it differently. Sorry, Olivinus. Yep, because it's got the headband. Wrote a book about his experience. He is so nice. David J. Peterson. That sounds right. That sounds right, but I seriously don't remember. He came to my university. So I got to hear him talk about this, and it was really, really insightful. He also talked about doing the languages for like the Dark Elves for Marvel, for Thor Dark World, but I mean, that movie is kind of not great. One of the worst. So. Yo, chill. Marika and all the Newman have names based on Greek. And how would you say Marika in Greek? I'm actually wondering, like, legitimately. I sleep at spell spammers. You know how much PvP I've done, my brother? Literally a typical host in my experience. Go on. Keep it up, honey. And this is when we'd pause for him to drink some juice. You wanna know the only part that isn't like a host right now? Is if I go up to him, he's not spam rolling away. Right now, he'd be spam rolling. Panicking. Yeah, hit me with that book. Throw the book at me. Headbutt me. Do it. Do it! Yo, 7 Arts! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. What the heck? I appreciate that so much. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the give us subs to the community. Buy the book, as they say. There were the Dark Worlds of DS2 the MCU. You're lucky you put that joking symbol there. You'd be in trouble right now. No, kidding. That's actually so savage. I'm literally crying.
Marika is actually pronounced Moirike.
Could be. Don't often catch streams. Thank you so much, Seven. I'm really glad you're enjoying the YouTubes. That's my favorite part about like YouTube in general, is you can just like kind of watch it whenever, and that's why I edit it so much, so it's like more watchable and stuff. I'm really glad. Thank you again, 7 Arts. And Volpine, thank you for the 100 bits. Just looked up the pronunciation of Marika in Greek, and you were spot on regarding the pronunciation. Like, okay, I know there's lots of cultural influence in this game, so I'm not saying, but Marika and Melania are related. They're literally mother and daughter, so like, her name makes no freaking sense pronunciation-wise. A lot of my mistakes with the pronunciation are because the names in this game are nonsensical, and I stand by that. Some of it is because I don't know Welsh. Fuck me, right? Another one of these thingies, which I'm really good because I don't remember the name. Magic is best used for cannons and smashing people with huge ass hammers. The Haima mages remind me of the Boomhammer folks from Bloodborne. What do you think my Willow theory on the trailer? So I saw a bit of that, Dumplings. Welcome first of all. I saw what you said before, and I responded to that. Basically, that was my main thoughts and how I think it's really freaking neat and really insightful because of the significance of the Willow. But I didn't see if you added any more today. I know folks were talking about it today, and I got some pings, but I wasn't able to look. Okay, this cursed hidden wall is one that I missed. You might notice that there's no books, and that's how you're supposed to know. Sag. Secret Rennala worship room. Very understandable. Have a great day. Same figure. Stone sword key. Oh, I just want to show off this. Okay. I feel like the guys that we fight, their masks, the color of the eyes and the head is different. They're lighter as if they've been drained. So I really wonder, actually. Which Marika pronunciation sounds cooler, though? I really like how the game one sounds. To be honest, I love Mikola. Like, the pronunciation is really cool. Even though I don't know where that comes from. Melania is the slightly annoying one, though. Because the way that... okay. I guess it could... Okay. How do I explain this with my words? Okay, so we got Melina. And then we got Melania. Now, it's an E that's supposed to be affected. Okay, I guess okay. How do I explain this? Look at Melina and look at Melania. Melina should be pronounced Melina. Melina, just like Marika. But then Melania, the E is supposed to be an A? But why? Because it should be millennia. Just, okay, if Melina and Melania are supposed to be derived from the same language family, then their pronunciations make zero fucking nonsense, like, sense at all. Melina and Marika, okay, I can vibe with those. But Melania makes zero sense because it's an E affected by an I, and that's supposed to make it Malay? You know? How they pronounce it in Japanese, though? I don't know. There's a reason she keeps repeating her name. Yeah, I wish Blythe freaking did that. Okay, so this hidden wall hides a comet. I wonder if this isn't where our girl Sellen was studying. Why Rennala, though? I don't know. Although there's another room I think might be more related to her. One second, let me get comet here. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. The greatest of the Carollos Conspectus' sorceries that only a very few sorcerers have ever mastered. So that's one of their peaks. And then when we explore further here, which means dark and is the root word of melanin. So this is Olivinus. This is actually our mask right here. It's the same dude. What's really interesting is this one just has this wide open mouth. And then here in this secret passage, even further secreted. This is, I believe, where Sellen studied. Or perhaps experimented? Oh my god, pots. Bird cages in this room coming up are all empty. I feel like that's something we gotta take a closer look at. I thought only the ones at the entrance had birds. But I could be wrong. Does George R. R. Martin have an English degree? An English degree would not help him with this. A lot of what I'm talking about comes from linguistics and philology, of which I have a casual, basic understanding. Tolkien made that his whole thing, and George R. R. Martin has no idea. And there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't really matter, but it bothers me a little bit because so many people are like, haha, when do you learn to pronounce names in the video game? Haha. Let me tell you something. If every single one of you nerds was streaming and saying those names out loud, there would be a lot more people who were like, oh, the name said like that? Oopsie. Just most people don't talk while playing the game. You know what I mean? Where'd you pick up your character's outfit? So this, I asked someone to drop for me for the purposes of the LOREATHON. It's acquired in the consecrated snowfields on a rotten duelist in a graveyard somewhere in the fog. Sorry, I was looking for this talisman and I got distracted again. We yell at ourselves while we play? Yeah, but you're not saying, gosh darn it, I sure do love Blide. And then everyone's like, or Blade. Like I said Blade, and then eventually I learned it was Blide, but I didn't realize it was Blithe. It took me a little while. I think you're doing great. I'm just teasing. It really doesn't bother me that much. It's just a little funny. Most people are just poking fun. Like, genuinely. But, you know, there's a little bit of like, bro, it's so annoying when you don't say the name right. And I'm like, this guy told me his name once in a whisper, and I don't remember it. Okay. Yeah, it's Blythe. I just didn't realize that a double D means the. Graven School Talisman. So this is a little mini thing of those big old balls that we encounter, made of faces, the ball faces. A talisman depicting a school of graven mages, the nightmare of the academy. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. So I don't remember where this becomes blatant. I think it might be the other talisman. But long story short, Sellen likely turned her students into Graven schools in her study. Of course, she eventually becomes one herself, if you follow her quest line. And that's effectively the sort of karmic hubristic punishment, is she thinks she's doing something different, but she makes the same mistake. Even though she is this unheard of genius. So the primeval current is forbidden. And I wonder how much of it is Rhea Lucaria / the royal family being like, we don't like innovation. And how much of it is, you know, Rhea Lucaria / Rennala and the Lucarian royals being like, bruh, you're literally turning people into freaking star seeds. It's goofed up. It's bad. Especially when a lot of the stars that we encounter in the game are indeed malformed stars. Sellen is secretly an idiot. She's not an idiot. It's just beyond her. It's beyond anybody to mess with the stars. It corrupts them and changes them. Lusat and Azur are stone people. Sellen turns into a Graven school. Sellen reminds me a lot of, as we call her in the Bloodborne community, Fosefka, otherwise known as Imposter Yosefka, because she has this whole thing about how she experiments on others and then eventually experiments on herself and assures herself that she is different. But even if you leave her be throughout the game, she will never reach another level. She will never become a great one. She will fail. She has failed. She just doesn't realize it. So that's kind of the vibe I get from Sellen, in a way. Got Sellen onto the throne at some point, but she still ended up gone, I think. Not sure if I messed up. Sellen's fate is always to become a Graven school. Okay, I just want to point these out because this, if I'm not mistaken, is all of the masks that we can get, except for Twin Sage. No, this isn't all of them. This can't be. I don't remember all their names, but this is quite a few of them. A lot of duplicates, though. So these look like masks that would be given to people as they fit into a school. I'm gonna take this mask off. I just did it for a meme. There are 3 different masks. So there's, okay, I know Twin Sage, there's Olivinus, there's Haima. To be honest, I don't know how many of them have different masks. The Burger King heads. Never looked at the mask wall. Yeah, honestly, I tended to be distracted by Rennala's portrait as well as her staff. You know what's interesting here too? The pose that she's always in. One hand forward and one hand reaching outward. It's kind of similar to Marika's hand pose when she's hung up. Versus, okay, Radahn is always depicted in the straight, chest forward, arms straight. Marika, though, is always hung up, so her hands are a little bit more, like, lower like this. Interesting that Rennala kind of mimics that pose in all of her portraits. Pose of the statue we appear under at the very start of the game. Ooh, interesting. When I hit the red top. So the red top is the altered form of the Grave Duelist, or Rotten Gravekeeper. Comes from the same thing, you just have to alter it. About taupes? Yeah, what about him? Also, yeah, Rennala is gorgeous. I think I can take him. What if she's pointing at something? I don't know. It's definitely an interesting pose, though. Found today. How did he die? There is precedent for figures who achieve their goals having no further purpose and thus expiring. And that seems to be what happens. Not in the Graven Talisman room? Not sure if it means something. I'm not sure either. So the Red Wolf, when we walk in, is sitting and looking at this. Hang on. Oops. Oh, my input got queued from the other missed roll dodge. Yikers. This stupid ass wolf dog. I'm not over it. I'm not over how annoying this bitch is. I'm not over how this is one of the most annoying fights in the game. I can't even swing my freaking sword because he's always spamming something. I'm not over. I'm not over the Red Wolf, a freaking Radahn dog. I just said I can take him, and then I always forget. I'm like, nah, it's fine. I'm like level freaking 51. It's no problem. Freaking hate the Red Wolf Radahn. Why is everything in this entire game just associated with Radahn just inherently annoying? What is he summoning in his mouth? The Earthsteel Dagger? It looks a little bit more curved to me. Yeah, no, basically Taupes achieves his goal and thus dies. There's also some implication that the process of achieving his goal took everything he had. You know what I mean? But it could also be he had nothing left to live for. It's a little bit tragic, but a lot of figures in FromSoft games, upon achieving their goals, will die. In fact, it's a huge part of the tragedy of their existence. That looks like a curved sword to me. Except Patches, because Patches never achieves his goal. Ever. He's never done. I'm gonna use an ogre head ass. Ow! Oh fuck. No joder jasno. Okay. Freaking dog. Okay. This symbol, this draped image, is the exact same one that we saw on the statues at the Carian Manor of the lady holding the tablet. this is on their dresses slash robes. It's the exact same symbol. Now, we probably see it elsewhere. We see it here, but it's associated with the Karian royal family. But I'm not really sure what exactly that means yet. Ever see anything else in the game that conjures a red curved sword? Not of that hue, but okay, so the wolves naturally appear able to use glintstone sorcery. I don't know if every single red wolf in the game is one of Radagon's. I don't know if he trained them. I don't know if he sent them. But they're all able to use glintstone sorceries. Hugh doesn't die when he achieves his goals? Yeah, but the thing is, he would... You know what I mean? It's just you need him. You need him to blacksmith. Topes uses Bluntstone, which is different to Glintstone, and it's the only time I've seen it mentioned on his barrier spell, because Topes is unique. So, basically, Topes' story is that he was treated like an idiot, and he was expelled from the academy. He was kind of like their punching bag. He wasn't expelled, but he was sent on a journey and was never allowed back in because they thought he was an idiot. However, he had a unique genius. They just didn't register it because the academy is full of elitists who want things to be done the way that they want things to be done. So I think he calls himself a Bluntstone. Like literally says, I am but a Bluntstone, but perhaps I can teach you something. Something along those lines. But it turns out he was intelligent enough to have created an entire school. And if they listened to him, they would have realized that he deserved a crown of his own. It would have been a weird bald crown, but it still would have been a crown. Okay, so I don't remember all these names, but these are some of the Conspectuses or Conspecti. I actually don't know. That's the twin sages, which we see fused together in the two-faced crown. That is, I think that's Haima, but I forget which one's Haima. It's the battle mages out there with the tealy, orangey robes. That's Lusat. That one's Lusat. Olivinus, Carolus, Lazuli are three of them. Yeah, I don't remember which one's which. That's Olivinus. That's another one. Listen, I'm bad at remembering names of weird dudes who we never actually get to meet. You know what I mean? And then, of course, we have... I believe Sellen. Looks a lot like her in-game model. Wears the same robes. And then, of course, Rennala. What's really interesting about Sellen, too, is she's always gazing at a book. Like, she's not even looking. Dude, she's so busy reading. She's not even bothering to look for the portrait dog. Yeah, the Graven Witch. Wouldn't they take her pick down? You would think so, but looks like they're busy. Honestly, I wonder if it's not because the Rayalukarians would consider that manual labor, and they can't get their serpents to do it, so they just never got around to it. I'm kidding, but seriously, she was pretty important. Anyway, I'll try to keep this symbol in mind. It is very interesting that it's printed upon purple fabric with gold, though. Too busy reading, she didn't realize she's turning into a ball. Hang on, you know what this is? Ooh, Bay caught me reading. Sorry, this is just a little candid. Felt cute, might delete later. Hehehe. Meanwhile, she set this up, did her makeup for 3 hours, and pretended it's a candid. Why do I be so attracted to Sellen? Bare feet, intelligent, mommy, wants to punish you by turning you into a naughty, naughty little ball. I don't know. Makes a lot of sense to me. Azura and Lusat aren't pictured. Weren't they considered kind of heretical? Isn't that one of them? Aren't they there? I'm really not sure. They still... This is a twin sage, first of all. Okay, she got that Dami Mommy. And she'll ruin your life. A lot of people are into that. Twin Sage is in reference to Lusat and Azur. Could be wrong, though. Do we get their names? The thing about Azur and Lusat is they're linked but different. Although, let's look at the hats. Let's get more of the hats and try to figure it out. Gare Erudition mask? Oh yeah. No, we'll get it. We'll get the maskies. Don't you worry. In fact, I think for Erudition, don't any of them work? I'm not sure. I normally use Twin Sage, it's my favorite. Rykard. Yeah, very notable. Oh no, there I go getting eaten again. Okay, look at these things when they attack you. I'm gonna try to get grabbed again. It's really hard to spot, but the snakes have a split head. Look, they got like they're 3. And they grab you like thingies. Their grab hitbox is atrocious. Yeah. FromSoft has never mastered grab hitboxes, ever. Son of a... You can actually see here, snake imagery too. It looks like triple snakes. Very interesting though. Quit it! Spammer. Look like tree branches, but they're snakes. Stop it. Oh my god, that was so blessed. Die. Whew. Honestly, I want to take a closer look at it, but I just wanted it out of the way for now. What happened to the original people the paintings were based off of? Rennala, Sellen, the others. I really don't know if Lusat and Azur are pictured, but I feel like they kind of gotta be. I don't know, because they were very integral. And I believe they were part of the founders of the Academy, which would make sense, but I don't know. Please don't tell me Messmer will have those at his place. Probably not, because those are significantly newer than anything else we see. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was the creator of it. Carollos. So this is Carollos. The Carollos Conspectus is the oldest of the Academy's lineage of study. Begat... Yeah, so Carollos Conspectus equals Azur. I forgot. The giant fire workman bears some slight thematic similar to the Iron Virgins. I think it's a proto version of the Iron Virgins, personally. I think so. I see so many cool proto things in the trailer, but I'm not sure they're all proto. That could just be like my registering of what we're seeing, but still I'm very excited. Give a lecture and play at the same time. Yeah, sometimes things fall between the cracks, but I do my best. All right, got this. There's also very notable. I know we talked about the Trina's lilies and the presence of sleep. This guy, I believe, does sleep to you. Yeah. Okay, let's get hit. Yeah, that's the animation. We fall asleep and look at our wait. Wait. Listen to the attack. Doesn't it sound exactly like oracular bubbles? Do you hear that slight bubble sound at the start? Oh my lord. Terrifying. You think sleep would give you mind? Exactly. It takes mind away. Sleep, there is a little bit more to sleep than we know, I think. It reminds me of like, okay, if you sleep too much, your body wastes away, right? And based on what Trina's follower, I'm not saying Trina herself, but Trina's lilies tell us that Trina's followers are trying to spread her teachings, and what they do is they shoot people with sleep arrows. It's not exactly, you know, friendly. You get shot with an arrow that puts you to sleep, and that's how they spread her teachings. I'm not saying that Trina wants them to do this, but it is what they do. Could be like drowsiness, for sure. Whoopsie. Sleep crab and Rhea Lucaria of all places. It's really interesting. Maybe these bitches went and slept a lot. You know? It's fun, but I'm sure we do that. people have found images of what was the recent one? Okay, in Nokron, we discovered a not we, like I'm not the first person to do this, but folks in chat told me, hey, by the way, there's a triptych here that has a picture of sleeping figures. Oh, Oro, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thanks so much. Welcome in, gamers. How's it going? We are doing some deep lore study. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. Hope you're down for some lore. What were you up to today, Oro? Thanks for sending your community over here. Everyone, you know Oro. Check him out if you don't watch him already. Not right now. I was crying in PvP? Yeah, it's understandable. Young student woman around Ray Lucaria. Headcanon might have been Mikla in disguise. I really wish we got more of a timeline for when things were occurring. Because I know Mikla was alive for a long time, but I really wonder. Check out that statue I mentioned a week ago in Godric's boss room. No, I forgot. Let's go there. I blocked a taunter tongue host and he called a what? I don't even know what that means. Is that British for something? Like, does he know how to... Did they perhaps not know how to spell sock? Oh, it's Aussie. Oh, please forgive me. I'm so... Oh my god, the Aussies are gonna go in on me. That's not English, it's Aussie. Listen, I'm ignorant, okay? English isn't my first language. English isn't my first language. That's actually true, though. Oh, don't bring us Brits into this? I'm so sorry. See, now I have angered everybody. Apparently it's Australian slang for crybaby. Alright. I'm in a slightly ranty mood today. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but this just means that all of you can agree with me and we can all pat each other, pat ourselves on the back and whatnot. But Taunter's tongues... You're talking about a Taunter's tongue duelist, correct? You're not native English? So I was born in Canada, but my first language was it's one of those technically... my parents didn't speak any English to me until I went to daycare, and I learned well, my parents worked, so they had to send me to daycare pretty young. So preschool. I went to preschool and I learned English from the other children, but I didn't speak when I went in. And it was really funny because my parents tell me, I don't remember any of this. They told me that I was deeply annoyed at the other children because they couldn't understand me. Meanwhile, I was speaking a different language to them. No. My first language is Polish. Both my parents came from Poland. They taught me that first. But I was very young, so like, you know. Okay, anyway, sorry. Taunter's tongue. Duelist. Let me tell you something about them, okay? I know you all know this, but the fact is, when you are invading somebody, you are looking for something very different from a duel. If you are Taunter's tonguing to invite people to duel you, then may I introduce you to the several facets of the game that were created exclusively for your benefit, such as the ability to summon people into your world for a duel via a sign? Or perhaps the freaking arena, which was added exclusively for your cute little no items, fox only, final destination 1v1 duels. So if you're a Taunter's tonguer who's inviting people, who pulls invaders into the world so you can use a rune arc with every single advantage, then I can tell you something? Maybe you're the crybaby, because clearly no one else at the playground wanted to play with you, so you go to other schools and get angry when the other children don't want to play how you want to play. Maybe you got kicked out of the sandbox for a reason, honey. Maybe you should look in the mirror. And then you could figure out why no one wants to play with you. Freaking 1v1 Taunter's tonguers. At this point, what I do is I dance in front of them a little bit. I do one of these, and then I hit them with the multiplayer, disconnect. You know what they always do too? They always try to hit me. And I'm like, no, honey, I'm not playing your game. I'm not, listen, we're playing by my rules. And my rules are I'm not engaging in your crybaby behavior. I'm just putting it out there. You literally have things in the game created for you. So why are you co-opting invaders? Could it be that no one wants to play with you? I'm just saying that when children, I went to daycare. When the children want to play with you, you had to learn to compromise. You had to learn to be social with others and play nicely with the other children. So mayhap, you should have learned it back then, but if you're not going to learn it in childhood, then I guess I can teach you now. You know? Any excuse to roast Haunter's Tongue duelists. They're my worst favorite. Decide to gank when they're losing? That's the other thing. When I used to engage with them, when I used to be like, okay, fine, I'll just do this real quick. We'll do this your cute little 1v1 and then I'll leave, right? Whenever they started losing, they would start running away, and then all of a sudden, I'd see them stop and summon somebody, or I'd see a blue coming in, and I'm like, are you freaking joshing me right now? You bring me into your world for this nonsensical behavior. You invite me in. You wanted this, and then when you start to lose, suddenly you pull out the bad manners? Honey. No. Unfortunately, you know, I now think of them all like the little cute baby back bitches they are. So, you know, now you might be like, but Ref, how can you say this when are you saying 3v1s are more fair? Nah, dog, but I'm accepting 3v1s. That's what I'm invading for. That's what you plan your build around for invasions. I'm ready for that. But one nerd who the moment you walk up to him is eating his crab, drinking his juice, popping every spell, and is ready to duel one individual, you're just like, brother, I'm so over it. Like, I literally just walked in and I'm already done. Dueling versus dealing with invasion stuff is a different playstyle. It's a different thing. If I wanted to duel, I'd go to the arena. But the fact is, I find dueling unbelievably boring. And good for you if you don't. I'm happy for you. But if you are a Taunter's Tongue duelist, I think you smell bad. I think your personality smells bad. Anyway, lore. What were we talking about? We're talking about why Trina could be associated with this place. We were talking about Rhea Lucari. We were talking about why the crabs do sleep. Oh, I wanted to read the Trina arrow. Got you off topic? Yeah. It's very easy, to be honest. Can't wait for the DLC. Me neither. Bring my trusty wing scythe to make those sweaty... Oh my god. Wing scythe is... I kind of love it. Because even if it phantom hits you, you still get the debuff. I only play Elden Ring as a single player game except for messages. Messages are fun. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing about Elden Ring is if you don't summon a friend, you will never get invaded. That's how Elden Ring's designed. And I'm a little bummed that Taunter's Tonguing works the way that it does, because unfortunately, even if you... Okay, it's kind of sucks for everybody. The way Taunter's Tonguing works in this game is that you can get invaded when you're solo, but Taunter's Tongue invasions are prioritized over co-op invasions, meaning that the Taunter's Tongue people get absolutely inundated with invaders, so they're like, oh my god, I can't even play the game naturally because it's so constant. And then the invaders are like, really, I'm invading just one solo guy? This isn't what I wanted. And then it just turns into this weird kind of awkward dance where no one gets what they want. And it's kind of sad. Because I did, like, PvP runs of the other games and stuff, and, like, not full ones, like, I know, like, or have you ever done, like, a yellow finger run or whatever it's called in Dark Souls 3? Wait, the arrows, I remember now. I'm forgoring. Here we go. This is what I wanted to talk about. priests of Saint Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. So we're also learning that sleep can become addictive. So it makes me think of that sort of Lovecraftian concept of living through your dreams. Lovecraft has a short story about this. That's why it comes to mind. Of your body fades away. You know, it's like not quite the same thing, but like people in comas, for example, like their bodies and muscles start to atrophy and whatnot. Similar concept to what's going on here with Trina. Potentially, not only is sleep addictive, but it's also damaging the bodies of the people who are sleeping, which is potentially why you lose mind. Or, you lose FP. Fun to have done invasions in Skyrim. Skyrim is such a mess of a game. It could be a little funny. Imbued sword key. Okay, I don't remember where the others of these are, so I might need some chat help eventually, but for now we're good. Stone key shaped like a sword, a special item imbued with rich blue magic. Breaks the seal on the imp statues guarding the sending gates enshrined in each belfry, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once as an item. Think well before using one. Gotta wonder about the design of these and the color. They are... I actually... What is with that color? It's very much like the teal, kind of like the Ancestral Followers, no? Missile DS3 system? Exactly! No, I miss DS3's concept of invasions. There's one of the 4 belfries. Ah! It's that easy. Wonderful. Thank you. One of them is in Caelid. Okay, we'll get to that one. The level of cut content for the Trina quest where Reeling Rico brews alcohol from captured dreams is pretty nuts. Yeah, I'm afraid I know nothing about the cut content, so I can't talk about that. I just have like a general concept of it. But what I will say is there's already an existing link, in my opinion, between dreams and, or sleep at the very least, and opioids. Especially in terms of literal opium, which was wildly addictive, often smoked, and would create this cloudy mist everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like opium dens would be smoke ridden. And considering that Trina's smoke, the sleep smoke, is depicted as very smoky, but with a light tinge of purple, I can't help but see a link with that too. So I think it's like a multifaceted thing for sure. Substance from plants introduces sleep, takes away your mental capacity. It's a narcotic, for sure. It's not even subtle. Also, very notably, opium comes from the poppy, which is also a flower. So it's, you know... I will say, I don't think this is necessarily related, but lilies are super poisonous to a lot of different animals as well. Like cats, it's like they're like super toxic. But it's the pollen. Thinking the sword keys are related to the Nox or possibly the Ul civilization. Elden John. And who is Elden John in this context? That's hilarious, but... What about copium? Copium! Actually, now you mention it, is additionally very dangerously addictive. It's true. Sleep smoke be related with the purple glintstones? I really wonder. I'm not sure what to think about the purple glintstones yet, but they are a very, very similar color. However, that sort of shade of light purple is already present with other different things too. Is this where it came from? I don't remember. Whatever. Big old guy. Oh, is that who we call Elden John? Okay, I was wondering who you meant. That's really interesting. You do see those a lot with the ancient civilization stuff, the Ul civilization. Oh, sorry. I'm not wearing a sweater today, and I'm like legitimately shivering. I need to grab a sweater, actually. Wish I would have played DS3's Invasions during its peak. I gotta tell you, DS3 release Invasions were something else. It was really great. Were there the Omega gamers who were ridiculously OP and like you were just like, what is this guy doing? This guy's unreal. Yes, but you know what a lot of it was? First playthrough dinguses just trying to enjoy their first time through a Dark Souls game. And you want to know which one I was? That was me. I was a little noob who was like, oh man, I haven't played Dark Souls before, but I heard they're really good. Oh, actually, I didn't notice. Look, the hidden wall right here that leads outside. Okay, this is the hidden wall back at the entrance. You can see it here. I never noticed that. People complained a lot, but in retrospect, DS3 got much right in Invasions and multiplayer. I was not on social media at the time, therefore I have no idea about what people thought about Dark Souls 3. But if anyone complained about invasions in that game, then I don't know what to tell you. We must be different individuals, because I have never had more fun in an online game than that one. It was so natural. It was so well implemented. It was such a joy. I miss it. I think of that era fondly. Way friendlier to new invasions in this game, like new invaders. If you want to try invading for the first time in this game, like, I support you, but I think you're gonna have a nightmare of a time. Dark Souls 3 made it so much easier to just dabble. Hey, stop shooting me, mister. Where's the freaking thing? There it is. Can't get invaded while you aren't embered, except for in the woods and post-pontiff. Eep! Did I read my key? I think I did. Yes, it's the same thing. Well, that's not true, but I definitely got invaded when I wasn't embered in the woods. I remember. I remember because I was like so shocked that I wasn't, you know, embered, and then I got invaded and I was like, what the heck? Covenants in the DLC? That's my personal hope as well. Saying if you don't want to get invaded, don't play co-op is such a bad take. No, it really is. You want to know what people used to say? If you don't want to get invaded, play offline. Absolutely. The price of co-op in this game is to deal with invasions. They are a natural part of the game, and dare I say it, they are fun as hell. Genuinely. I don't know. To me, it's like saying, well, Dark Souls is hard and the enemies are mean. So it's like, well, then play a different game. And I don't mean that negatively. I'm not trying to gatekeep. I'm not. If you're not having fun with the game, play a different one. Do you know how many games I've stopped playing because I wasn't having fun? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not shaming. I'm not trying to be like, ugh. No, literally, just if you are not enjoying the game, then find a different one, right? But like, I love PvP. I love getting invaded. And I love invading others. It was such a genuine joy that it makes me sad to think of people complaining about it. It breaks my heart. Genuinely. The first time I got invaded, I was freaking out. I was so scared, but I was so excited. And some of my fondest memories are of struggling through an area while a wave of invaders keeps coming in trying to stop me. It's so unique. You just have to deal with that's part of it. Like, seriously, it was so cool. Still your glintstone key? Oh, really? I done goofed it. Oh my god, it's right here. You're right. Ah, this glintstone key is still brand new, unused by anyone. That's it. A lot of people I invade don't feel the same. Yeah, I actually don't get it, dude. And people are like, well, you know, I'm stuck on this boss and I keep getting griefed. And it's like, you just kind of have to deal with it. That happened to me in Dark Souls 3, man. I was stuck as heck on a particular boss. It was Nameless King. I struggled so much with Nameless King, and I tried to summon help. And every time I summon help, I would get invaded. And you know what I did? I went, aw, dang. But let's do our best. You just have to, like, it's just a part of it, man. I don't know why people take it so seriously, dog. Like, it's not like these people are trying to, like, ruin your freaking day. They're just trying to have some fun. You're trying to have some fun. It's all great. Also, it's the only game on the freaking planet that has invasions. Except for, like, I guess now there's a couple more. Aw, man. You know what I'm really bummed that I didn't get to experience personally? Mirror Knight. Or, not Mirror Knight. Looking Glass Knight. Thea's Champions? No, god, no, that's not a PvP fight. We need the real thing. People can love the game and not enjoy certain mechanics. Yeah, but to go online and to insult people and to create this entire community about hating a mechanic, that's what I find problematic. Like, the thing about me is I'm largely known now for PvP. Lore too. But PvP, I've done a lot of PvP. And I would get people come in and be like, why are you trying to ruin everyone's day? Why are you such a bully? You're toxic, you're a home invader, you're blah 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 blah. And I'm just sitting there like, brother, I was literally a complete little baby noob. Excited as heck to get invaded. And I had so much fun with it. It's so much fun, you know? Like, if other people can tell me that I'm all those things, then why can't I tell them that they're joyless? And they should maybe try to have a little bit more fun in their lives. Oh! Goodbye, Paige. Talking about why that crab has that helmet. Why do the crabs always have helmets? It's only the... You know what? That's actually one thing that I've never addressed because it confuses me to such an extreme degree. Why does every single one of these masks drop off a crab? Except for Olavinus, who is just on the ground, I think. Wait, is that a lady? No, the page is just like a title. Do you know what I mean? You only really learn to play the game to get into PvP. I will say, I am really bad at PvE, and I'm decent at PvP. I think they're different skill sets, but I like when games have more in them. Are there people who do PvE and never touch PvP? Yes, and that is your right. I personally don't like PvP games usually. I don't like big competition. I don't like fighting games. I don't like... I don't know. I don't really like... You know, I've played some Call of Duty, I played some Overwatch, but that's it. I don't really like the competitive aspect, but I love it in this game because it's so different. So that makes me happy. So it's like, I just don't understand why people are so, like, mean. Do you know how much bullshit I've gotten? Do you know how much, like, internet hatred I've gotten? It weirds me out, dog. People are just joyless, I swear. First videos were all PvP videos. To be fair, my first videos were playthroughs. Actually, but yeah, a lot of my early videos were PvP, yeah. It's just fun. Like, it's like when you play Stardew Valley and you don't really do fishing because you don't really care for fishing, but the fishing's there, you know? Did you bring shorts back? I should. I've just been busy editing so much. Okay, hang on. Let me read about the crabs. What people say about the crabs. Sorcerer evolves to orb. Orb evolves to crab. But I wonder about the significance of a giant crab putting you to sleep in the same area. Two that don't drop from crabs. One that starts with an L. It doesn't come from a crab. Do you remember where that one is? Just Josh? You know what? It's possible crab picks them up. Okay. Crabs eat things. We see a lot of crabs eating things in, okay, I'm not there yet, but in Altus, Leyndell, outside of Leyndell, in the moat, there's actually a bunch of crabs, and one of them, it's where Dung Eater will invade you, and a crab there has death blight on it.
Weird thing I just noticed. Hayeda's body is still there even after starting Irina's quest. Is that a bug or just confusing lore?
It's not a bug. It's definitely intentional. But it's a very good point. I think it's supposed to make us be like, huh? What, but, you know? Like, I think it's supposed to be confusing. I wonder what would happen if you run from Hayeda to Arena. Is the body still there? Also, Greg's here. Thank you for the $3 Reno Dono. I appreciate that. Wait, the fish is in groups of 3? Elder Scrolls is kind of for the challenge, I think. Wait, does Dragon Age or Elder Scrolls have co-op? Glintstone dragons that eat sorcerers develop glintstone on their bodies, so crabs taking on elements of what they eat ain't so odd. Yeah, so sorry, I just want to finish my thought. I got distracted, but it's pleasant distractions. The Leyndell crabs consume, they're always eating, they have an eating animation. And if you look at them, not only do they do Deathblight on you, but they have Godwyn's face upon their back. The Deathblight has started to consume them. I wonder if the crabs that do sleep haven't eaten Trina's lilies. Potentially. I'm not sure, but it makes sense because crabs appear to take on the effects of the things they consume. So these crabs that we see appear to have eaten glintstone or potentially glintstone-ridden bodies. And thus, they drop the masks. All right, we picked up Twin Sage. That's my personal favorite. I use that one for a long time. I hate it, but it's a little funny too. Do crabs just eat all day IRL? You know what's interesting about crabs? I'm not sure, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe they're bottom feeders. I think they eat the equivalent to waste from other beings. And they clean the water as a result. Like, I think they're one of those. I'm not sure about crabs. Does anyone happen to know about crabs in this way? Yeah, crabs are scavengers. Depends on the crab. Okay, yeah, there's tons of different crabs. But I find it interesting that they're scavengers and then, you know, they take on the essence of what they eat. It's pretty interesting. There are carnivores and filters. Okay, so they can be both. They're a cob of corn? Oh my god. That's neat. Rats of the crustacean world. That's interesting then. I really don't know the significance. Okay. Dark Souls has a lot of crab enemies, so it could be just a reused asset. But I still think there's some significance of them. It's lazuli and it does come from a crab. Okay, great. Thanks for checking. Because anything that doesn't come from, like, we got to study why. So Olavinus is the only one that doesn't come from a crab. And it's on a cliff, so I wonder if a crab simply couldn't get to it.
Piece of Elden Ring lore I discovered on my 44th playthrough.
Then again, they're always
the
here.
reason Malenia is such a boss is because she eats so much cheddar cheese, thus making her such a formidable foe.
I mean, she does cheese you, and you are what you eat after all. Cheese Master, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so here we have a Graven school, and it started to collapse. Because here we see another face stick. It's not a perfect ball anymore. It is inert, inactive, and it looks like this glintstone has formed directly out of its body and is spreading. And here we get Azur's glintstone staff. It requires 52 int. Staff of the primeval glintstone sorcerer Azur. Only those who have a glimpse what lies beyond the wisdom of stone may wield it. Reduces cast time of sorceries, but consumes additional FP. It requires a lot of mind as a result. So you need both int and mind to be able to use this to its best ability. It's probably what got Sellen persecuted and condemned for sure. She likely turned her students into Graven schools, and the fact that she takes us on as an apprentice, I wonder if that wasn't, you know, her plan as well. So a lot of people mentioned that it's interesting how Sellen doesn't care what level of int you have. Sorry. Oh my god. Hiccups. She's literally called the Graven Witch. Yeah. So she takes on you as an apprentice no matter what your int level is. And even if it's like below 10 or something, she has a slightly altered dialogue. She says, well, you're not like born into it. You're not like naturally into it, but we'll see what we can do. Something along those lines. Basically, she implies that you are not a natural talent, but she can probably work with you. And I really wonder if the reason she will take literally anybody, because in previous games, there is precedent for characters not quite being interested in teaching you unless you have a certain number of stats. I think Dark Souls 2 and 3 do this, and 1 I think has altered dialogue. I don't remember, it's a little fuzzy now, but the point is there will be figures who will be like, you're too stupid, I won't teach you. Sellen will take anybody. And you know what she does as well? She says, are you sure you want to learn from me? Because I'm an evil dark witch and people think I'm evil. And I just want you to know what you're getting into. You should be very careful about your choice in teacher. And if you agree, I think her plan is to turn you into a Graven school. Because what's cool is it's sort of like making a deal with the devil. You sign a contract. You know what you're getting into. So whatever happens is your fault, isn't it? And that's kind of the vibe I get from Sellen. She just never gets the opportunity. Carlos is the same thing. Carla doesn't have evidence of her crimes the same way. Carla is accused because of how she was born. Sellen is outcast because of her choices. It's an interesting distinction. To Carla, or to people associated with what she is, people think of her as it's evil because she was born a certain way with a tendency to use certain types of... She can use hexes, effectively. But it's not her fault. Sellen, though, she has chosen to engage in forbidden study. And that's what's so interesting, is there's a difference between the two. Hey, help me. Mages will be reborn? Only teacher and apprentice? The mask definitely is an aspect of their identity. Them being reborn, though? Well, you know that doesn't work very well for Rennala. Headcanon is the whole Sellen of the Academy event occurs when Rennala went for a bathroom break. So Rennala's still in the room. We're gonna get that quest line, but she's still there. It's interesting. One of the crowd close to the Jar Village has Deathblight, the one close to a Death Mariner. Or Tibia Mariner? Yeah, exactly. Crabs, they take on the traits of what they eat. That's why they do so many different elements. Sorry, I might have missed it, but I think some people are saying maybe Sellen or Rennala is the one who does that to her. I personally don't think so, just because generally a teacher... Okay, Sellen experiments on others and turns them into nightmares, is how the Graven school is depicted. They're called the Nightmare of the Academy. For her to turn into one herself because of her own experimentation is perfect karma, effectively. Why does Rennala vanish and then reappears? Because she's placid. She doesn't feel the need to fight. And she's there. In fact, you can talk to her. We in one of my... I feel like people might not know this because they didn't look for her, which is understandable, but we looked for her in one of my playthroughs. She's still there in the library. She will still let you be reborn. She's just chilling. She's totally cool with what's going on. Could be Ronnie that does it to Sellen. It's possible, because Sellen is threatening Rennala. And I have the vibe that Ronnie does like doing karmic punishments based on what I believe happened to Celavis when she leaves, but still. Also, I would like to point out one more thing that I just realized. In phase 2, I remembered this, but I think it's significant now. When you talk to, when you go into phase 2 Rennala, Ronnie's voice speaks to you and she says, you shall not, paraphrasing, you shall not disturb mother's sweets or deep slumber. We'll have to see. We're going to get to it very shortly. But we're not to disturb her slumber, her rich slumber, So she is awake as far as we can tell, but she is also sleeping in a way. Ronnie describes her as slumbering. So I wonder if she's even truly aware of what's going on. She's basically possessed by that egg, to be honest with you. So, you know, something to be said about that, that's for sure. Thing is, it happens no matter what stage you are with Ronnie's quest, and there are times when she couldn't do it to Sellen. Yeah, I personally think Sellen did it to herself. Like Fosefka. See, she's in trauma shock after getting done by Radahn. Part of it. But the egg controls her. She's completely entranced by it. In fact, it's actually really cool because she does not have gold eyes. She appears to not have the blessing of grace, like a lot of other denizens, because the Carians and the royal family were enemies. Yes, they allied via marriage, but when we see Rennala in phase 2, she does not have golden eyes. Her eyes are this crystal blue. But when we see her in phase 1, a lot of people think that her eyes are gold because she's staring at the egg so intensely that its light is reflected in her eyes, giving them the golden pall. I think it's one of those interesting FromSoft symbolic things they do, because she does not have gold eyes, but they have taken over her eyes. The gold is in her eyes, to the point that you can't even tell if her eyes are gold or not. So, in that moment, she has been possessed by the amber egg for all intents and purposes. She's completely fixated on it. She literally floats around in a cradle. She is a grown woman who is powerful enough to contest the Golden Order, to start a royal family, to she rules a lot of territory. And then you're telling me she's floating around in a cradle going, hee hee, my sweetings, my sweetings. Something happened there and it isn't just heartbreak. Hexes and witches in this game. Yeah, I really feel like we might get some more hex stuff. She's not a hero. A mother in Grey Mage, but not a hero. She literally made Radahn fall in love with her because of how immensely incredible she was on the battlefield. I know it's very difficult because of the state that we see her in, but she was absolutely a great ruler and a powerful hero. An incredible warrior. Yes, she broke her heart was broken by a boy. I know. But the egg definitely had something to do with it. It's multiple parts of it. She is absolutely she's beyond understanding. The problem is we just see her in this infantile form talking about cute babies and everyone thinks she was always like that. She was a huge deal. Radahn couldn't beat her, so he joined her. I think that says it all. Sellen can actually be a summon for Rennala if you do request far enough. Ooh, interesting. I think I forgot about that, yeah. Yeah. The phase 2 version of Rennala that we see, using incredible spells, summoning allies to do her bidding, that's the true Rennala. Look at the in requirement for a staff and tell her she's not a hero. Yeah, also, I can't help but find it like a little bit troubling that you describe her as a mother, but not a hero. Girl, she was both. I think it just says something. A lot of people like dismiss her. I mean, frankly, she has this very juvenile obsession with babies when we see her, so I don't necessarily blame people, but you gotta look at what the game's telling you underneath. You know what I mean? Radahn may have hit her with the level drain. Ooh. Yeah, one can be a lover and a fighter. Exactly. A fact that every rune bearer has a heroic element that has been corrupted. Yes, the taint of their newfound strength. So the runes do change their rune bearers in some way, shape, or form. They had a line where she summons Blythe, calling him her child. I've never seen that. I'd like to, though. Rennala made me suffer magic only playthrough. Yeah, I did Rennala at a very low level with a +1 weapon and completely only having spells, and she was very hard. Alright, gamers, I'll be right back though. I'm gonna use the restroom, okay? So give me 1 sec. Okay, hello. I'm back. I also grabbed a sweater. Goodness. Cold. Oof. Quite hard to beat, yeah. But even within lore, if you want to talk about the lore, you gotta talk about the fact that she was such a mighty force on the battlefield that Radahn allegedly fell in love. That's what the game tells us too. Blythe and Malekith aren't half-wolf, they're like a wolf people, that makes sense. I'm pretty sure Blythe is called Blythe the half-wolf. Like, I think that's actually his title, is the thing. The rune who holds Rennala hold is not her. I don't think it's Ronnie's rune, personally. Because, what do you call it? From what we can tell, it was given to her by Radahn. Based on timeline, it suggests that she was given that rune before the Shattering. And maybe like, we talked about it, we were like, how does that make sense? The Shattering is where the runes came from. Well, the rune of death was removed already. So clearly, you can take a rune from the Elden Ring and remove it without shattering. And I think that that's what Radahn did as well. Now, the idea of removing the rune of the unborn on top of the rune of death, might be what's going on with the lands between, might be what furthered the stagnation. And Radahn is a figure of stagnation. It's his favorite thing. Rune of Dad. So that's the thing. Ronnie shouldn't have gotten that rune until significantly later. Both time and grief have left her worse for wear, and also the attempt to weaken her by Radahn. Like, her state is also a conscious decision by him, if you ask me. Went to Celia's hideaway and turned off my lights. Those purple crystals do have a soft glow. Yeah, they do glow, but not always. These ones, I'm wondering, are they the same? I think they glow, these ones, yeah. Two different things are called the Shattering. What two things? Alright, I think we can just go face Rennala. I'm trying to think if there's anything else within the castle itself that I haven't done. Might be forgetting something. Oh, we gotta read the Carian Knight armor. Let me play Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh, I really want to play Dragon's Dogma 2, but I haven't finished one yet. And with this and, you know, the LOREATHON, I'd like to find some time to at least start it, but this LOREATHON is a pretty big thing, but I'm really excited for Dragon's Dogma 2, so I'd like to. Shattering the Elden Ring, and then the Shattering, which is the name of war. So normally the Shattering War is called the Shattering War. But to be fair, there could be, like, you know, something, there could be some exceptions. The Shattering was an event which started a war. Alright, so we got the Carian Knight armor previously. Helm of the Enchanted Knights that once served the Carian royal family. The Enchanted Knights anointed by the Lunar Queen were all heroes of the highest honors but fell into disarray with the decline of the royal family. And it looks like the only one remaining is Moongrum. As far as we know, anyway. Yeah, no. Ronnie absolutely stole the Rune of Death. A portion of it. A small portion of it. And she did give up her rune. But by that point, this is post-Shattering. This is way after Rennala, after Radahn left Rennala. And based on what's said in the game, it's suggested that Radahn gave her the egg as a parting gift. So that is way before the Shattering. That is before Mikola and Melania were even born. There's like there's a huge amount of time that we're talking about before Ronnie stole the Rune of Death and all that stuff, right? Melika. I've used your names. So no, I genuinely think that She had that rune for a long time. I wonder if the stagnation in the lands between wasn't because Radahn... Now the thing is too, where did he get it? Did he already have it? Did he run to Lane-Del real quick, grab it, and then give it to her? Like, I don't know. It's possible she was given it by him way later too. But we gotta work with what we got, I guess. Is Loretta part of the Karya Knights family? She is definitely a Knight of Karya. But I don't know if she's a Karya Knight in the same way. Because she's a, she's one of the Royal Knights. I just don't know, like, what... She's probably higher rank for sure. She's got fancier armor and such. Where is her spell? Royal Knight Loretta. So she's a Royal Knight, and then there's the Karya Knights. Enchanted Knights. So there's Enchanted Knights, Royal Knights, but they still serve the royal family. I think they might represent different roles. So if you look at their heads, they look like they got a chess piece on there. Right? I wonder if they're not supposed to just be like different boards on a chess piece type thing. Do we think we'll learn who Melon actually is in DLC? It's possible. It's also possible we don't find out. It's also possible we know we get 0 answers from base game and new questions instead to talk about. Marika is the ring, so is there to just break a piece off or whatever? Yeah. Charles looks so silly in Karyan armor. Ah! Pic of her face without the helmet? Loretta? I don't think so. So you don't have any idea? Anyone who tells you they have an idea is lying to you. One very important thing about FromSoft lore. This guy's gonna parry the heck out of me, by the way. Just be ready. He's the ultimate in parry technology. Put that shield away, you freaking nerd. Put it away. Put it away. Put it away. See, that time I made you look like a baby back bitch. Burnt Ivory King in DS2? One of my top favorite bosses in all of the Souls games, for sure. But you know, the thing about FromSoft games is they always surprise people. Always, always, always. The final boss is always the wackiest, weirdest thing that people are like, what the heck? This wasn't on my bingo card. The general concept of the DLC is always, without exception, what the heck is even this? And what does it mean? And completely rearranging every aspect of the lore. Always. Is it possible that they don't do that this time with the biggest release that they've ever done? Ever. Sure. It sure is. It's possible that dingus underscore butthole 456 on Twitter has figured everything out, and the truth is that it's Miquella. It's totally possible that we're gonna fight Miquella as the final boss. But they've never done something that basic, dog. Ever. Alright, sorry. Statues with ladies? Was Gale a big WTF for DS3? Yeah, because there was nothing about his niece and the blood of the Dark Soul, or collecting the Dark Soul, or painting until... The Painted World, very honest, was just like a cool side area that was basically used as a prison realm in DS1, and next thing you know, there's all this stuff about it. Gale was completely unexpected. Orphan, completely unexpected. Manus, we had no idea. Dark Souls 2, a little different because it's more about going to different realms and encountering different kings, so it sort of exists outside of what we encountered, but there was no mention of any of that sort of stuff at all. Yeah. Just saying. Okay, young woman statues. There's some here by Moongrum also on the walls. Yeah, so these are very, very similar to the ones that we saw at the Karen royal family. But... yeah, no, they have the same tablet held to chest, and this exact detailing we saw in the debate parlor. The exact same one. It's the same statue. Interesting. I don't know what to say about these ladies, but what I will also say is if you look at this statue, this looks like the same lady though. It's got the same pattern, same holding the book. This is the exact same pattern we saw on the coffins, except upright instead of laid down. Global lore comprehension ladder? Nah. It's not about ranking. Listen, thing about lore is that it isn't competitive. You know what I mean? Like, I know you're joking, but I'm just saying, like, it's collaborative. I'm a collaborator. By nature, I like co-op. It's funny that a lot of people think of me as this nasty, evil, bad red lady because I do invasions, but my natural state is a co-op gamer. I love teamwork and working together toward a common goal. That's my favorite thing. Do you know how many hours of co-op I have in Bloodborne? Do you? A lot. But no, seriously, I love lore because not only is it like the sort of stuff that you can get into on your own, but it's even funner when shared. And I know funner isn't a word. Buys asset package? Oh my god, what does it mean? The thing is, like, listen. They think about these things. They really do. Because there's statues just like this below, but they're of an old bearded guy with a similar... Hang on, there's a fluff. Oh, how did all this blonde hair get on my sweater? Could it be from my head? Who knows? Anyway, they think about this. Now, I know people will be like, no, they don't. Bro, we found that I didn't finish this thought. The other day, someone alerted me to the fact that there is a triptych in the Ainsel River Basin that has boats visible on it that have the exact same pattern that were just revealed in the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree trailer. They look exactly the same. When people say we're looking too deep, nah, brah, it ain't that deep, etc, etc, I'm like, honey, you're just not looking deep enough. I'll show you what we're talking about. It is a huge deal, but we spent like 2 hours on it on Sunday, so I'm not going to go too deep. But seriously, there is imagery that we're now seeing realized in the trailer that was there from release. So don't sit there telling me, oh, bro, they didn't even think about this stuff. Go check out the Tarnished freaking Archaeologist, and you'll see that I have an understanding of freaking one compared to some others when it comes to this sort of stuff. I'm trying to pay attention to it now because historically that was a blind spot of mine. I didn't look at statues and be like, I'm trying to now because I'm trying to fill in the blanks that I was missing all along. Above ground, where all the with the ruins of old. In the ruins of old, the ancestors' followers are above ground but also below, and the main objects of their worship appear to be below ground. But a lot of them are above ground too, so you have to wonder. The old civilization was likely a lot bigger than we even know. See, look at Quelaag. Quelaag is like on another level, bro. For real, for real. But no, I'm not trying to be disparaging. It just, maybe it gets me just a little bit, like it's like a slight chip on my shoulder because I remember being in school and I loved English class even in high school, and everyone was like, oh bro, this is so stupid. We read this book and the teacher says that because the curtains are blue, it means he was sad. Bro, what if he just liked blue? And it's like, y'all have no media literacy. And they were high schoolers, so I don't blame them. But then I realized just how much is effort is put into works of art. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's just people don't realize that the artist does think about this. Sometimes that is true though. Yeah, if you're talking about fucking 50 Shades of Grey, you know what I'm talking about? Sometimes people do just like blue. So what do the feet mean? Miyazaki loves feet, dog. V4 Rusty and AC6 is similar to Blythe and Elden Ring? That I don't get. Can you explain? The thing is, I'm not even trying to be disparaging because genuinely understanding media, and not just media, but like art, is a skill. You have to learn it. The same way you read a book and it teaches you about science and it teaches you about math, you have to learn how to understand art. There is something to it. It's something that you gain. Emotional intelligence. You have to learn how to understand emotions and people. It is a skill. You aren't innately born with it. Some people are better at certain things than others and understand them better. But also, sometimes people are very passionate about something and they put the effort in. There's no shame in whatever you love. It's just, it gets me a little, and people are like, haha, you looking too deep. And I'm like, you're just not looking deep enough, fam. Is that a confirmed fact about Miyazaki? At this point, I think it has to be. I haven't texted the man personally and asked him about his fetishes. Can we talk about how there still is actually a Radahn back here? I'm sorry, but if this area represents Rennala's breakup fog, she would have shattered that statue. And I'm not kidding. It would have been cathartic. She's been busy looking at the egg for a billion years. Throwing books at me I did understand and hated anyway. I'm very sorry for you. Miyazaki liking feet. Every lady, every young hot lady in the game is barefoot. All the games. Anyway, pay attention to my favorite cutscene in the whole game. He chomps feet! Like, what else are you gonna do to that? Literal ankle biter? You notice how they look almost scary?
Little Calva.
And then they get entranced by Rennala and the egg. Look at her eyes.
I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh, and
They look
pure.
gold because they are reflecting the surface. It looks like a grace of gold is upon her eyes. Interesting that they use purple magic, probably related to the fact that they are using gravity magic to throw books at you. But it's still interesting to see that nebula-like glow. Okay, I know you're gonna be like, Raph, please leave Radahn alone, he's crying. Can we talk about how the only figures associated with Rennala that use gravity magic are literal half-reborn baby children who do nothing but sing? And die? And Radahn. I can't make this up. Like, literally, Radahn is out here using baby magic. And they also do bite you. You don't like Radahn, do you? I don't think the game likes Radahn, dog. They do also blow fire at you. You know what? Also, you can see the egg surrounding her, the orb surrounding her, defensively protecting her. Crack. So literally, the children are protecting her. Where's it? There you are. They sing her a lullaby. Alright, I wonder why we think that Miyazaki is into feet. Also, this is a cradle. People leave. Oh, I definitely think the stone's manipulating her for sure.
Time to be born anew.
Oh, look, watch this. Okay. So she calls them to her, tells them it's time to be born anew, and watch. You've probably never seen this. They become gravestones. And then she throws them at you. And they fucking hurt. You ready? Oh! Okay, yo, does someone have access to game files? Because I would love to take a closer look at those particular gravestones. Yeah, so these, as we know, these are all reborn beings. And thus they are imperfect and will soon die. The only reason we are able to be reborn in the way that we are is because we defeat Rennala and acquire the Rune of the Unborn.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
Okay, so the lyrics, I can't fully understand because I'm bad with like voice stuff, but sleep tight, nightlight, something mother's slumber. They're keeping her asleep. They're keeping her protected, but also asleep because sleep is safe, apparently. Ow. Help, help. I'm trapped in the wall. Okay. Chill in the boss battles looking at their feet? No, I'm kidding. Are you sure? To be fair, this is a very passive fight. She's not trying to actually hurt you, really. Oops. Born to turn out Empyreans? I don't know. Made a video on these figured lyrics of the song? I wouldn't be surprised. Hang on. What was I gonna say? Something about the egg, reborn. So, if Radahn gave Rennala the Rune of the Unborn before he left for Leyndell, that means that Miquella and Melania were born in a really weird way. And I think that's already evident based on their curse, based on everything to do with them. But I truly believe they weren't born so much as they were distilled. Basically, their parents were one combined being. And as a result, what they are is not a traditional birth child, but a distilled version of both of them. With Melania being the Radahn and Miquella being the Marika. Are the kids the type of Albinaric? They don't seem to have legs. There's definitely a link to Albinarics, but I don't think they're directly Albinaric. I think they simply have similar traits. See, Rennala here also seems to crawl. Also, look at her eyes. They're blue.
My beloved.
To be fair, it could also be the fact that she hasn't used her legs in a long time.
Fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born forever.
Darkness emerges from it. Shadow emerges from it, tinged in blue. And this is Ronnie's enchantment. Very similar to something along the lines of a like Dark Souls 3.
Upon my name is Ranni the Witch.
Dancer.
Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee.
She's slumbering.
Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide.
This cutscene's not doing so good on PC, sorry.
Of the last queen of Caria, Rennala of the full moon.
Her eyes are closed.
And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Blue eyes. This is the version of Rennala that Ronnie remembers and tells everyone else to remember too. Also, yeah, someone mentioned that she summons Blythe. I'm pretty sure that was cut. Like, cut content. So here's the dragon. She has an alliance with them. Or at least one of them. Ronnie remembers her, and this is why Rennala is so alive to grant rebirth after the fight? Yeah, pretty much. Also, once again, you notice how she looks like she's swimming? Here come the wolves. 4 of them. Before or after she knifed Godwin? Depends on how long... Oh, Bloodhound Knight! Depends on how long... I'm trying to get her to summon everything, so I'm not attacking her. Kind of want to see a little bit more of what she does, of course. Give her a chance to show off.
Come, O sworn giant.
And there's the giant, which looks like a troll. One of those things that we're like, huh? Is this called Troll Giant, by the way? I know. I honestly just think they didn't want to show off their unique model. I don't know. More wolves. EG maybe? That one's a lot more bestial than EG is, but still. Like, trolls are related to giants, but there is a difference being made in the game. Yeah. Trolls are lesser giants, but there is a distinction between them. Yeah. Oops. Whoa. Nah, there is a distinction between trolls and giants. I just honestly think, imagine if you fight Last Giant and you go, oh, that's the same thing that I fought with Rennala's boss fight. You know? Oops. Ow, 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 ow.
Come, O sworn dragon. Little Rani. My dear daughter. Weave thy night into being.
Great Rune of the Unborn. I really wonder who's speaking there. Is it Rennala temporarily awoken in some sort of dream realm? Like, I truly think that is a defense created by Ranni. But there, she says, Ranni, my dear daughter, weave thy night into being.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones, to be better born anew?
So Rennala, Ranni says, the majesty of the night she conjureth in terms of Rennala. And then the last line from Rennala in her true form is weave thy night into being. So it's interesting. I don't know if there's a distinction being made about conjuring versus weaving, but either way, they're creating a night. That is the goal. Ranni's dark Empyrean path is right there. Come Radahn gave the rune to Rennala before the shattering? I think so she would end up like this. Because with the alliance of peace between the Golden Order and the moon, the houses of the Erdtree and the moon shattered because Radahn left her, she could potentially be a threat again, so he needed to neutralize her. So he did this to her. This egg completely entrances her. And it seems to have worked for a very good long while. So there's that. Yeah, either way, I wonder if Rennala knows what Ranni's up to. I really feel like she does. But she's simply sleeping. She's slumbering. She's peaceful. She is infantile, sitting in her cradle perpetually, staring at an egg. Simultaneously a mother and a child at the same time. And then there's Radahn in the background, looking over everything. Even in this place, he's still here. Because what he did is the cause of everything you see here. Yeah, T-posing on his ex into perpetuity. Also, it is an amber egg. Amber from the Erd tree, likely, that encases the rune of the unborn. She's making Ranni a new body. I've seen some people theorizing about that, but like, I really don't know. That could be a part of her fixation, is the fact that because, okay, Radahn seems to not give a shit about his mother. In fact, prioritizing his father and Godfrey, another man he didn't even know. He freezes the stars, which absolutely messes with his family and their fate. Rykard is a blasphemer. We don't know exactly when this happened, but it really does feel like the sons do not care at all for their mother. There's absolutely no idea about their relationship. Ranni is the only one who puts the effort into protecting her mother. She cares about her mother, respects her, is a lot like her in terms of her education, the lunar magic, their affinity. They are very similar to each other. Carians deserve what they did to my man Tops. That's the academy. It's different. Rennala did run the academy, but that wasn't always the case. And there's a distinction between Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family. Caria, the royal family did not deserve this. As far as we can tell, all they largely did was contest the Golden Order and become very powerful rivals to them. So anyway, Ranni is the only one who seems to care at all about her mother. And I wonder if her in this stance, perpetually fixated on rebirthing her sweetings, could be because she feels like she lost them. Whether it's true or not, maybe it's literal or not. Honestly, I think she was like this, entranced by the egg, for longer than we think. I don't know. I really don't know. What be the hat creature? What hat creature? Decent amicable relationship? Yeah, Rykard. Rykard is Ranni's backup.
From whence ye hide.
But that's really it. The siblings have a relationship, but not her. Not with Rennala. We know generally how Rykard and Radahn felt about their father. They at least respected his strength, used his red hair as part of their iconography. Rykard may have been doing it ironically, though. We don't know. We don't know what Ranni felt, but generally there's no mention of their mother. You say, sorry, this has eyes? You think this is a creature? I guess I could see. But to be fair, it's got lots of indent, like little red stones put in it. I can definitely see a bird. We have cuckoos everywhere. I don't know. How was Ranni when Radahn left? We don't know. Two sons went to the capital with dad. No, as far as we can tell, they all stayed here with Rennala. Radahn did not give a shit about his children, clearly. Any of them, because they all had his red hair. The only child that we know Radahn gave a crap about was Miquella. We have no evidence of him having a relationship with any of the others. So I don't think that Radahn would have brought the kids. Any of them. Strangely in the shape of the Elden Beast. I don't know if that's intentional. I don't think it's supposed to be a moon. It's curved like the moon. Like a crescent moon, like a half crescent moon. Kind of weird. Could be other things too. But she is the Lunar Queen, and this is her crown. Radahn was likely trying to manipulate Miquella. Yeah, but also, he was the golden child, quite literally, and all of his other children fell by the wayside. Radahn did not care about them a lick. Okay, so we did get a remembrance, and of course a rune. Big deal. Amber egg clutched by Rennala, queen of the full moon. Great rune of unborn demigods. Perfects those who have been born anew. Children born anew by Rennala are all frail and short-lived, imperfect beings, each and all. So Rennala has not lost the ability, but we took the rune from the amber egg. Rykard in charge of Mount Gummy or Radahn in charge of Caelid. Do we know that that's why they are stationed there? I don't remember anything about who chose them to go where. Oh, the Graven Rennala spawn. Can you show on the Discord? Because I'm not gonna click on them now. I don't know if you're on the Discord, but I'd rather see them there. Are these cuckoos that you posted, Volpine, on the Discord? I just saw them. I don't know what those are, but they're cool. Tywin type relationship with his kids in Game of Thrones? Honestly, I think it's really just like he only cares about Mikola because he's the only one he's grooming to be the follower. Bunch of dead birds all around Raya Lucaria. There's also a lot of live birds. Could be to do with the Cuckoo Knights. That's as best that we got. Or I got, at least. Remembrance of Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, hewn into the Erd Tree. In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. She was a champion, prominent. Riker because he's a praetor, a judicial official. I agree, because that title is very freaking Roman. But is it possible that it wasn't Radahn who gave it to him? Probably stopped caring. Yeah, I mean, literally the only relationship we know of is between Mikola and Radahn. She was hewn into the Erd Tree if she's still alive. Yeah, Rennala is a bit of an anomaly. But it could be the unborn egg. Okay, so you have to remember that the phase 2 is conjured out of the unborn egg. So perhaps the memory of her, who she was, is straight up gone now. She's basically dead. Look at her. She's sitting there holding this egg, talking about sweetened and lights and books. Like she sounds like she's running a daycare. And no shame if you're running a daycare. But come on. You know what I mean? She looks pretty different. During the boss fight, she never directly attacks you. She summons gravestones and kind of hurls them in your direction. But other than that, everything she does is just a cycle of reborn. So I wonder if that's not what this is. Godwin could have given Riker that title. We also don't know about them having a relationship. Just send them an Elden Ring? Thank you. I'll probably have to take a look closer to after stream, but I'm still really intrigued. I can't see what's on them. I mean, they're really glowy, but it looks like a praying woman. And then something on top. I will say that the part, you can see it on the Discord. Thank you for posting those. Right here, we got, okay. Oh, I'm here now. Hang on, let's just go to Raya Lucaria real quick. Yeah, so it's possible that the remembrance. Oh my god, stop talking every time I walk in here. It's killing me.
It's obvious. Rykard gave Rykard that title. Raph respectfully.
It's possible, I guess. So as a praetor, he fought for the Golden Order and then became a blasphemer. Okay. No, different. Actually, it looks like this. So what we see, if you take a look at the Discord, what we see there looks a lot like this. It looks like a figure holding something up to their chest. You can even see the gaps where for the arms, but the head is hidden. Like the head, there's no head. So no head, breaks skateboard. Interesting though. See how much we link together once we start looking at this sort of stuff? Man, it's crazy. Let's look at this room. I always thought this was so intricate and gorgeous. Pretty, but I don't know. There's, looks like, is that a Burger King guy holding one of the scrolls? Is this like a little gremlin? Do you see that in the corner? Screenshot look more like their hands are folded like in prayer. thing is, for me, it's so bright. I absolutely cannot see where the hand... I can't see any hands. It's possible they're folded in prayer, but if you look at the hands in that statue, this... It looks just pure white. This looks very similar to this, looks very similar to this. We could really be doing any of these with the hands if they're that bright. So, I don't know. It's kind of whatever you interpret, I think. More gargoyles. It's just pretty. It's lush in here. This also, okay. I don't, this might be reading a bit much into it, but I would like to express this anyway. This sort of became Rennala's, not really last stand because she didn't fight, but basically she became the master of the academy. But the academy, during the shattering, apparently they locked her in here. It might have been before they locked her in here, but they basically just put her in here and shut the door and were like, whatever, girl, bye. So she kind of didn't fight them, probably because she's placid and passive as she is now. But pretty much everyone in her entire life fucked her over. Her husband, her job, her school, everybody. But I think it's interesting because they also locked her in a library of a school. The library is like the place where all knowledge is kept. And the people in the school were like, nah, we'll give it to her. And they locked her in there, of all places. It's like they literally said, hey, you know all the knowledge in the school? Let's just put her in there and close the door. What were they doing? Interestingly, also, we know that Rhea Lucaria was cut off from the outside during the shattering. They were like, they sealed the doors and were like, screw all this. They locked themselves in, but none of them could access the library. So what exactly were they doing all that time? No wonder they went so crazy in here. So I'm not saying that, like, you know, but I do wonder if part of the decay of the academy is because they sealed its master and all the books in the same place. I have to sneeze. Ah. Let's take a look. You darken the image. Oh, yep. That's definitely a different pose. Okay, I'm gonna be real though. You know what I see in that image though? I see someone not necessarily clasping their hands. I see someone doing like this. No, that's pretty like this, but I see someone maybe hold it like this. This is what I see with their hands. Why is Rennala only able to rebirth us? Whenever awaken the rune we do for Godric, so it's already awakened when we get it. Yeah, this rune is very odd, but I think part of the reason it doesn't need to be awakened potentially gives us another hint that it was removed from the Elden Ring before the shattering, because we also don't need to awaken the rune of death either. It just is. But I don't know. It's definitely an anomalous great rune, and I think that's intentional. We're supposed to think about it a lot more. One hand flat palmed on the chest. Ooh. The Cuckoo Knight were a bodyguard for Rennala, but it would make more sense if he was a warden instead. Oh, so that isn't a Cuckoo Knight outside there? That is actually a Carian Knight. He might be protecting Rennala. I definitely think it's possible he's protecting Rennala. Moongrum. You're talking Moongrum. The Cuckoo Knights, though, Rhea Lucaria locked Rennala in here, and then marched on Caria Manor. They were defeated, and they were turned into the manor's defense system by Celivis. They were turned into puppets. Yeah, there is basically a bit of a coup situation going on. A coup. You can't stop me. What if Radahn and Maraga's merger occurred via that great rune? So, personally, I think that they... Well... Okay. To become vessel for the Elden Ring. You know what? Okay. to wonder. Marika became vessel for the Elden Ring, and then it seems shortly after this, because she became an she was an Empyrean who had a shadow beast. She had her shadow beast attack and defeat the Glowmite Queen. So apparently, at this point, she was... Maybe she wasn't a goddess yet? But it looks like the Glowmite Queen specifically had the Rune of Death. So potentially there were other Empyreans equal to Marika in strength who held different runes. It's possible the Elden Ring isn't even full when we encounter it. Doesn't seem like it is her rune since she's not a demigod. Demigods might be powering their runes, but hers has never lost power from the tree. Yeah. Fingers just move on to Rennala instead. Rennala is not an Empyrean. We don't know what that means. But also, you know, I have to wonder. Okay, she does not have gold eyes. She does not have grace. Perhaps that's a part of it. Because Ranni is an Empyrean. Even though she's of the Carian line, she was born of Radahn, one of the Golden Order. Grace blessed. So it looks like Ranni was capable of being an Empyrean. I wonder if Rennala, if she was possessed by grace, if she had grace in the eyes, the gold hue, if she could have become an Empyrean. It's possible. I think she actually would have, but the problem is she was not immune to its influence, but at least able to avoid it because of her different affiliation. Can the Glowmite Queen be Rennala? So Gloam equals twilight equals dark. Her eyes are not dark. Listen, if they're gonna give me a Glowmite Queen and her eyes are like crystal light blue, I'm gonna be like, come on, From. You want to tell me what she has? She has full moon eyes. Her eyes are literally the color of the moon with a little bit more blue in them. Elden Ring on the back of the Godric. Oh, hang on. Someone told me I should check out Godric's boss room, and I forgot. Let's go take that out. Check that out. There's a statue here.
My son's girlfriend has been dropping these subtle hints about her financial problems. I'm starting to worry. She keeps asking him to leave her alone.
Stupid. What statue? I don't know if you're still here, but what statue? Is it relevant that Raya Lucaria is situated just above a lake of rot? I don't know if it's like intentional, but I really think that they just maybe didn't get the proper like zoning when they built the place, you know? On the pillars resembles Messmer. I've seen a couple people talking about how these statues resemble Messmer, and I'm not necessarily certain. They do have a spear, and the spear is used to protect the tree. The tree spear, a lot of the weapons associated with protect the guardians, they use spears. So like, spear equals tree protect. Yeah. Very similar spear to what they have. Theirs is just wrapped in vine. But then I see like a tree boy with an otherwise nondescript expression. I don't know if I want to jump to Messmer personally. Blame bad for the Erd tree? Yes, thoughts? I don't think that Messmer... Okay, we don't know why Messmer was put away. I think blasphemy is possible. However, what I will say is a lot of his depiction in the trailer, it's just a couple shots, but they seem to depict also maternal love. I don't believe that his mother intentionally abandoned him. I don't believe he's the unwanted child depicted in certain things. If anything, I think, and also I talked about this before, but the veil cloaking the land of shadow, if it was created by Marika, which there's lots of evidence for this, veils are also to protect what they conceal. She tied the veil potentially to her own bedchamber. You know, to me, when I see that image, I don't just see something needs to be hidden away because it's shameful. I see something that also needs to be protected. I really don't know, because yes, he's associated with flame and dragon communion and bloodstar potentially, but we don't know for sure yet, but there's hints. And snakes equal blasphemers now, and they're traitors to the Erd Tree. They're associated with cardinal sin. Yeah, these are all really dark things, but a lot of other depictions involve maternal love. So I really have to wonder truly how Marika felt about Messmer. Marika's veil is a stronger tied with mischief. That's the mimic veil. But I believe that she made that as well as the concealing veil for the Numen, which were her fellows. Or at the very least, she knew how it was made. And the concealing veil, yes, it is used by assassins. But what does it do for the assassins? Why do they wear it? Because they want to be hidden? Yes. Why do they want to be hidden? Because it keeps them safe. Assassins who are hidden are safe. The concealing veil protects what it hides. Things that are unseen stay safe. The mimic veil, when it's used for fun, yeah, okay, it's just a little bit of mischief, ha ha ha, prop hunt. But when you use it in a dangerous situation, do you know how many times I've in PvP literally had 3 people after me? I literally pull Looney Tunes, run around a corner like this, and then I pop the freaking mimic veil, which I do have. Where is it? Don't hide from me. Past it. Dang it. Wait, did I not pick it up? Oh my god, it's right here. I run around a corner, do this, and I'm safe. I don't know. I don't know what's up yet. There's so many questions. But I will say that there is a link between keeping something hidden and keeping it safe. And I don't want people to forget that in the conversation. Makes you invisible, but the veil transforms you? Oh yeah. But they both involve concealing what is there. I'm gonna get a little bit more faith. I'm still not using my spells, but I want to eventually. And the more faith I have, the sooner I'll be able to use incants.
Bluetooth mode.
Honestly, I really hope that stuff in the DLC relates to Marika's past. That's what it looks like, because we're following Marika's footsteps. That's the thing too. In the conversation around Miquella, I don't want people to forget about Marika, because yes, we're following Miquella's footsteps. Yes, we're seeing what he's up to in the Land of Shadow. Yeah. But what is Miquella doing? He is following his mother's footsteps. Therefore, by following Miquella, we are following Marika. It's the same thing in this case. So I have to wonder. Okay, so man, Ray Lucaria's done. There might be a couple things I missed. Oh, we gotta traverse the rooftops more. I totally forgot. Yep, we gotta do that. It's important. And golden eyes. So Messmer's eyes are actually draconic gold. They're dragon eyes. They're more yellow because he engages in dragon communion and consumes dragon hearts, as far as we can tell. So there's a slight distinction in the hue of gold that he has in his eyes. A lot of the hiding powers in the game originate in the Eternal Cities. Absolutely. Unseen form. Doesn't Shadowbait do the same thing? Either way, we don't know for sure that Marika created these hiding things, but if she's a Numen, she probably at least knew how.
I'd love to get your take on the Elden Ring on Godhood Knight. Hold your hands.
You know what? I don't know if I have a Godric Knight cape. Let me take a look. And then we're gonna go on the rooftops. Don't let me forget, chat. She's at the culture of the Eternal City, seemingly. Yeah. So I'm not saying she for sure made them, but I think she definitely made the Mimic Veil. And I think she at least knew how the Concealing Veil worked. Okay, Godric Knight cape. Where do you get that? Did you get a Radahn icon? Ah, thank you for the reminder. I totally forgot. Okay, I don't think I have Godric's. Sorry, I don't have Godric's right now. Is there one I can pick up, or is it a farm item? Because I'd love to look at it. Azazel, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Nicholas following Marika's path and actions, further his own plans with the Haley tree, maybe also to understand his mother better. I personally think it's a bit of both for sure. Also, if I'm correct in my statement about Mikola and Melania being almost like distilled versions of their parents, but born of a god and therefore cursed, but also Empyreans. It's like they get immense strength but at a cost sort of thing going on. Then I wonder if he isn't also trying to understand the being he came from in a more literal sense. It's like motherhood, but taken to another extent. You know, mother-child with something with an extra level. Spear the Gate from Ruins. Honestly, you know what? I think that might have to be something that we look at on Discord. I don't want to intentionally farm an item. If we get it by chance, that's great, but this playthrough's gonna take long enough, you know? Veil the mystery of being such an insanely important figure. Gotta give it to FromSoft. FromSoft is the GOAT. Okay. Radahn icon. Oops. Fantastic item with a lot of lore to it. Huh. Wow. Okay. Let's go take a look at something before I read this. Millicent gives us a great example of a child trying to know more about their parent. Exactly. And it's one of the most striking storylines. And just like Mikola is an unusual child of Marika, same thing with Millicent. Okay, this is like freaking huge. This statue. We talked about it previously. But do you see how it almost seems to have like these floral looking growths on the top of it? Azazel, thank you so much for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome back. Glad you're enjoying yourself. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Okay, so take a look at this. Look at the Radahn icon. A legendary talisman depicting the Elden Lord Radahn. As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radahn studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. So, see a lot of depictions of him. He never wears a shirt. We see his crown, we see his red hair. We can almost see him doing his T-pose, but the angle's a bit off. And then we see these flowers growing from trees here. Behind him. They look exactly the same as these, don't they? These, which we now are reading as potential growths that eventually became the Erd tree, but this one is the one that was chosen. The others were likely cut away. It could also be different facets of the Golden Order or something like that, with only one being the one held and nurtured. But it's pretty interesting. Statue depicts him inside the same tree branch structure too. Which tree branch structure? Do you mean like this one? Like this exact sort of... Yeah, very similar. I think we definitely have to read into that for sure. Yeah, yeah. It's not one-to-one, but it's way too close to be a coincidence. Erdtree wasn't always present in lands between. Radahn grew it. No, I don't think that's Radahn. I think the Erdtree grew on its own, but it represents... I honestly... Okay, I'm gonna put my English degree hat on. They are behind him in a similar way, echoing Godfrey's Siraj. Like if you see, I don't have a Godfrey's icon, but they're very similar in their appearance, depicting both Elden Lords from a side profile. I think Godfrey's is mirrored facing the other way, but I don't remember. But Siraj is facing forward. Here, the flowers are kind of facing away from him, and he is facing away from them. They are at his back, but he is not looking at them. you know, they represent him, but they're not a part of what he looks for. Look at him, he's leaning forward. He has this movement going forward, and behind him, pointing in the opposite direction, are the flowers. We compare it to library statue. Let's. Like he's emerging from it? Like he's emerging from them. Yeah. Does it wear clothes in his white table hoard? Yeah, he does. Rennala!
Come out from whence ye hide.
Ah, this tree structure. Yeah, I forgot there's a tree. I'm so focused on the lattice, on his Elden room behind him. But look at this. He's framed. He's wrapped in all these branches, but none of them have a flower. He is in the center of the tree. Oh my god. You know that weird monk-looking dude in the center of that previous statue we looked at? Surrounded by flowers, but holding one? Well, now none of these have flowers. They wrap around him, and he has replaced them. Because the Golden Order, fundamentalism, has not subverted, but like, it is the dominant part of the trunk. He's literally become a part of the tree trunk. You don't even see his feet. Do you? No feet. He is the trunk. As the tree grows, it becomes him. He is the tree. Mark representing law of causation, Radahn the regression. Yeah, it's so complicated once you get into both them being together and like when that happened. Oh, and his braid. There is his hair right there. That is his hair. It looks coiled, doesn't it? Yeah, and there's also this very interesting belt. And then he become the sword. Exactly. Someone give this man a shirt. In all seriousness, though, he really do be a bit of a fuckboy, man. He never wears a freaking shirt ever, except for... Yeah, the lattice we talked about, so I don't want to address that too much, but it's interesting. Here's the only known depiction of Radahn with a freaking shirt on. Right of the crucible in his hair. Does he grow from the great tree roots that are associated with the crucible? Whew. I don't know, man. We're getting deep at this point. Hang on, there's that. Wait, what was I showing? Oh, the picture of him with a shirt. You want to wear a shirt if you look like that too? How do you think he won over Rennala? Only known depiction of Radahn with a shirt on, dog. But you can see red hair and the crown, the exact same crown that we see here. The depictions of characters tend to be pretty static, but notably, he has no braids here. Not a single braid. And according to the Miquella fan club, I'm afraid that means this is actually not Radahn. Or this isn't Radahn. One or the other. You're not allowed to change your hairstyle. Also, generally his hair here seems longer. So, do we know that's Radahn? Red hair, same crown. He's literally doing the T-pose, but it's from a side profile. Smarmy fuckboy expression. That's Radahn. Guaranteed. Why is this part in the round table hold? It depicts both Elden Lord, Marika, and the Erdtree. Gods on this side. They're bitches on this side. I'm kidding. It's being a little rude. Either way, Erdtree here, Marika, the objects of the faith, because Marika is a goddess, object of worship. And then we have their Elden Lords, or her Elden Lords. It's gotta be Radahn. I'm being a little facetious, but people really, really get fussy about hair. That's Miquella? I'm so sorry. This is actually Miquella. I'm so sorry. That's a big mistake on my part. Also, Zlavsky on Twitter posted this really clear, huge, high-res image of Godfrey and Siraj today. And for sure, Siraj's eyes are closed, both of them. I actually never noticed that. Most depictions of Siraj are him being spectral or one of his eyes being scarred, so I never closely looked at them, but it looked like that's yet another bound beast that lacks eyes. Malekith also appears to not have eyes. Either way, they're covered. So it's pretty interesting how many beasts in this game lack eyes. Radahn, different person, emerged with Marika. It's a little bit of both of those things, but neither of them. We have okay. Marika and Radahn are Rebus. They are a combined being that is both male and female, a perfect being, according to alchemical theory. I posit that Marika created Radahn as out of necessity in order to become a vessel for the Elden Ring. But they were at that point split, and they went off on their separate journeys because I think there's a part of separation that is required, based on something about Rebus's needing to be purified. Listen, I want to read about this stuff, but I literally do not have time to get caught up on all my alchemical reading theory, and I'm so bummed because I want to know more about the Rebus. It's such a mysterious thing, but anyway, I gotta do what I can right now. They split. Radahn married Rennala, Marika with Godfrey, children, and then at some point when the Erdtree was truly in power, they recombined. And I think at that point, Marika did not want to, but it was too late. She had to recombine with her other half, but they had become not quite complete. That was clearly a goal of Radahn, I think, because he was born in a way incomplete. But then they combined into this full, perfect being. Need an extra player in the 2 wars against the Giants and the Carians? It's possible. As a Newman, creating life is not unheard of either. It's true. She definitely had to do something that no one else did, though, and she likely understood the essence of life, which is why she was an Empyrean but actually succeeded. Sent Radahn away from him to be complete, hence you are yet to become me. I don't know if it was about becoming complete, but I think there was a period of separation that was required. Why do they want to become complete, though? I don't think Marika wanted to, but I think Radahn wanted to. But because Radahn had the power of the Greater Will on his side, because the Greater Will was trying to crush Marika's will at this point, keep her under control, Radahn was a good tool for that purpose. Also, yet another depiction of this figure, but they don't have the splits. The split flowers, only one flower, and it is gold now. I actually forgot about these statues, so I'm glad we went here. But this is probably supposed to represent the birth of the Golden Order. We even have a golden flower. Elden Beast, the Elden Ring. So the Elden Beast is the embodiment of the Greater Will. It's sent as a vassal, not a vassal, I think a vanguard is the term used. I always forget the exact term used. I have to read all the lore again. We're getting there though, bit by bit. Actually, let's while we're doing this, let's go over those rooftops. Could be in their time apart, Radahn grew more radicalized. I agree. So the Elden Beast is basically the Greater Will's messenger, but seems to embody the Greater Will's will to its complete, full T. Oh no, it censored it. Go FK yourself. Yeah, just like Deadly Premonition in the coffee. There we go. So the Greater Will basically Elden Beast basically represents the Greater Will, but in the lands between. I also think what's interesting is that by the end, Ray Lucarian robe. Even the Greater Will / Elden Beast couldn't control Radahn because Radahn sealed them in the tree to the point that even the Elden Beast couldn't get out. Thanks, Wolfine, for the 100 bits. Start people in the Greater Will, force them together. I agreed for a long time. I'm with you. But the one thing that has been sticking in my head since the trailer revealed is Messmer appears to be a far older child than the others. He's an ancient being, quite possibly the first child of Marika. I'm not sure, but based on what happened at the War of the Giants, I have to wonder how old he is exactly. So I think Messmer's been around for a long time, and we know he's a child of Marika, but the red hair suggests a child of Radahn as well. So how is it possible for them to have been together and had a child at that point? It's also possible that they're doing like a fun little, oh yeah, Radahn and she had an affair and had an out of wedlock baby or something before she met Godfrey. Sure, but we're talking about like rebuses and alchemy and weird stuff like that. So I feel like we have to think a little bit more outside the box in that campy Game of Thrones nonsense. LMD's fight inside of the tree? Yup, it sure is. Merged because she needed Radahn even if she didn't know herself? It's possible. It's possible Radahn was an accident. Or maybe a consequence. Because by becoming a vessel for the Elden Ring. I don't know, I feel like Marika is this very interesting craftsman figure. We don't get to see too much of her creating things, but the hints are there. There's tidbits of her making things and creating things. And I wonder if one of the first things she didn't create isn't out of her own body. I don't know. It'd be really interesting. So we got a cool helmet. I actually, there we go. Cylindrical helm of plate metal reinforced with a lattice, worn by marionette soldiers crafted to serve the sorcerers. The construction of this helm is remarkably crude. For a doll, the only thing that matters is that it does not break. Interesting, huh? Hee. It's so silly. And then we also got the Rhea Lucarian robe. Robe worn by Rhea Lucaria's scholars of sorcery. Those who dedicate themselves to the study of glintstones formed from starry amber receive this modest yet elegant deep navy garb after making their vows of virtue and austerity. But with extended life, one is apt to forget old vows. In other words, they are not virtuous or austere. I love that subtle. I love when item descriptions have subtle shade. Was it Radahn or Marika that shattered the Elden Ring? Marika shattered it, Radahn tried to fix it. Starry Amber? Yes, glintstone is described by Sellen as the amber of the cosmos. There is something there. Yeah, I know. You're reeling. You're like, what? Yep. Same as these. Not have been chosen by the Greater Will if she didn't have the essence needed for Godhood. You gotta wonder what that is, though. Yeah. Also, I wonder if we'll get a little bit more answers about Miquella and Trina. And if we do, if that will answer some of these questions. Also, I can't remember. I know there's like a full moon something over here. Crossbow, but I can never remember how to freaking get there. It's been a long time since I've thoroughly explored Rhea Lucaria, I mean. Can anyone tell me how to get there? What jump am I missing? Amber is also just a color? No, it's 100% referring to the amber of tree sap. Actually, I forgot to talk about it, but the other day I was actually wearing some of my own amber jewelry. I'll have to show you guys sometime close up because it's really neat. Amber, depending on where it's acquired, I guess, can be different colors. The amber that they show here tends to be the typical golden amber. But when I think of amber, I actually initially think orange. That's not it. Oh, hi. Has to be like Radahn and Marika's situation, doesn't it? But the thing is, we hardly know very much about Radahn and Marika. There's definitely a link between Miquella and Trina. We have to wonder what that is. Because here's the thing. This is just like something we have to very much question. But people go on about how the flowers are the same but different colors, and therefore they're linked. And they like the same flower, therefore same person. But like Radahn and Marika were complete opposites from absolutely everything. So isn't similarity a sign that they're maybe different? I don't know. Than Radahn and Marika, I mean. You know what I mean? Also, I love these guys. They just go absolutely freaking haywire. Screenshot of the Godric Knight set in the lore discussion. Oh, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I want to take a look at these things. I just, you know, I don't want to turn the whole stream into looking at various images on the internet. The trailer's enough, isn't it? Okay, where do I get to this friggin' thingy? They are exactly like that. Look at the broken worm. What did you do to him? Is he down here? No, that's where I was. Meh. What does one actually need? I know, we don't know. I feel like I've already gone awry when it comes to the path that leads to the full moon crossbow. This is not right. This is incorrect. Through the obstacle course again. Okay, there's a jump. You gotta make a jump, and it looks like you can't make it, but you can, and that's all I remember. It has to have been 1.5 years since I've gone for this item. The guy in the statue's face like he was burnt. Yeah, 100%. Definitely looks burnt. Nameless champion that made the stone hammer? Wait, where is that? Maybe the tree is what made him and Marika one. The thing about Radahn, I personally was like, okay, maybe the reason that Radahn was chosen was because the Erd tree, the two fingers, the greater will, the Elden beast, they seem able to detect certain things about people, their potential. Ronnie, something about her made her chosen as an Empyrean when she was a child. So how exactly did they know? Right? Something, they can tell something. Thanks. They can just tell. We don't know exactly what they're looking for yet. We just have some really basic information. Drop down twice, but not 3 times. Okay, that helps. That helps. It's after the Sork and there's 3 small dolls on a bridge. Thank you. Thank you. So I figured, okay, maybe Radahn was chosen because they did like a freaking scan of the lands between. Because, okay, this was my initial theory, so I thought about this a lot before the trailer threw everything like I had to question everything, right? So this is sort of something I've thought about. But the grace that sits in the eyes of absolutely every single person, your eyes are in your skull. They are attached to your brain. Like everything is connected so closely together. I really wonder if something about those, like grace is almost like possession. It can tell things about you. It can read your mind. It can detect you. It can feed from you. It's way more parasitic than we might think, perhaps, right? Even though those in Lands Between worship it as a good thing. Yeah, okay, they also worship turning yourself into a freaking slug in Bloodborne, and they're not very intelligent, are they? So, I wonder if because it sits in the eyes of absolutely everyone that exists in the Lands Between, maybe it's like aware. Maybe it can tell the perfect individual it needs. And that's why Radahn was chosen, because he's a fanatic, and they thought it could control them. Form of mind control? Potentially. I don't know that I want to go fully to that point. E.g. shields himself with the helmet. The helmet is also because he's a traitor. Okay, hang on. It's got to be near here. So, is it along the bridge? Did I miss it already? Tried slug life might actually be pretty boggers. Well, to be fair, we become a squid, and I'm all about the squid life. Drop down twice from here. Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Excellent. Très bon. Hello. Once. Not just because he loves the 70s. Sag. Oh, I see it. I think I see it. Twice? It's there. Thank you. No! Oh, I did it. Oh my god, I was so scared. Whee! This is it. We've done it. Thought you meant this. Yeah, to be fair, I was more thinking of like the beings that fail. Oh, imagine dying to gravity when you have wings. Imagine. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. You know what's gonna be the best thing? Listen, I'm about to predict something. You ready? In the trailer for the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, we witnessed us finally getting to use the Crucible spell, the one that gives us wings, correct? You know what I'm waiting for? all the shorts that are going to be on YouTube of folks using that for the first time, really close to a ledge, not realizing that it involves a jump back and then falling off the map and dying. And there's going to be a whole lot of clips of being like, haha, died to gravity even with wings, laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Bruh, WTF, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Triple skull emoji, triple skull emoji. I'm predicting it right now. I feel like I already went the wrong way. Wasn't I supposed to not descend? Oh, golly. I may have made a terrible mistake. It's okay, we go again. Lazuli, baby. I know where to go now. Spreadsheet online with the every quest, every boss guide. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know. I don't really follow like other guides. I just use my brain, and if my brain goofs up, then my brain goofs up. Do you know what I mean? Okay, yeah, I wasn't supposed to do that. But we did need to get Lazuli. This guide, more of a checklist. Chad, does anyone know? Raph angry at memes that don't even exist? Are we talking about the Crucible Knight fall off map one? Because I'm excited for this. Personally. Did I open this door? I did. Okay, good. Crystal Wings are the Breath of the Wild glider. Oh my god, that'd be so fun. Is there a DLC character? No, not at all. This is going to be a complete run. And I actually want to have I'll probably do like a fairly fresh character that hasn't done too much content in the game for DLC. You would even predict the emoji of the future? To be honest, I love emojis. Like, I don't know, they just make certain things funnier, dude. Don't you need them in a certain order? Yeah, you sure do. I'm kind of just trusting my own mind. I'm not very much of a planner. Will I forget things? Yeah, whatever. Meh, you know? I've played this game enough that I remember most things. Like, I know, okay, don't progress here because it'll trigger this, so be careful of this, and then do this after, and you know. A sorcery that looks like a coil. 2 coiling snakes. Chat, where do I get that spell? Emojis are cringe? You wanna know what's cringe? This is gonna sound sarcastic. Do you wanna know what I think is like the most cringe? Generally? Is finding things cringe. I'm gonna be honest with you. I used to be like, oh, emoji's bad. And then I realized how freaking funny it is to use them. You ever seen those, when people do like an eyeball emoji and then a lips emoji and an eyeball emoji and it looks so cursed and it's the funniest shit you've ever seen in your entire life? I love that so much. It makes me laugh. Every time people are like, and then this guy's just standing there like, and then like eye emoji, lip emoji, eye emoji. It's so funny. Okay, Boomer. I'm okay. Listen, I don't mean to be rude, but I have to inform you of something. Emojis like are kind of a new thing. Ah, darn it! I done goofed it. But if we're gonna talk about being a boomer, wouldn't it be the person who doesn't like emojis and says that they're cringe because it's like for young people or something? Do you know what I mean? Like, isn't that more like...
Oh my god, what? People using the pictures, they can't even communicate with the words anymore. They're using the emojis.
That's more boomer to me. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of what I feel there. Do you know what I mean? Like, I have some boomer traits. I don't understand technology. I like to write things down on paper like some kind of idiot who doesn't have a smartphone. That I'll give you is boomer. But my love of emojis and being like is very much not a boomer trait. I gotta be real with you. Boomers love putting like 8 laughing emojis on everything. Boomers love a lot of things. Doesn't mean they know how to use them right. Do you think boomers are doing the eye emoji, lip emoji, eye emoji thing? You ignoramus? Sorry, I called you an ignoramus. I just really wanted to say the word. Can you freaking quit it? I was gonna keep you alive and everything. Do you think in the DLC we can get something that lets us have 4 arms so that we could use 2 bows at the same time? I'm not the only one who jumped into the abyss. It's a hard jump, I'm telling you. I'm cringe but free. Yeah, the thing is, like, listen, cringe is also... Okay, I feel like a lot of the whole LOL... Sorry. I feel like a lot of the cringe discussion turns into like, oh, bro, you genuinely enjoy something and it brings you joy. Cringe. Not always. Not always, but there's a little bit of that, like... Ooh, passion. That's cringe. That's vulnerability. Expressing joy in something is a vulnerability that makes me uncomfortable. What's this way? This might be what I'm looking for, actually. Sometimes. I also find people role-playing to unwilling people, you know, that whole like blushes at you in stars thing. I find that a little cringe. That to me, that makes me cringe a bit because it makes me cringe. But generally, I'm like, you do you, boo. You know? I come to spread word of Godfrey's voluptuous tree trunk thighs. I have to tell you something, and you're not gonna like this, but I have to be honest with you. I have to be. Like, I'm trying to express lore at this time, so I can't lie to you. Brace yourselves, okay? Godfrey has no ass. It's true. He's got crazy thighs. The man is a human muscle. But he's got Hank Hill behind there. Nothing but Hank Hill. He skipped ass day. It's true. It's true. He wears a lot of things around his waist so you can't tell, but he's got no ass. He's got no ass. It might actually be why Marika left him. I'm not kidding. I'm not. This is very serious lore. Thanks to the folks who look at the models of characters and remove their clothing. Sounds a little hornier than I meant, but you know what I mean. He's got no ass. Now, Radahn and Marika. Whoo! Goodness me. That's an ass worth going to war for, you know what I'm saying? The full moon crossbow. All quads, no glutes. It's true. It's just a bit of a neglected thing in his efforts. No wonder he gave up being Elden Ring. He looked in the mirror. You know the scene in The Incredibles where Elastigirl looks at her butt and she's like disappointed because in her era her ass was fat and that was a bad thing, but now we're like, whoo! You know, and it's like supposed to be like a ha her ass got big moment. That's how I imagine Godfrey. One day he looks in the mirror and he just sees Hank Hill and he's like, I gotta go, and he just leaves the lands between. Rennala cradles the egg because the curvature reminds her of Radagon's cake. We've gotten a little bit into shitpost lore, but this is serious. Young me was still like, yeah, a lot of folks like had their awakening at Elastigirl. Okay, the full moon crossbow. One-of-a-kind enchanted crossbow of exquisitely detailed craftsmanship, made to celebrate the matrimonial union and reconciliation between the houses of the Erdtree and the full moon, Leyndell and Rhea Lucaria. The two rings dance when reloading the weapon, reveals true worth when used with wholly infused bolts. Radahn at the time, despite being a mere champion, was also of the house of the Erdtree. Yes, it's also okay. He was a mirror champion according to Muriel, but also according to Muriel, he was the head of their southern army. So I definitely agree that it's a little bit like, okay, how are you just like some random dude? But he was effectively the champion of the Erdtree in the war against Leyndell. I have to wonder though, if he was just a random guy, why was his marriage with Rennala healing the schism between the Erdtree and the moon? Actually do that when you reload it. I'm I'm not smart enough to use this weapon. I can get there, but I need a talisman. We don't have it right now. You need a position like a lordship of some kind? Yeah. Does Moog have ass though? I'm gonna be real, Moog has too many problems for me to give a shit about the status of his ass. And for those of you who know me, know what a scathing statement that is. Why were his kids demigods too? So that's sort of answered in that they were actually step demigods. And it sounds like a shitpost, but seriously, that the lore says that when he married Marika, they became step demigod children. Is anyone genuinely happy in Elden Ring's world? Might be looking at the wrong game, unfortunately. There's not much good going on here. Alexander? Don't remind me of my sweet boy. How the heck do I get... Oh... Wait, how do I get... The rooftops never freaking end. The jars? Yeah, the jars are just simple and happy, living their little cute lives and such. You know what? We got everything important. We got everything important. I'm not giving up. I just know we got everything important on the roof, so we're good. We don't need anything else on the roofs. We're good. We don't need anything. We actually got all the important drops, so I'm making a command choice. Okay. The jar people live in constant fear of the poachers. Well, only one of them looks scared. Okay, we got the Lazuli Glintstone Crown, which is definitely a good example of eye emoji, lip emoji, eye emoji. Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study Karian sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars. So they're all about the stars, and then Rennala's like, yo, what about the moon, though? Scholars of the Twin Sage Conspectus were the elites of the academy, permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kinds. Intelligence and dexterity. Intelligence to the detriment of HP and stamina. Increases intelligence. Okay, okay. So, Lusat studied meteors, and he started Olivinus. Carolus was started by Azor. So this likely depicts Lusat, and this likely depicts Azor. Neat. Yeah, but if they're so smart, why are they wearing rocks? Jesus Christ, Marie, they're minerals. This right here, in all seriousness though, is the same pattern as we see on those statue ladies. Those are original names as well. The schools or the people, because presumably that's our original names. But their names are interesting. They sound stony. I don't know how else to put it, but like Azure as a color, but like without the E. You know, there's something going on there. Bottom part kind of looks like a stylized wolf head. I can kind of see it. Also, the Red Wolf of Radahn sits here almost as in reverence, staring at this. This is the debate parlor. This is where they had fun arguments with each other. Also, this pattern, I just noticed this on the floor, is the exact same one we see in the Rennala's room. And notably, she stands right where this symbol that looks like a sun should be. It also rather looks like an eye. But she stands right here. Interesting. Ah, the YouTube comment section, the lands between. It's so funny. How many mage masks are there? I think we're still missing a few, but I actually don't remember. Does anyone know off the top of their head how many masks there are in this game? I want to say like 5 or 6. But we could also have all of them and the others just reuse them. We have those two, I think. 7. There's 7. Whew! I was incorrect. And Caelid is Reddit. Don't say that on my favorite zone. You get Sellens? Right! I forgot about Sellens, absolutely. Okay. Gosh, I'm trying to think like what we can do right now. I'm a little worried about going to Altus. I don't want to go to Altus right now. I just want to make sure we have everything else covered largely. So, let's do Caelid. Just a little bit more Caelid. Filling out the map, I think is totally... I think we can actually go to Celia safely now. Caelid is your favorite zone? Of course, it's the prettiest and it smells the nicest and the music is so nice and it feels so warm and comfy and I would totally go on a date here. See? Look how beautiful it is. I did a tier list of all the date locations in Elden Ring, I think. I don't know if that one made it to YouTube. But 100%, I stand by it. Do you have any pets? Yes, I have a cat. His name is Marlo. You can post... Can we get some Marlo emotes in the chat, please? We have quite a few. I make a lot of emotes of my boy. Is this another fucking Grace? Imagine complaining about invasions when there's Graces like every 5 feet in this video game.
I lost so much progress.
What happened? Did you get invaded?
Yeah, I was all the way over here, and then someone killed me over here.
I'm sorry, it's a little mean, but to be honest, with the atrocities that hosts have committed upon me, I no longer feel for them. No longer. I don't relate to them. I used to, but there's too many stimky gankers, you know? Used to be like, oh man, this person's gonna have such a good time, but now like they don't act like I do. You know what I mean? I'm fun to fight and I'm cool. They're stimky. Oh, I want to talk to the ghost. How I felt walking to Caelid for the first time. Honestly, I feel like walking to Caelid for the first time for me was like, you know when they say love at first sight? I felt it in that moment. I was in Salia Crystal Tunnel and I stepped out and I just saw the sky and I saw the horrific, weird faces and I heard the creepy music and I saw the strange growths scraping the sky. And something awakened in me. And ever since that moment, I've known love. Sorry, I'm just built different. Let me see it, if only one last time. Your splendid blade, dancing amongst the scarlet rot. So this is, of course, referring to Melania. One of the rot worshippers. Or maybe just like a Melania fan. But then, of course, when we go over here, we get invaded by Millicent. Here's what number playthrough this is. I'm afraid I don't really have like my playthroughs numbered. I have about 1,000 hours in this game. But this is a fresh playthrough I'm doing for the express purpose of finding lore. So, this is Millicent. She's got both her arms. Her hair is as we see it. And honestly, I don't know what blade she uses. What blade is that? Is that the Shamshir? There's waterfowl. People run. People run. Baby girl, I don't have time for you. Eee! Why is she invading? I don't think it's truly Millicent. I think it's the rot. Because the rot is free and not held in check by the needle. And thus doesn't want us to acquire the needle, which would keep it in check. She doesn't speak to us. She doesn't have a title. She is simply Millicent. She drops a sacramental bud. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. So, the thing is too, though, is you might be like, okay, but Gallery's working for the rot, so how come he wants you to get the needle? I don't know if the Rot and Gowry are fully working together. They have a rather nebulous relationship, but I wonder if it's more like a personal thing, like the disease within her body has taken on a mind of its own, is able to attack you. Millicent mentions the nightmares going away after the needle. It could also be a night. That's a great point. Yeah. I wonder if the nightmares... Okay, we already know that Melania has nightmares. She describes... Well, she describes this world as a dream. Yeah, you keep on walking, baby girl. You know what I will say? Can you... That looks a lot like the rune that we saw in the trailer, doesn't it? Maybe it is Nicholas. It's one of those bug things, or is he controlling when it enchanted it to look like what you see? He's controlling one of them. Yeah. He can control many of them. You can't kill him. That's what's really interesting, too, about him. These knights have the coolest armor. I'm so glad I got the clean right helmet in my first playthrough, for real. Oh, let's get the Sight of Grace. Ah, Aeonian butterflies. Let's take a look at the model. This is our first time seeing them. Honestly... Yeah, to me, I think they all have the same model in the overworld. They just have a different color. Or, yeah, color. Think he's human, not a kindred of rot? I don't think he's human. But I don't think he's a kindred of rot. I think he's a little bit like the rot's equivalent to a Shabriri. Or, yeah, right there. Rot version of Shabriri, absolutely. Yeah, welcome in Waffle House. Yeah, this is a LOREATHON. So... While I've played the game a lot, we're always finding new things. So that's basically the goal here. Can I pick something up? Oh, the Sacramental Bud! I really wanted to read it. It's very intriguing to me that she drops 5 Sacramental Buds. Doesn't she have 4 sisters, 5 daughters total? Okay, the splashing is freaking me out. No, I feel like I'm at a freaking wave pool. Oh my god. It represents how she and her 4 sisters are each... Yeah, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. Those are associated with Mikola, but I think they're supposed to represent that she and her sisters are buds of Melania. Oh my god. See what I mean? This game is so dang neat. We're always realizing new things. Shabriri and the Scarlet Rot are both outer gods. The Frenzied Flame and the Scarlet Rot god are both outer gods. Shabriri, I don't think, is directly a god. I think he serves one, the same way Gowry does. So you gotta think of Gowry more like Shabriri. They seem to have some really unusual powers, though. Quit it. Okay, we can actually summon Pollyanna for this, which I'm gonna do. I hate that hitbox. Pollyanna, adopted daughter of Gowry, in this case. God tell you, I really kind of dislike this fight. Really, it's just the big wind AoE. The rest of it's fine. Whatever, dude. Just R1. We're doing nothing. I think I need to level up my weapon a little. Yeah, I don't like the big windy. It's true. Oh! Dude, chill. Pollyanna, you got this, baby girl. Ah! 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 Help! Are you freaking actually joking me? Sorry, the constantly getting hit and not being able to move while 3 guys were attacking me brought me back to PvP for a moment. I'm good. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling, dog. It's just the... Brought me back there. It brought me back there. Brought me back to the... Just constantly, just all you hear is... as 3 people just wail on you and chase you down and you're just like... And it brings me back. It brings me back in a bad way. Ah, we're good. We're good. I'm good. Okay. The thing is, I'm not even panicking. There's just simply 8 freaking attacks coming out all at once. And, you know, there's only so much you can do. Oh, why did I respawn the Stake of Marika? That's unnecessary. At least they didn't bow over your dead body. That's a good point. At least they don't bow. Alright, let's actually take a look at Pollyanna. She's missing an eye. Looks a lot like Millicent. You see the same scarring, same hair color, but missing an eye. Stay on horse, hit and run. Listen, that's what I did my first playthrough. I have to tell you, I was a lot more patient in those days. I'm interested in acquiring lore. I have no patience. Is that the Shamshir, though? No, that's a dagger. What dagger is that? Chat, what dagger is that? That is not the weapon that Millicent uses. Blade of Calling, but no gold. Melena's dagger. Is that really what Melena's dagger looks like? Huh. So what about Millicent? Does she use the Shamshir? So the Shamshir, I believe, I honestly think is the weapon that the warrior used. The warrior in blue, the blind warrior. So I think it's really significant that she uses it as well. No, hold on, I just got here. Goodness sake, see? Yeah, we'll take it. No! Flowing curve sword? Very similar. But I think it's a Shamshir because we find the Shamshir in the... Oh, I forgot. You're just spinning forever. Meh. We find it in the dungeon where we find the blue dancer talisman, and I can't help but see it's related. Flowing curve sword used by a sister. Interesting. It says it's a unique version of the Shamshir. Millicent's? That's pretty notable. She wears the same set as Melina? I think Melina's is a little different, isn't it? Because you can't get Melina's set. That was my own bad. I got a little greedy, I did. How did you see that goofy ass 180? What happened? Did you look at at Xbox 360? Wait, is that a freaking... Chat, that is the same summon that the Knight's Cavalry uses and is on the seal. Morgoth's seal. Eat my ass, O'Neill. Sorry, that was disrespectful. Whee! Commander Standard. Unalloyed gold needle. Pollyanna using the pest art. Interesting. It sure is. I don't think I ever noticed that she used it. I really wonder if she isn't more... Okay. So, I feel like Millicent is probably... Okay, so she has sisters, but she doesn't seem to remember anything when she goes on her journey. I wonder if she's at a particular state of bloom And that's why Gowry sends... Oh, I just realized something. I should have talked to Gowry before we got the needle, because he has dialogue sending you there. I think he might still give it to us. I don't know. We'll have to see. Uses the curved flowing sword, but the Shamshir, we get it in the same dungeon. I think it might be related. The wiki? Yeah, be careful if it's Fextra. They tend to be real dumb. Elden Ring wiki? Oh, that's more trustworthy. Somewhat, anyway. Alright, so we are officially in Celia. So, okay, I think Pollyanna is sent there by Gowry. Because he seems to control the others. Stop by the shack beyond the southern gate. And there's Gowry doing a cute little point. He's like, hey, over there, go over there. Go, go. Just because it has a waterfowl dance skill? Oh, but the appearance is perfectly normal, yeah? It's pretty neat as the Shamshir, to be honest. So Celia has a bunch of ghostly Raya-Lucarians protecting it. It's interesting. I'm pretty sure it's the Shamshir, which makes me happy. I don't need to do this, do I? Yeah, I do. I do. Thought we were just missing the cloak? Yeah, but that makes it unique. The cloak is the big part that makes him Elenus. Also, I feel like we can't get the same cute stockings that she has. She has a particularly cute stocking. Which sisters do you fight at the Halig Tree? Pollyanna, I think all of them. All four. Pollyanna. I don't remember any of their names because there's a lot of them. How many people they use Carian sorcery like the Glintstone Blade? But they are Carians. They are Raya-Lucarians. They may not be... Okay, they are trained at Raya-Lucaria at the very least. Because they wear these crowns, for sure. Also, there is the... One of the schools studies Carian royal sorcery. Lazuli. Either way, everyone with those stupid stone masks is trained there. They could just be Sellians who went to Raya-Lucaria, though. Ooh. Son of a... I don't have any spells that I can use for this. I'm gonna get trolled. Two sisters of the tree spear used by the tree guardians and the scythe used by cleanrot knights respectively. In other words, all things that can be found in Caelid except for, I believe, the Shamshir, which is found in not Caelid, it's in Lingrave. And all of it can be found in Caelid. That's actually really interesting, isn't it? Mick on the DLC trailer photo, really just the painting girl in Ash's very end though. The painting girl looks pretty different. But in terms of role or like what? It's in Limgrave, but near the Caelid border, but really close to this underground civilization where you also get the Blue Dancer charm. It's pretty notable. Millicent is already special when it comes to her sisters, so it's pretty interesting. Also, like, I know what you mean, but it's literally here, way underground. That's pretty far from Caelid. Like, I would say this is the border of Caelid, but once we get in here, we're literally smack dab in the middle of Limgrave. Still, Millicent is special, so it makes sense that her weapon is different than the others, which seem to be things that can be readily acquired in Caelid. Close to where we're thinking the Vale, maybe? Oh, I can't open my map right now. Foreign parts of Melania's psyche. Oh, like in Red versus Blue? The AI? That'd be poggers, dude. Azurite is the name of a blue rock, and azure is also the name for a pigment of lapis lazuli. Lusat is a bit more difficult to tell because there's no rock similar. Slight homophone of lucite, which is a white crystal. Sellen is likely named after selenite, the crystallized form of gypsum. Kind of straightforward. That's really intriguing. Thanks, Volpine. I think last protagonist was doing some looking at which stone matched each figure. But yeah, they're named after stones. I wonder if those names were given to them, or it could just be like From gave them to them. You know, like literally. What if someone manipulated Radahn into doing what Gowry made us do to Millicent? Sorry, can you clarify a little bit? Hey, Coop! Welcome in. Thanks so much for the raid. How's it going, gamers? Welcome to the LOREATHON. Coop, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 4 months. Good to see you. How's it going? Are you doing more PvP today? Oh, the dog! So our topic for the evening day, I'm not going to lie to you, it changes every 5 minutes. We are doing the most comprehensive lore run ever. Like, we're hunting for things. We're also just having open discussions. So whatever you want to ask about or talk about or bring up, we're just like all over the place. Right now we're talking about the sisters of Millicent and herself, how they relate to Melania, the weapons they use, what we can derive from that information, etc., etc. Welcome in, everybody. PvP. Were you doing... Okay, I just want to point out real quick. This dog has a collar. It's kind of jacked up, but this is literally Gowry's pet dog. It protects him. Ow. The collar is unique. Okay. Yeah, my god. Hi, everyone. We're doing a Loreathon today. We're hunting for lore. We're going to play every single one of the modern FromSoft games, but we're starting with Elden Ring. It's been very fun, so welcome in. We also do a lot of PvP here. We haven't lately, but the bloodthirst, the invader bloodthirst runs in me as well. So who's Millicent's father? Well, you can maybe consider it the rot god, but Melania birthed the sisters when she bloomed in Caelid. They are not children that she carried in a traditional sense. They're almost like spores off of a mushroom. The swamp, yeah. Yo, take it easy, Coop. Have a good sleep. Formless Mother and Formless Erden from Bloodborne have a connection? Yes, but not in the sense of them being the same. More like From's usual thematic recycling, I guess. So clones, they all look different. They're all distinct, but similar. She doesn't, there's no father though. Think the sisters could be Empyreans then? No, there's no evidence that they're Empyreans. It takes something very special to be an Empyrean, and we don't quite know what that is. Hello, Gowry. So we're going to talk to Gowry for the first time, and he has some really interesting dialogue. Before we do, though, we already got the needle, so we're going to read that. The unalloyed gold needle. You can see it break. An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold, snapped in half. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Sage Gowry has designs for this needle. Mikla made it. We know that. For sure. A lot of... I think we know of... Is it 2 or 3 needles that Mikla made? 3. Generally, they are used to prevent the influence of an outer god. But what's really interesting is these can be seen as pure, curative, helpful. They give you free will and freedom. Oh my god, I forgot to read the memory stone. This is huge. Sorry. We got this when we fought the Red Wolf of Radahn, but I have to mention this. A black, lightly beguiling stone, prized by the sorcerers who produced them, said to be a fragment of the black moon that once hung above the Eternal City. This is a different moon. It broke. There's the dark moon, the full moon, and the black moon, and they're all distinct. The dark moon is not the same as the black moon. So we know of 3 moons. Now, the thing about the moons, the moon is transformative. It could simply be 3 different aspects of the same entity or being, because the dark moon appears to be sort of an entity as well in terms of how Rennala and Ronnie both had encounters with it, different aspects. So it's not unusual that there's 3. It could mean a full moon, a waxing, and then a waning moon, possibly. But it is notable that even in the JP, the black moon is different than the dark moon. They are distinct. So just a fun little note, but we'll get into that more when we get to the Eternal City. But remember this, because this is crafted from the moon. That's what the memory stones come from, apparently. Anyway, the needle. Compare the needle with the bewitching branch. Tree branch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. The Empyrean Mikola is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. So this is where we get a lot of that weirdness with Mikola. He seems to be able to inspire love just by his majesty, but he also knows how to inspire it by force. So what's really interesting about him, and why we've had hints about Mikola having a dark side even before the trailer with its "Shrive clean the hearts of men, nothing more terrifying" line, is basically this one item. But what's really, really interesting is that Mikola and his tools, his creations, are used to remove the influence of other things. And I wonder if this might not be shriving clean the hearts of men. With characters like Melania, it's shown as a good thing. He prevents the rot from overtaking her, and she is immensely loyal to him for it. But I really wonder if it isn't something about him sticking these needles into everybody, whether they want him to or not, right? Because he can remove the influence of others, but perhaps he also replaces it with his own. So, listen, I don't want to get too much into the Griffith. I know. It's just like Griffith. I know. But let's let FromSoft cook, because they tend to make a different recipe with the same ingredients. My God, you are a horrifying individual, aren't you? Look at those eyes. They kind of look like dull gold, don't they? What about Mikola's 2 fingers? We don't know anything about his 2 fingers, unfortunately. Look at his skin. Honestly, he just looks old. It's the eyes that are getting me. He's blind? You know what his eyes kind of look like? Not quite the same hue, but very much like Melina's in the Frenzy Flame ending. Millicent does say, but why do I feel so and falls asleep after using the needle? Maybe being influenced after the cure. So we're gonna talk to Gowrie. We're gonna get his dialogue, and then we're gonna hear something about the needle, and we're gonna see what he does to it. So let's get to this. But I don't really get that, Anom. I know what you mean, because you're thinking of like, I know what you mean. I honestly see this as this pose of receiving something, like being ready to receive, to get something. He's definitely in a weird pose, though. Hello, Gowrie.
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gowrie, a great sage. In my day, anyway. I'd hoped to ask a favor when one of your ilk came along.
Ilk, huh?
A strapping young tarnished, able to cross the scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Don't fret. I'll provide fine recompense. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret of Celia, the town you see there.
Refuse.
My apologies. I rather got ahead of myself, didn't I? Well, no matter. I'm accustomed to waiting. But if you should decide to hear my offer, whenever that may be, do come and speak with me again. I'll wait as long as it takes.
Could have something to do with the pose. He's waiting. So we of course read his sign, but he has another one over there. Basically, at both entrances to Celia, he has a sign telling you to check out the shack.
Ah, changed your mind, have you? If you are willing to undertake my request, I'll gladly share with you the secret of Celia, the town yonder.
Hear the request.
Ah, then you are willing to lend a hand, are you? I need your help to heal a certain young girl. Her name is Millicent. You will find her beyond Celia, resting at the church atop the cliff, stricken by the rotting sickness. Oh, you found the unalloyed gold needle. As promised, I've detailed the secret of Celia right here. Go on. It's yours.
So, like I said, I made a slight mistake here because I didn't talk to him first, but if you don't, he just says, hey, go to the heart of Celia, acquire the needle, largely. Celia's secret.
Now let me have a look at the needle.
This is the important line.
Well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life. Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it?
So, a couple things here. Number one, that is Mikola. He is a bold, meticulous craftsman who understands the essence of life. And I think that's part of the key that makes him an Empyrean. Now, what's interesting too, I've talked about before how we have this disparity with Marika being a creator and Radahn being a destroyer. And neither of them, well, Marika is able to destroy if she so chooses, but Radahn is unable to repair or fix or create. Everything he does is taken from something else and altered, like the sword he received from Rennala that he then transformed into a golden order symbol and then discarded, as far as we can tell. Generally, that seems to hold true for their children, Mikola and Malenia. Mikola is a craftsman who understands the essence of life. I argue like his mother. But Malenia, she is a warrior, a fighter. She doesn't create things. But what does she do? In the cutscene, she stabs herself, presumably breaking the needle, intending to bloom. In other words, she takes what Mikola made and breaks it. It's kind of different. What is done here is something not quite the same. Like, Malenia is doing it for Mikola. There's some differences, but I can't help but see how it echoes their parents yet again. Yet another sign of this disparity between creation and destruction. Gary's a really creepy vibe. I don't trust him at all. He is quite possibly one of the least trustworthy figures. But he's so mysterious because the thing is, he does help Millicent. Kind of. But it's for his own purposes. That's what makes him so interesting.
Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half.
How can Gary mend the needle made by Mikola? We'll take a look. Okay, so we're just gonna go rest. This is close enough. So we're gonna do that, and then I'm gonna show you something pretty neat about Gowry. It's a closer bonfire, but whatever. How did Neil get the needle in the first place? Because he's still in the place where she bloomed. Hi, hello. I'll show you when we get a better vantage point, but take a look. Oops. Yeah, look, guard dog. Just chilling. Alright, hello.
I have awaited your return. The needle is repaired. Now it will forestall the rotting sickness, I'm sure. Will you give it to the girl, Millicent? I will reward you in kind. Millicent rests at the church atop the cliff beyond Celia, the town yonder, tended to by the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched
Witless
fate,
pests,
indeed.
by the way.
The poor girl, she never wished for any of this. We shall meet again, you and I. There are countless pests to choose from.
Yeah. And he's not joking. He will be just fine when we get back. This is what I mean about him being a little different than the others. He calls them witless pests, and then he rides them like Harbinger in Mass Effect 2. He is beyond a typical servant of rot. He also, you know, he despises all the other Scarlet Rot Whisperers because, or worshippers, sorry, not whispers, because he understands it better than others.
Have you taken the lesson now? Killing me is but an exercise in futility. All is well, provided you understand. Let's just pretend it never happened, shall we?
Well, you gotta say, he's kind of a homie. It's pretty cool with it. There's his vessels, yeah. So let's go give this to Millicent. But first, let's take a look at it. Now you might be like, how is he able to fix it? You know, how is it? It looks a little different now, doesn't it? Besides the red existing at the spot that it was repaired, there's a lot more red near the top. That very vivid, bloody, scarlet rot red. I wonder something else has happened here. He fixes it because he... And also the bottom has that sort of reddy, bloody hue as well. He manipulated it, so it will do its job, but not always. It's a little different. An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold. Once snapped in half, it has been repaired by Sage Gowry. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods, it is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Now, all you need do is deliver the needle to Millicent, convalescing in the church atop the cliff just beyond Celia. And that's what we will do. Why Millicent has to pull out her own needle? If she pulls out the needle, presumably she will not bloom. Also, this isn't the first time that Gowry has done this, likely. It's possible there's other daughters. I think he's been at this for a very long time. But, very notably, there is a bloom just outside Melania's arena, and there you get the Traveling Maiden set. I believe it's the Traveling Maiden set. Now, the thing about it, people think that that's where she bloomed a second time and her third bloom, and the boss fight is her third bloom. She truly becomes the goddess. I think she's still missing a bloom. The Traveling Maiden set is the same one that Millicent and her sisters wear. Is a different... One of her sisters made it there. There was another sister, likely. It's possible that Gowry has been doing this with various children of Melania for a long time. The thing about them being mushroom spores makes them a little bit... They're not clones, but they're a little bit more similar. We can't think of them as traditional children. It's possible he's been cultivating these spores, raising these daughters for longer than we think. And that's possibly a sixth one. Same set as Melina, unrelated but worth mentioning. Definitely worth a mention, absolutely, yes. Same set. Melina has a unique cloak, though. We can't acquire it in-game. But yeah, absolutely, same set. Same set. Now, I'm not sure if it's a sixth sister, but the signs point to that, personally. I would say it's a sixth sister. But that one has long since bloomed. Was a bloom from Lena herself. Last time she bloomed, it covered the entire land of Caelid. Exactly. And I know people want to fight Melania at her max strength, at the goddess of rot, but we don't. She's one bloom off. Because if she wasn't, we probably wouldn't be able to beat her. We never fight anybody at their peak in these games. At least not if they're a mighty demigod, child of a god. They're always in some way weakened or decrepit or faded. The exceptions are very rare, but they do exist. And that would be like Ishin in Final Boss Sekiro, right? That would be an exception. But he's just a guy. An almighty guy, a very powerful guy, but he is like a human trained to his max potential. Also more sacramental buds, really interesting. And the red flowers. Sacramental buds and the red flowers are associated very closely with Mikola and the consecrated snowfields. It's one of the only places we see these flowers. We be folded like laundry? Exactly. Yeah. Godfrey is pretty much at his peak? Yes, exactly. That's another great example of an exception to the rule. He's just a guy, an almighty guy who trained to basically his physical peak, minus his ass, but just a guy, you know? The polar opposite is Shadow on the Earth Tree since we're going to Marika's Ascension. Sorry, can you mean what will be the polar opposite? Godfrey Old, death not his peak. You can argue that too. Also, we encounter him post-death. He's already died at least once. But you're right. That we can make an argument for that because we don't fight Ishin at his full strength. We fight him in his youthful prime. So, you know. They face people in their prime. Oh no, okay, it's possible that we will face people in their prime, but FromSoft very, very rarely does that. Okay, so let's look at Millicent, covered in blood, same hair as in her invasion. Her arm has, well, honestly, we don't know. Has it rotted? Has it been cut off? Could be a bit of both, but either way, she's very much infected by the rotting sickness.
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse. Not to be meddled with by man.
Give an unalloyed gold needle.
You ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the scarlet rot. But how? Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment?
Stab herself in the chest just like Melania did. Last said I'm fighting you. The thing is, I don't think her invasion is required. Like, the path that you normally take, yeah, but I don't think her invasion is required to access the heart of Aeonia. I think you can go around. I could be wrong, because I tend to take the same route.
I feel so.
And then she passes out. So something else is going on. Maybe it could just be she's tired. It could just be she's sleepy. But there could be something else going on once the needle is put into her skin. Never saw the invasion? Yeah, so that's the only thing. I would agree with you if the invasion was required to get the needle, but it's not. As a result, you have to wonder. Since you can skip it, I honestly think that the reason that she has an arm in that invasion is because it's literally the rot invading us. So the rot is whole. The rot is always whole. She is not. The body that is consumed by the rot is not whole, but she is whole. But it's, I definitely see what you mean. Honestly, I would love that because it's like, it's a little bit like Quelaag with the White Lady in Dark Souls 1 where you only meet her if you kill her sister and it's like really sad. You know, that kind of thing. And we rest. And then she has time to, you know, put her face on, get her hair done. Honestly, I have to be real with you. I do not know how she styled her hair with one arm. I can barely do it with two.
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even.
I don't think you understand how hard that is.
Everything
High
is
dex.
as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please.
Pests help. They do have a lot of
Truly
arms.
repay you, but I would like you to have this by way of thanks. A token though it is.
Prosthesis wearer heirloom. Honestly, one of the freaking best in slot talismans. I've been wearing this because I have nothing else. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Raises dexterity. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. So, it's odd because the depiction here is not quite the one we have of the dancer in blue. Like at all. Everything from the weapon to the garb to everything. But this is likely Melania meeting the dancer in blue who was her mentor. Character always felt like one of the few genuinely good people in this game. Yeah, and it's one of those like, you know how Mewtwo says it's not the circumstances of your birth? Like she literally birthed from the rot. And she is this pure being. There's a lot more complexity to these characters. It's so interesting. She came from this accursed, evil, corruptive thing, but she didn't choose it. She didn't choose to be born. She was born sick. And she still has this goodness in her. She's a really intriguing character. I really think so. Cut content. Millicent was supposed to be, the initial plan for Millicent was she is a girl we don't remember, or who has no memory, I should say. And we guide her, and then eventually she remembers that she is Melania, and then she fights us. That was the initial plan for Millicent. It was supposed to be a literal Melania. They changed it. It's cut. So don't take it as like fact or lore. Basically, the interpretation we have of her being a daughter makes sense currently, but it's still intriguing that the journey that Millicent takes is following in her mother's footsteps in a very literal way. And now we have Miquella doing the same with Marika. And I really wonder what's going to happen with that. Convalescing, more like writhing in pain and sickness. Yeah. It's really sad. It's really funny. Like, listen, I'm poking fun a little bit here, but it's funny because people are like, the rod is the worst thing in the whole world, and Melania is pure evil because she nuked Caelid. And then you're like, hey, who's your favorite character, by the way? And they're like, Millicent, I love her. Hee hee. It's like, my brother in Christ, she would not live if Melania didn't nuke Caelid. It's just a little funny. It's a little funny.
I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again.
So, okay, I'm going to talk about a couple things. Number one, Hunter x Hunter. I love Hunter x Hunter. Great anime. In Hunter x Hunter, one of the characters, this is going to be spoilers for Hunter x Hunter, but I'm keeping it really vague, so I won't, unless you're planning to like watch it soon. There's a character who we find out basically has a needle put into his mind that controls him. It doesn't fully, it's not like mind control. It's not literal, like you will do this, but it makes him flee from battle. Because it's like a fear response. If he knows he cannot win, he would rather flee. And at a point in the show, he realizes that this is his weakness, this limitation that someone else inflicted upon him, and he pulls it out. And it shouldn't be possible, but he does out of sheer willpower. I love that scene, but it's really interesting because the needle helps, but also harms. It protects him because he doesn't get into dangerous situations, but it's also a limitation because it prevents him from being truly brave. And when Millicent, at the end of her quest line, depending on your route, pulls out the needle, she's doing both. She's choosing to live as herself, but she's also removing all other influence that might be there. And the influence that might be there is, number one, Miquella's remaining from the needle, perhaps, and Gowry's, because he's the one who repaired the needle. And if the needle stays, she will bloom. So Gowry altered what Miquella did. Miquella made it so Melania would never bloom. But Gowry made it so if the needle stays, she always will. This idea of going on a journey, all this stuff, I wonder if that isn't something influenced by the needle that was implanted in her. And it's one of those really awful things when you sit there and realize, because what is the greater good here? Should we let her make her own choice? Or, because here's the two options for the start of this quest are, do not give her the needle and have her writhing in pain for the entire game, or give her the needle that potentially to an unknown level manipulates her, but at least allows her to live with some pain-free existence. Both choices kind of suck. But that's why her ending involves her removing the needle by her own free will, because that way she gets to live as herself with no one else's influence involved.
I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to
Great anime indeed. Hunter x Hunter's great.
But dimly, my destiny.
Okay, and now she will be gone to visit Gowry. Needle influences her? There's definitely an implication there. We don't know to what level, but what did Gowry do to it? We already know that Miquella's needles can influence you, can change you, can shrive your heart clean in some way, shape, or form. So exactly what did Gowry do to that needle? Scarlet Rotball reminds me of the monk tree statue. Oh, actually, real quick, I'm gonna show you something before we get to Gowry again here. Oh, it's over here. Hang on. This is the best view. So I feel like most people at this point know this, but I still want to share because every once in a while I get someone who's like, oh my god, I never realized that, and it's really great. 1 second. Smoldering wall. Where's this freaking... There it is, the telescope. The bird's eye telescope. What kind of bird that is with the twin tails. Okay. See this right here? This gigantic bloom? This is the exact site where Malenia bloomed for the first time in her fight with Radahn. You can watch the gameplay trailer or whatever it is that showcases this. We see her stab herself, break the needle presumably, and then release the bloom. This is what it looks like. We fight O'Neill inside of it. That is why the needle is there, because that's where it happened. Why O'Neill has it? I forgot to read the dialogue actually, but right here from his standard. A beaten red battle standard is furled around this time-worn halberd. Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride. That's why. Because he remembers it with pride. This is a very important moment. Also, he actually speaks... I forget exactly what he says, but when he does his Ash of War, he says words. He is clearly not fully insane, unlike everyone else. He seems to actually have his wits about him. So he chose to stay here, the site of the battle, and keep the needle. Yeah, I think it's glory. I think something, doesn't he say glory knights or something like that? Live with a chance of gaining your free will later. But she's not going to get her own free will, Pumpkin. Like, I know what you're saying. Like, it's one of those really tragic endings because the option is either to go on a journey that someone else designed for you or to die without ever doing anything at all. But if she kept that needle in, she was going to be forced to bloom, which is what happens if you side against her and fight her. She dies and she blooms. Gowry was always going to keep sending people after her. So she wanted to die she wanted to die of her own choice, not as a bloom for someone else's purpose, I guess. Anyway, this is literally where Malenia bloomed. This gigantic flower is her first bloom. So when people say that the second bloom outside her arena is hers, I'm like, come on now. Nowhere near big enough. Drives away the influence of other gods. Being that Miquella can influence others' hearts, his influence in the needle was driving away the god of wrought essence. Miquella's influence imbued to let Millicent be influenced by Malenia's memories. Possible, for sure. It's hard to know exactly where the manipulation starts and ends with Miquella and Gowry is a thing. So definitely, I don't know. I personally think that Malenia and Miquella are truly loyal to one another and they have like a familial bond. But I think with others... it's possible that Miquella influences them whether they want it or not. Not sure blooming necessarily means death. I mean, Malenia walks away from it. But Malenia is a demigod. Now, yeah, Millicent is her daughter and therefore has some of her mighty blood and whatnot. But, you know, there's just a different level going on here, I think. Also, frankly, we never see Millicent again. And there's a bloom okay. We see two blooms that aren't Malenia's. One is outside of Malenia's boss arena. We get the Traveling Maiden set. When you get someone's set, it normally means they're dead. So the maiden that dropped the set is dead. And then we have the bloom. Presumably the bloom is where the body is. We never see Millicent again. No sign of her. We invade her, we defeat her, and then she's gone. That's her body in the center of it. Melania is a bit of an exception to the rule. Maybe the maiden is a flower now? I mean, yeah, but a rot flower, which spreads the rot infestation that all these girls were cursed with. Millicent, when she has all of the information, chooses not to bloom and to remove the needle. That is her own agency. It's not really, you can't think of it as a message from FromSoft, like, you should always do this. It's more, she gets to choose for the first time, and she chooses to make the choice herself to remove it. That says more than anything else. None of them. Millicent, when she had all the information, did not want to become one of those accursed flowers that would infect others and cause them the same pain that she experienced. She's also really pretty. Look at those eyes.
Oh, hello again. Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit, hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps, before my departure, I needed someone to say farewell to. Well, never mind that. I must focus on my journey, for which I have you to thank. I must stay strong. Well, never mind that. I must.
One more.
Well,
Okay.
I must focus.
Some characters will say the same line twice, and then after the third, we'll have a new dialogue. Alexander. So we're gonna do that. So next, we'll see her in Altus. That's another quest line done. Official Elden Ring manga. O'Neill says he has a needle to cure the scarlet rot of his lord, so likely Melania. It's not clear how canon the manga is, though. I think it's likely that's like fairly canon, because that's why he would keep the needle, for sure. Like, that makes perfect sense. It's just, you know, kind of mixed. It is like a comedy. All right, don't have that many dragon hearts, but let's grab some dragon communion things. Cool squishy animation while we literally consume a dragon heart. Dialogue after they repeat it for a second time. The only one that I know of is Alexander. If you talk to him in the post Radahn, he will say the same thing twice. So normally that's like, okay, we're done. If you talk to him again after he says the same line twice in a row, he will have a new line. So mad that I didn't know that. It's like, so far it's the only one we found, but now we're testing all of them. She looks like a deadly swordswoman. Yeah, like she's very brave and very mighty. Also, there's something really powerful about Melania and the other figures like Millicent, who are physically maimed but still go on their journeys, you know, like missing limbs but are still so mighty. It's really, really striking. Like that illusory wall in Volcano Manor. Yeah, although, okay, to be fair with that particular one, that was not intended. We just found it when we shouldn't have. Also, illusory door has to be hit twice? Wait, am I thinking of a different one? I'm talking about the one that had health and they got rid of it. Miniature Ronnie? Miniature Ronnie is supposed to be stubborn. Alexander seems odd. Yeah, which illusory wall has to be hit twice? Because there's the one that they patched out that used to have health. So it had like 999 health or something. Mini Ronnie? Yeah, Mini Ronnie, she's an exception, but for sure. Knew about the 50 hit wall though? Yeah, I don't even know if it was 50 hits. It had HP. With health? Yeah, so what happened was, just so people know what we're talking about, there was a wall in Volcano Manor, basically right behind Bernal, that clearly was supposed to be an illusory wall that would create a shortcut. So it had health, because what illusory walls are is walls with HP. But they're also broken by rolling into them. Whatever. The point is that you can roll into it, you can hit it, and it vanishes. However, they had one wall that they clearly decided to remove as an illusory wall, so they gave it HP. And the way to do this is they gave it like 9,999 HP. So to break, you gotta hit it like 50 times. I actually did this in my first playthrough because I saw Iron Pineapple's tweet about this, and I recognized the wall, even though it was literally just a brief picture of brick that I saw in 0.5 seconds before I scrolled away, but I remembered it. So we actually managed to do it. But recently, because of that, they patched it. So now it cannot be broken again. So that was like an early patch thing. There a wall like this in the Dark Souls trilogy? A wall that takes multiple hits? I don't think so, no. I mean, there is the Way to Ash Lake, which is 2 different hidden walls, but they each take 1 hit. The door in Bloodborne not utilized makes... Sorry, which one are you talking about, Shishrob? I don't recognize that. How the hell did anyone find that initially? I don't know. Someone on Reddit found it. Alright, sorry. I gotta take off my earrings. I'm having a slight allergic reaction to them. Cleric Beast door? Sorry, this might be something I'm familiar with. After Cleric Beast. Oh, I do know what you're talking about. Okay, so for background, in Bloodborne, there is a door that, for all intents and purposes, connects directly to a door in a distant area, and they should connect. But probably due to limitations on the PlayStation, they made it unusable. So it's a door that should open and become a major shortcut that connects the world, but the PlayStation 4 couldn't handle it likely, especially because it was like release PlayStation 4. So they just removed it as a door and it's just a wall. But if you go up to it and you drop, I forget what they're called, a pebble or a shining stone, a shining coin or whatever, basically like a rainbow stone. In this game, you drop a stone in front of it, you'll see it glow, right against the door. And if you run all the way to the other side of the door across the map without resting or teleporting, or there's no resting, without teleporting, you will see the stone on the other side of the door. So we confirmed that they're literally connected. I say we, so that was part of it, but still, I remember, I totally forgot about that door. Yeah, everyone was losing it about a secret door. Understandable. It literally connects. You can see the stone, but they just made it impassable. Not to mention, it leads to this like weird dead end that would be a perfect major shortcut. I have to say, people talk about Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1 and like interconnected map, huge shortcuts, and I'm with you. Bloodborne came the closest to doing that in several areas, but one of them they removed. But there's a couple sections like that in Bloodborne. It's nowhere near the intricacy of Dark Souls 1, but it still harkens back. Guy did the Bloodborne 60 FPS patch, opened the door too. That's Lance McDonald, yeah. Alright gamers, I'll be right back, okay? Gotta use the restroom. Okay, hello. I actually forgot that it was Lance who did that. I actually watched that video way back when, and I wasn't sure who it was. But yeah, I used to watch Lance's videos. That's how I know a little bit more about Bloodborne cut content. So, pretty neat. Far from being a modern game? I have to be real with you. If being a modern game means lacking a journal and a quest page, then this is never going to be a modern game. Elden Ring is plenty a modern game. Just like, I don't know. I just, when we talk about a game needing a journal and a quest log to be a modern game, it just reminds me a little bit of that whole like discussion about how everything needs to have an Ubisoft UI to be considered modern. Games that break the mold are generally a good thing. Yeah, I'm not trying to roast the Ubisoft formula, or like, unfortunately, Horizon Forbidden West really got some negative comparisons when this game came out, so close to it. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, those suck. But personally, and I love those types of games. I love when there's a quest marker and it tells you where to go and you can just shut your brain off and go. But this game evokes the imagination. It's so great. We have tons of games with quest logs and journals, right? But there's only one game that does what this game does. You can roast the Ubisoft formula. I got my problems with them, but I also enjoy playing a lot of games that have those things. Like, I love Skyrim. I haven't played an Ubisoft game in a long time, and I haven't played Horizon. But that's more just since I've been streaming, I haven't played games that much, so I'm a little behind. But you know what I mean, right? Yeah, new Zelda games have that to a point. Yeah, it does have a quest marker. Yeah, I don't know. So that's all I'm saying. Social media is a better term. No native speaker. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no. All I'm saying though is, I really think that Elden Ring is actually a great example of a modern game. I mean, it won Game of the Year, right? Not accessible. I don't want to say it's not accessible though. I think it's really good. Accessibility is a slightly different thing. It's just, it makes you engage with it on its level. Do you know what I mean? A lot of games nowadays, they try to remove all the unpleasantness. Like, where do I go? What do I do? Who do I talk to? Older games didn't give you any of that. You had to think, you had to wander around, you had to get lost, you had to talk to an NPC, you had to follow vague directions like in Morrowind. And it's good that games have that. Right? Do you want to make less people go to Fexer's Wiki to get the dialogue they forgot? Yeah, but like, I don't know. Okay, listen. I'm old-fashioned and weird. I literally write down dialogue on a paper. You know what I mean? It's more real. And is it a little frustrating that you meet a character who's like, perhaps we shall meet again, and I'm just like, but where are you going? Yeah, of course. But that moment where you find them is the most striking thing on the planet. It puts you truly into it. A random guy who you just met on the street is not going to tell you his entire life story and where he's ending up. It's so neat. I love it. I really love it. Tells you important info from previous combos, gives you general location. Doesn't spoon feed everything to you. Interesting. Yeah. Blind run of Elden Ring. Yeah, exactly. I still have a few notes that are totally wrong because I misunderstood something or I forgot something. Like, making those mistakes and then refining. Like, the reason I'm still playing this game 1,000 hours later and I'm still finding new things is because of how it's designed. Right? Always done things in a unique style. Yeah, exactly. So, now I know what you're saying. I totally understand. It's just, you know, that sort of, oh, it doesn't have a quest log or a journal is unfortunately, like, we still get people who say that, and I get why, but it's also like, there's so many games that do. It is okay to have one that expects you to pull out a notebook and write things down or miss things. Missing things is a part of the experience too, because it gives you something to look for next time. Oh, wait, I missed this NPC. Whatever happened to them? Let's go find them this time. Or maybe you look online. Or maybe you ask your friend. There's no shame in that. Because once you go through a journey, you want to know, hey, what did you do here? And then you find things down. You find new things that you didn't uncover. It's really, really neat. The reason this game is such a devoted community and we're still talking about it is because of that. Do you know what I mean? That's all. That's really all I'm saying. You know, I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad or anything, because like I totally get some people are like, oh, you know, I can't remember everything because of this or that, and it's like, yeah, I totally feel that. But then you can also look online or ask your friend. You can ask the community, right? Because these are supposed to be collaborative. You can look at messages online, stuff like that. It's really great. So much stuff in the Volcano Manor questline. Oh yeah, that's quite a difficult one. I personally think one of the hardest is Hyetta, because all of the eyes you have to give her are so close, except for one, which is on the other side of the map. Oh, then again, I guess if you just happened to find that, it wouldn't be so bad, but I did not find it. I did not find that place. But no, I don't know. It's just... sometimes it's good to do one playthrough and just get everything. And I know not everyone has like all the time and stuff, but that's why you have things like this where we're going through everything. You know, you can enjoy this and watch it without playing. Like I love watching other people play games. That's why I started doing this in the first place. It's because I like sharing games, but I don't always want to play them, you know, or I really love horror games and I can't play them myself, so I watch someone else, you know. So there's ways to engage with this community without needing to play 1,000 hours, you know? Google too much my first experience. But see, now you learn that you want to be allowed to make those mistakes on your own. It's so neat. Long before they get to the mountaintops and finish all the assassinations. The thing is, you can also do both. You can do both. I know what you mean though, but yeah, you can just... I did both. I just didn't fight for Rykard, you know? Closest thing to being part of a book club? It does feel like that, yeah. Follow a guide to know that I had to go there without clothes. Things like that are a bit stupid. But the thing is, they really want that to be hard to find. Also, the way you figure that out in the game is there's an NPC who you guide to the fingers, and when you take her there, she tells you that you must go to the door without armor. The game does tell you this information, it just can be a little hard to find. But then again, we're literally talking about this horrible cursed flame that will burn away everything, that gives you a really unique ending cutscene with an NPC we see in a new light. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a reason they hide that. They want to reward the player who puts the effort in. Also, I found that in my first playthrough. It took a long time. It took a very long time. I had some bad luck with that questline. It's actually very funny, but it's going to be hell to edit for YouTube. But I found it because I wanted to put the time in. I wanted to do that. I wanted to spend 3 hours running around looking for where I needed to go. And that made me happy. So it's there for people who want, but for people who don't, they can look it up. There's a note that tells you to go and burn by clothes. So we can find no evidence of that. A couple people have mentioned that, but we don't have... I don't know if that was added in a patch. We don't have that information. Apparently there is no note. It's only Hyetta. I'm going to check when we go there, but I asked a couple people on Discord and they checked for me. There is no note. And there wasn't a patch, that's for sure. Personally for lore, I think Ronnie's is my favorite. I understand people love the implications of the frenzied flame, but I don't know. It's just, there's something about like betraying everybody that that's a messed up quest line personally. Yeah, there is no note. Yeah, Volpine, you check for me. So I don't know where that's coming from, but a couple people have said that. Only community ones. Yeah, so there's nothing like that. Also, what is it? Dung Eater ending? The thing is, arguably, I think the worst ending, besides maybe Frenzy Flame, is actually Gold Mask's ending. Call there being a message or note that said it may have been removed. Were you playing offline? Because I played really close to release when I got there, and there was no note. We looked at the code and we had Volpine go check because Volpine's ahead in the game and there's no note as far as we can tell. Why a gold mask? That's the question. Why a gold mask, right? So basically, what Goldmask does is he creates a golden order that is perfect. And you might be like, oh, but that's like good, right? Because everything will be fine. You know how the Lands Between is right now? With everything stagnated and horrible and everyone suffering perpetually? Well, the only reason we're able to fix it is because of Marika creating the Tarnished. Without the Tarnished, or if the Tarnished chooses to do the Gold Mask ending, I don't remember exactly where this is, sorry. There it is. We take that away. We make a perfect golden order where no one has will and no one can ever break the Elden Ring again. The only person who would consider that a good ending is Radahn, and he's basically the worst of the worst when it comes to this. So, of all, believe it or not, I think Gold Masks is the worst. He makes truly a perfect order. Wait, is this a hidden wall? I don't remember this. Yes, it sure is. Like Rennala in her current state, placid, dumb, yup. Basically cattle for whatever the greater will is using people for. Imagine the DLC adds a new ending. It will add a new ending to the DLC. Also, these stones are quite different. They seem more violet than we see otherwise in other places. And they're close to Lusat. But yeah, no. They're not going to add a new ending. Likely. They might. They've just never done that before. But it's totally possible. They're doing tons of new things in this game. Sir, you're not supposed to be able to get up here. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? He's going to kill me. And with his assist over here. The snail guy. Bro, I'm getting so griefed. I have never been that griefed. How? This guy's not supposed to be able to come up here. Jesus. What the hell? You teleported from below? I did not even know that could happen. Miyazaki already said no new ending? Yeah, they just... Oh my god. Did I miss the bonfire in there? Fuck, did you get aggroed? I have no idea. That was very strange. But yeah, no. Basically, listen. What to expect from DLC? The unexpected, number 1. Number 2, really, really, really cool stuff and the best content of the game that makes the rest of the game look bad because it's that dang good. That's it. Also, a distinct ending to the DLC that may supplement certain things in the base game, but very minor things, like maybe a couple of lines of dialogue. Maybe, if we're lucky, a new cutscene. People praise the Bloodborne DLC quite a bit, but I enjoy the base game more. Really? Later version of the Erdtree gives me a good ending version mood. Wait, for Gold Mask? That's the thing. That's the thing about FromSoft. You have to look at what they're telling you without spelling it out for you. Gold Mask's ending is quite possibly the worst thing because you trap everyone in this stagnant state forever to be fed upon by some weird space being. Yeah, I'm actually shocked. Did I pass the freaking bonfire? Like, seriously? There's gotta be a bonfire here. Well, maybe they do make you run, but I don't remember having to go that far. Hang on. Is it really just... Oh my god, I just ran past it twice. Hehe. No, that is a really hot take, but the thing is, you're saying that Bloodborne's really good, and I'm kind of with you there. Wait, you dislike Ring City, but love Ash's Variandel? I'm shocked. And I mean that as a good thing. I seriously think that Ashes of Ariandel is probably... And this is... We're still talking about S-tier stuff, but Ashes of Ariandel is probably the weakest FromSoft DLC. But to be fair, it's technically only half a DLC, but they released it as a full DLC when really it should just be part 1. It's part 1, part 2. I'm amazed. Where the heck do I even freaking go in this nightmare zone of hell? Oh, over here. Wait, I'm freaking lost. Marta Logarius, Abritus, Tumerian Queen, and Garamond? Neat. Ivory King is goated, yeah. Okay, this cave is way bigger than I thought it was. I don't remember it being so immense. I really like Shadows of Yharnam too. I can't do Sellen's quest right now. I haven't progressed her yet. We could though. We could. Man, I forgot how big this freaking cave is, dog. Sekiro ever got a DLC? Yeah, Sekiro did not. Sekiro's sort of the exception. I really do love it though, genuinely, how people have different thoughts about the DLC. And the thing is, we're all just talking about different levels of good, you know what I mean? We're not like,
Ugh, this one's bad. If you like it, you're bad. Blech.
like none of that BS, you know? We're all just here to have a good freaking time. Wow, remember when these guys would attack constantly, perpetually, forever and ever and ever into perpetuity? 24/7, and now this is what they've been reduced to? I mean, listen, I hate them. But there has to be a middle ground, right? I honestly think they just didn't balance these very well. Like, Crystallians on release were hell, and now they just sit there and do nothing half the time. Sounds are the easiest enemy to parry ever. I mean, if you parry, I guess. Crybaby's ruined the game? Bruh, if you think people were crying and that's why FromSoft did anything, then tell me why they didn't nerf Millennia. If you think people complaining had anything to do with it versus FromSoft looking at their own information and making that decision, I hated Crystallians. I was very happy when they were nerfed because they are simply unfun. But as they are now, you can tell they didn't really know how to balance 3 enemies in a small room. Did Milena actually get buffed? I don't think they've touched her since release. Radahn didn't get nerfed. Radahn got fixed. So apparently Radahn's hitboxes and damage numbers were not what they intended. Specifically the hitboxes. But what happened was they accidentally changed his damage values and made them too low, so then they readjusted them back up. Similar thing happened in Armored Core 6 recently with Balteus. Balteus, his missiles were accidentally doubled. So he was supposed to fire a certain amount at you. He ended up being doubled, so they would fire double the amount. This was not intended, and they fixed it. So that's the thing about FromSoft. They don't tend to nerf things. They tend to fix them until they're intended. Clearly, Radahn was not working the way they intended. Now, trust me, Radahn, honestly, I think he was still doable, but clearly FromSoft, with their internal information, decided this. Probably because they saw people were getting stumped, and they were like, okay, people should not be stuck on this. Or they realized, oops, someone goofed up the hitboxes. Honestly, I just don't really like the whole, like, crybabies ruin it, because it just feels like a very exclusionary attitude, and it's like, I don't think it's the right, I don't really like that attitude personally. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, people cried and then they made the game worse. That's not really what happened though. Else Millennia would have been nerfed. Listen, I beat triple Rot Crystallians and Radahn pre-nerf. So I can wear that badge if people really want me to. But to be honest, like, while I'm glad for the Armor Core 6, I beat all the bosses pre-nerf, you know? But it made the game more like the vision they intended. They don't make things easy because they want to appeal to more people. They've never been like that. You know? They're just not like that. I beat him without summons. You know? I don't care. I just want to do it for me. Hot take that I find Frida harder than Malenia. I generally find Dark Souls to be a harder game, but Dark Souls 3, for me, because I cannot understand it. I roll dodge the same way, and I get hit by the same move. Anyway, I have a problem with Dark Souls 3. I have like a personal problem with Dark Souls 3. But Malenia took me 12 hours to beat. Current Crystallians are pre-nerf? Current Crystallians. Because they were that bad. They were that freaking bad. Radahn is just not a very fun fight. Everything else about Radahn, phenomenal. Radahn himself, his whole gimmick is dragging his sword, going behind you, and then doing 3 or 4 swings where you can't see him. It's not the most interesting. Do you know what I mean? Also, it's not even that. Like, it's largely just disingenuous, right? Because if FromSoft nerfed things because people were crying, then they would have nerfed Malenia and they didn't. So, you know, that's the only thing. FromSoft's not perfect. They make mistakes. The Paltea's missiles are definitely an example of that for sure. Serena was massive because they want you to be on horseback. In his phase 2, he has a move that literally does nothing as far as I can tell, but jank you off your horse. Not jank, like jerk you off your horse. His phase 2, like I think it's one of the gravity spells, literally just pulls you off your horse. Nothing else. So maybe in phase 1 I could believe, yeah, you're meant to fight him on a horse, but honestly, most of him is easier to deal with off horse. And that's talking as someone who fought almost every boss you could on a horse. The first attack, you have to... The first arrows, you gotta be off horse for that. The ones where he rains arrows down, you could be on your horse for that. 77.6 started the game, 73% beat Margit, 35% beat Malenia. They're not so low if you think about it. 1 out of 3 people beating Malenia is pretty good. Yeah, no, absolutely. The thing about this game is it makes you love it and you want to play it. You know? You want to beat Malenia, especially because you hear about her and you hear how hard she is. You know, it's fun. Fight versus the 3 Crystallians is S tier content. It sure is! But I have not forgiven them for what they have done. They drove me a little insane. I just generally don't find 3 bosses spamming the same move over and over and over again at like 1.5 times speed to be very fun. I don't. I'm tired of pretending it is. Multiple enemy bosses are always toxic. With very few exceptions, yeah. Especially in a small room. FromSoft knows how to do it. Ruin Sentinels. Demon Princes. Twin Princes. Shadows of Yharnam. Brother, are you really trying to... This freaking goat. Yeah, that's right. You better run. You better freaking run. Goat ass bitch. Do you really want to go now? Do you really want to go right now? Hey, hey. No, you started this. No, you started this. No. You want to have a goat off? Huh? Oh, now he's scared. Oh. Now he's doing his best host and PvP impression. Oh my god, another one wants to go. That's it. That's it. I'm taking the goats down. What do you want? Yeah? You want to go too? Oh, he turns to run the moment I look at him. Typical. Ah! Okay, this was not part of the plan. No! Dude, he called his dad. See what happens when you summon? Do you see what happens, little goat? Oh, the things got weird, man. Yeah, what's the lore on this? It's okay, he's stupid. Well, that was unexpected. Can't believe that goat called in a homie and then got freaking crunched. That's why real phantoms can't have friendly fire. It's true. Right, anyway, I don't know what we were talking about. That goat absolutely distracted the heck out of me. But very legendary. Yo, Alex, thanks so much. I'm really glad you enjoyed. I'm getting one new episode of the first playthrough up every day.
Well,
Hello.
it's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
This one's really covering its face, huh? Ritual pot. Hidden cave and gateway. Zoomed in on the goat's face. Things get weird in this stream sometimes. Traders don't have faces sometimes. I really think they just cover them. I don't know.
Anything else for you?
They're all of one nomadic tribe, but they all wear very different colors. And what's interesting, I actually do want to grab these. What's interesting about different colors usually is they represent a different alliance with like a different tribe, right? Because normally colors represent different groups. So it's interesting that they are all the same tribe apparently, but they wear different colors. He's in a plague infested land, makes sense. So think about him actually, it's really interesting because you're right.
Have a safe journey.
Every single nomad is infected by the Flame of Frenzy. Not all of them will use it on you if you attack them, but quite a few of them will. And their eyes, the ones we can see, they have frenzied flame eyes. All of them are infected with frenzied flame. They appear fairly sane. This could be because they summoned it and they're like patient zero, basically. But the reason they don't really have to worry about plagues because they are immune as they're already infected with the worst one. But yeah, no, it's pretty interesting. How'd you find all this lore? A lot of time looking at everything, reading everything, discussion with chat, just generally like looking and reading at everything over and over and over and over again. Yo, good luck at the job fair, Volpine. Take it easy. I'm going to be calling it soon here too, chat. I didn't expect to go this late. I just ended up having a lot of fun. Shabriri's patient zero as far as we know. He seems pretty insane. The thing about Shabriri is it looks like he manipulated the Nomenclature to truly call the Frenzy Flame. So his role is rather interesting. He's almost like someone who manipulates others into calling the Frenzied Flame. He was probably infected in a different way, though. Because you streamed for so long. I'm really glad. Yeah. Done for the day soon. Yeah, I'm sorry. I started late today because I was getting an emote made. So I talked about it a little bit. But I'm getting an emote made with Carson Druitt. He's done a lot of great animated emotes for other members of the community, especially the PvP community. He's a great artist. And I really, since I know his work and I know him, like I know of him, I know him a little better, I was like, I want to get him to do my very first animated emote. So it's not done, but it's going to be Messmer waving his snakes the way we do Raft Squid, like this. And I can't wait. It looks great already. Tries to manipulate this too. He sure does. Can you show us your current build? Yeah, it's not really much of a build right now. It's literally just I leveled my vigor and some decks. But I'd ideally like to use the Blasphemous Blade this playthrough, so we'll level up those. Yo, take it easy, Master Ball. And I'm in Canada. So it's almost 4 a.m. Yeah, this is a bit of a vigor build. Yeah. Exactly. All right, let me read these items though real quick. Spiked Cestus. A cestus with the rivets replaced by blood loss inducing spikes. Fist weapons come in pairs, and two-handing this weapon will equip it to both hands. The Serpent arrow. Arrow carved to resemble a flying snake. Also notice that it's coiled. Used in tandem with the Serpent bow. Loyal minions of the formless serpents. That's interesting. I actually forgot about the formless serpents because I don't know what the heck that means. Huh. Associated with poison. That's really interesting. I don't think it's the formless mother, but because it's poison, it's not blood, but they're flying snakes. But they don't have wings. Does Rykard have a poison grab? Rykard's snake does spew poison, but I feel like the stuff associated with the serpent originally comes from Messmer. So I'm looking for snake stuff. Because flying snake? Forgot about that. Beast repellent torch. A torch which burns oil infused with a special incense. The aroma pacifies wild beasts. Torches such as these were used to keep unwelcome beasts away from treasure troves hidden in caves. Rykard becomes formless after you kill him. Yeah, but where did Rykard get the idea to get eaten by a snake? I argue that he's squatting in Mount Gelmir, but it is a place where originally Messmer had influence. Quetzalcoatl. So Quetzalcoatl is a winged serpent, which is very, very interesting because that is sort of what Messmer's evoking with his serpents that have wings on them. But, you know, it's not quite, what do you call it? It's very much evoking that god-like figure, that god figure, but I wonder what else is there to it. Because look at the end here. The tail, they curl around each other. The tail, I don't know. There's something interesting going on here. Messmer does seem to like fire. He's associated with so many things already that I don't even know what to think about him. But I truly believe that Rykard was inspired by Messmer. I think Messmer came first. Because Radahn, Ranni, and Rykard both use something else as their path, their basis. And Rykard is a mystery, because where did he get the idea to get eaten by a snake? That's the randomest thing, unless something else gave him the idea. Also, Cardinal Sin was a thing already. Who did the Cardinal Sin? It had to have been something associated with the snake that came first. Arrows without feathers, the absence of wings seems intentional. Exactly. But there might still be a link. I think Messmer might be an Empyrean as well. Be working with another outer god. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to theorize too much because personally I like to see, like, yeah, I have my theories. I think saying he's an Empyrean has potential, but I want to see what the game shows us to a point when it comes to Messmer. I have some ideas, but I don't want to make too many jumps with him. Elmis is your favorite boss fight? You aren't the only one that I've heard of with that. Eagle and the Godskins were planning to devour the gods. And the Golmite Queen birthed the Godskins and is also associated. Gloam equals twilight equals shadow, dare I say. There's something going on. But where did he get the idea? Rykard got the idea from somewhere, and I think it was Messmer. There's no winged serpents anywhere in his iconography. It's all just plain serpents. But in Mount Gelmir, there are tons of statues of winged serpents with feathery wings. Messmer serpents have wings. There's something going on. What kind of flame do you think he uses? I personally think it might be something like Chaos Flame from previous games, which is a mix of dark shadow and regular flame. So it's this sort of primal, all-consuming flame. Sorry. Equal parts regal and eccentric. I want him to be an absolute psychopath, but that he talks really good. Yeah, like Grimm from Hollow Knight. Yes. Not literally the Chaos Flame, but something reminiscent. There is darkness within his flame. There's something that we haven't seen before. I think it's unique. In the trailer, Messmer's black flame turns red. It's not quite red, if you ask me. It looks more like lava. It has an orangey lava-ish hue, and if you look around it, it's covered in dark runes around it. So it has dark and light within it. I'm personally not seeing the red flame. I know people have been like, it's red, it's red. I don't see bright red. Not like Blood Flame, personally, but we'll see. I think I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a phase 2 where he starts using blood. Moog already Elden Ring's Grim? He wishes. Moog freaking wishes. Grim likes to put on a show. More like Riker's Rancor red. I still see more lava in it than I see straight up red, personally. Messmer seems to have the serpents under his control, though, while Riker feeds himself to the snake. Yeah, but after you get phase 1, which is the serpent, Riker wakes up and he's like, oh, he's in control of the serpent. He is the one who wants to eat others. He's the Lord, not the snake. The snake is like a red herring. You think, oh, big snake, cool. And then all of a sudden the face rolls up and you get the real fight. So Riker is in control of the snake. Absolutely. Okay, this is really intriguing.
Have a safe journey.
But we're going to call it here for tonight, gamers. Riker also makes lava. He found hexes, ancient hexes in Gelmir that he that he turned into his lava sorceries. I don't have any of them right now, but almost all of his sorceries talk about ancient Gelmir hexes. Now, some people were thinking, based on the Godskin being there, that Mount Gelmir is associated with the Glowmite Queen. I personally think Messmer, but there's a chance it's both. Especially if his sister, Melina, is also the Glowmite Queen. Doesn't look like Blood Flame at all. I think it just looks like lava and is throwing people off personally. First close-up shot of Messmer's fire looks like Destined Death. So the first thing that people will really see is black, which is the shadow, and from the shadow comes the flame, and it looks red the moment it forms like a spark, but then when you see the core of it, I think the core is more important, it looks like lava. So I think whatever he has, it's going to be something new, personally, but I think it could be inspired by other things we have, but I think it's going to be new. Not just associated with Riker and the volcano, but they are in a chapel of Egle. Egle is a god that sheds skin, and the godskins like to collect it. So definitely, I think there's something particular about Riker's placement that I found a little bit more striking. But you're right. Ronnie has a godskin on the way to pick up her rune. I can't think of Radhahn's godskin. Radahn has a godskin? I can't remember. I don't think it's going to be a new fire. I sure think it is. We haven't seen the exact same thing yet. Not yet. Also, of course we have more flames. The whole game is flames. Radahn's godskin is in Caelid's tower's basement. Listen, I know that's Radahn's divine tower, but his divine tower is kind of weird. It's still under construction or has been really warped. And I think that treasure in the basement predates him. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even know that's in his tower. Do you know what I mean? Like, Godskin has to be defeated to access Riker if you're doing that path. Godskin has to be defeated to acquire Ronnie's rune. Or I guess you could just run past. I never tried running past. Maybe you can run past. But they're literally blocking you in the way. Radahn's Godskin is an apostle, not a noble, and he's just chilling in the basement with a relic. I don't know. That's a little bit I don't know. Redmanes and Black Flame monks in that basement don't seem to be hostile to each other. There's only one Black Flame monk, and they aren't close enough to aggro to the Redmanes. He's kind of off in a hallway on his own. that is a link, but I personally that one's a bit far in my opinion. Relic is literally their boss's soul. Sword though, very significant. Yeah, I just don't think it has anything to do with Radahn. If anything, the fact that it's in the basement suggests that that was there first, and then the tower was co-opted. Why the others? The others don't have a basement that we can access. So I don't know. I don't buy that personally. I think that's too much. I mean, the Godskins are trying to get Godskin. Rykard makes sense. Ronnie, she left her flesh there. That's Godskin. Could be that. Then there's Radahn, who they're protecting the treasure. Yeah, but that just seems more tangential. Black Flame Monk suggests it wasn't that ancient. I mean, the Black Flame Monk could have shown up later. Ronnie's being able to be flipped. I think it's possible Radahn had a similar idea in play, but when Madfor is able to come to fruition. Yeah, it's possible his tower's flippable. Yeah, actually, that makes sense. But I don't know. I know what you're saying, but the Godskins don't seem to be working with the Carian children. So I just don't think Radahn knew. They seem more to have their own things going on. Why the Godskins didn't get Ronnie's skin? Maybe it got stuck when the tower got flipped. Because the one at Rykard's is chilling there, right? It's in the Temple of Aelay, just presumably collecting skin? All of Radahn's people guarding his own divine tower. That only suggests to me that, well, first of all, the Black Flame Monks are way tougher than the Red Mane soldiers. So I don't think it would have been hard. Number one. Number two, I don't know, it sounds to me like he was there for longer. Flipping seems pretty unique to Caria. Yeah, I don't know. Radahn doesn't have the same ability as Ron. I don't know. It's still interesting to think about. I just don't know what to think about it, honestly. Alright, gamers. We could talk about this forever, and I enjoy it. I just, you know. I need to call it. I'm very tired. I'll be back on Thursday. In the meantime, though, we're going to be having new episodes of the first playthrough on YouTube. So watch that. Then we also got... oh, on Thursday, I'm going to be, once again, meeting with the artist, Carson, so we could work on the emote more. So I'm hoping it'll be done, but it's a complicated one, so maybe not. But either way, I might be a little late, depending on how that goes on Thursday again. But either way, we'll be back on Thursday with more of the LOREATHON. Also, I'm really hoping to play Dragon's Dogma 2 at some point. I know that's coming out. When's that coming out? March 22nd. I think I'm close to beating Dragon's Dogma 1, but I need to do that. I think Messmer will be the first boss. I don't think he'd be the first, but I also don't think he's the last. I would put him smack dab in the middle. Like a mid-boss. Important, but you know. Make your character in Dragon's Dogma 2 right now if you want it. I know. I haven't had time. I really want to. I'm probably going to steal someone else's sliders. People have been making amazing sliders. Seems like a Maria. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking, like a Maria. Yeah, Maria, in that he hides a deeper truth or something. Play Rise of the Ronin. It looks really good. It's just, I started playing Dragon's Dogma before the announcement of the trailer, so I kind of want to, like, commit to it, because I really, really like it. I might have to wait for Rise of the Ronin, because the LOREATHON is going to take a lot, you know? So, what class you doing? I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not sure. Either way, thank you so much everybody for watching. I'm just gonna end. It's very late. So I'll see you next time. Thank you so much for hanging out. I know if you stayed from the Ouroboros or Coop Raid, thanks so much for that. I really appreciate that. If those two are still here, which I doubt. Thank you so much for the raids. I really appreciate it. It's great to meet new folks. I'll see you next time. I'm really glad so many folks enjoy lore. It means a lot to me. So let's continue next time. We always have more to talk about. It's actually crazy how much we talk about. What am I getting on? I normally start stream at 7:30 EST, But I might be a little late because of the meeting with the artist. And also I sometimes am a little late anyway. So closer to 8 EST. Once I'm done my stream, once I go offline, you can look at the bottom. I have a schedule that like should adjust to your time zone as well. So that should help. Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you. Good night. Or good morning. Bye. See you next time. I need to make an end screen. Okay, this BRB is going to be my end screen, okay?